All right, we are live. Good morning and welcome to 2021 South Australian State Championships Day 1. We're excited here. And today's regatta is hosted by Seymour College, so big thanks to them and their sponsors. Their sponsors today are Northline, major sponsor, so big thanks to them. And today's regatta is streamed thanks to the support of the West Beach Community Bank, Bendigo Bank. They're supporting us. So if you have a new home loan that you need, please head out and see them. We've got contacts there. It's all up on our website. So big thanks to them. But this morning, I am joined by none other than the man himself, Greg Walters. Welcome to the live stream, Greg.
Thank you very much, Joe. It's great to be here. It's a beautiful morning this morning. Just absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
It's about 16 degrees at the moment. It's some of the best conditions I've seen. I'm used to seeing the Alex Ramsey course, with waves and a big, strong sort of southerly breeze coming through. But no, this is looking absolutely beautiful. Our first event up is the under-19 singles, and I think just perfect rowing conditions, just a lovely day. I think we're going to see some really good results.
I'm so excited. I've been walking around this morning with a big grin on my face. People have been saying that I look too excited to be here, but it is game day. This is what a lot of the clubs will train. This is the peak of their state racing calendar. So there are quite a few contentious races up today, and we'll go through them as they happen. But obviously, the big ones happen at the end of the day. We've got those open 8. So the women's 8 today, which I'm a little bit nervous about.
Yeah, you would be, wouldn't you?
I'm racing
you're rowing
today.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's looking really tight. So it's the first time in a long time that Adelaide Rowing Club crew might be challenged. So they've won it the last 6 years in a row.
They have. Oh, look, some of the crews have dominated in various different categories and ages, but Adelaide has been dominant in the men's and the women's.
Actually, they've been more dominant in the women's than the men's because, as you know, embarrassingly, 2 years ago, the St. Peter's boys chucked Jimmy and Jed in the boat.
I was here. I saw that. I was here for that. And, it was the St. Peter's 8. Well, admittedly, it did have a couple of outstanding rows in there.
Yes, absolutely.
With James McRae, an Olympian who's both their coach. I think he was in the stroke seat, driving them along. And
I actually think he sat in 7. Behind their stroke.
Oh, behind the stroke.
Who would have, we can race check that name, but I'm pretty sure.
No, actually, now that you say it, I think that's right because there was commentary about what it would be like having your coach sitting behind you the whole time, an Olympian, just talking to you the whole race. Lift it now.
No, I couldn't do it. But they got over the line, and there are photos. Cynthia Judd, who was our Heb Photos photographer, she would come down and take all the photos on race day. She actually retired at the end of last season, which is we were really sad to hear, but everyone's time comes.
Yes.
But she caught these astonishing photos of the crews having crossed the line within half a length of each other, and there is just, number one, devastation on the ARC crew's face and absolute elation on the other boys' crew.
That's right. They'd absolutely thrown it down. I was actually on the course that day watching that race, and it was just electric. It was going, oh my gosh.
Unreal.
Look at that. And it was great rowing. It wasn't like Adelaide rowed badly.
No.
It was a cracker of a race.
It was phenomenal. I was here too, and I remember just watching them come through, and I'm like, no, these boys are going to do it. They're going to stay in front.
Yeah.
I actually ran into James after the race with his medal around his neck, and he just looked at me and he said, that was outrageous. I cannot believe we pulled that off. Yeah. And it was just phenomenal.
It was an outstanding row. And, of course, the St. Peter's crew, minus James McRae and Jed, went on to win the Head of the River.
Yes.
That year. It was quite a dominant crew.
And I think they placed in the A final at the national level as well.
Yes. Well, that's actually worth noting that because this is the top of the calendar for many of the clubs.
Yes.
Of course, this is the big race, and of course for the individual, many of the schoolboy, schoolgirl rowers are rowing in age categories today, which is a little bit different.
Yes.
But for them, of course, they've got the Schools Head of the River, which is coming up on the 20th of May.
Oh my gosh, that's only 3 weeks away.
I know. And we'll talk later on about Head of the River and what happened last year. That's very interesting.
Yes.
But of course, for many of the senior rowers out here, and it might be worth talking later on about the Youth 8 and the Queen's Cup and the King's Cup Cruise. They've got the Australian Rowing Championships, which are coming up on the 22nd, and it's not far. This is the business end of the season.
Literally, my plan was to sit here, run Head of the River, and then jump on a plane to Tasmania. So
yeah, that's right.
It's all starting to come up pretty quickly. But excitingly, we do have a start in this first race here. So this is Heat 1 of the Under-19 men's single scull. So from right of screen, we have a six boat race. Right of screen in lane 2, we have Norwood Morialta, Andre Colotti Perez, coached by Isaac Allen Henderson. Lane 3 is Scotch College Adelaide, Adam Holland. Now, Adam has just been named in that Youth Cup Boys State Team crew. He is one of the ones to watch. He's got an associate scholarship with South Australian Sports Institute. He is an up-and-comer, holds many records in the single scull. So I would expect that Adam will be probably out in front and cruising this one.
Yes, well, they're rating about 30 strokes per minute.
Yes.
At this stage, the single sculls tend to rate slightly lower. The rate for those not as familiar with rowing, it's the number of strokes that you take per minute.
Yes.
And the single sculls tend to start off to get that momentum, get up and get going.
Yes.
And then they'll have a race plan and they'll settle into it. But they're doing about 30 strokes per minute at the moment.
Yes.
So that's very strong and steady. You can look at the style there is they're just getting it in and pushing it through.
Yes.
Not racing, not rushing it. This is a 2,000 metre.
Yes, 2,000 metres is a long way to go. Just finishing off that roll call there. So to the left of Adam was in lane 4, St. Peter's College, Vinnie Belperio. In lane 5, St. Peter's College, Edward Chipperfield. In lane 6, Christian Brothers College, Benjamin Phillips. And in lane 7, Unley High, Xander Puglisi? Yeah. Puglisi? Apologies if I got that one wrong. But yeah, you can see Adam there in the yellow, just really comfortable cruising along. He does a lot of work in the single scull here. So I would expect he would be probably underrating significantly and just cruising along to make sure he does make it through to that final. So the under-19 single scull with 3 heats, you'll have the first and second through to the A final, and the rest will be eliminated. So we'll see a 6-boat final. That
is interesting, and you notice this in the heats. The tactics, of course. If you can get out in front at the beginning, like Adam is at the moment, he's dropped his rating down to about 27. If you can get out in front and just hold it there, that's all you need to do.
Exactly.
It's not about the time.
No.
You just need to hold your place. No. So we might find a slightly slower heat if some of those lead couple of rowers can get out in the front and they just have to hold it, take it through.
And so that sculler in lane 5 there, the St. Peter's sculler, Edward Chipperfield, looking also quite comfortable and confident. So you can see those who have had a little bit more experience in the single scull, they will be quite dominant, and it's a boat where if you've done a lot of work in it, you will immediately have an advantage over those who haven't rowed the boat class a lot, because these boats, they're so sensitive. They're so tippy.
Yes, right. The conditions are great today.
Yes.
But on those days, and I've been out in the single scull, not my best event.
You're not a sculler.
No, I'm not a sculler. If you see me, I'm definitely an 8 rower. Big, solid, heavy rower.
Yeah.
Nothing
wrong with that, Greg. Nothing wrong with that.
No, that's right. Yeah, until I get into the single and try and compete with some of the lighter, better technique rowers. But this is, as you say, this is all about technique, sort of strength and fitness. But technique makes an enormous difference here, as you can see there. two oars. This is why we call it the scull events. The scull events are when we're talking about having two oars, and the sweep events when they have a single oar. But look, Adam's doing that very comfortably at the moment. It looks like a training run for him.
Yeah, he's just cruising. And if we want to talk about good technique, we will see a lot of very skilled athletes out here today. So we will see a lot of examples of good rowing, and I would say this is one of them. Adam is super, super strong. Like I said, he holds many Australian records on the erg. He's set another one for his age category at the Australian Indoor Rowing Champs last year. I think he pulled a 6:09.
He pulled 6:09 on the ergo.
As an under 19. I'm sure Tanya, his mother, will tell me the correct timing on that one. But yeah, he's cruising there. He's looking very comfortable, and I would go out on a limb and say that St. Peter's sculler is also cruising and will also be heading through to the finals.
That would be Edward Chipperfield.
Correct. So in lane 5. And Adam, not looking too phased there. Happy to have Edward sit up on his stern.
Yeah.
But obviously just wanted to sit out.
That's right. So
get that good lane draw for the final.
That's right. I think they've obviously they've sized up the field. They've pushed out and established their lead, and now I would expect that Adam and Edward would probably just be sitting there. The ratings dropped down, quite low at the moment. I think they're sitting at about 26, which is a comfortable. Yeah. It's a comfortable rating. You just sit there at 26. It's long and strong, and then possibly we might see, depending on what they want to do. I think they're Adam's just lifted it.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think he would want to go through first, and if Edward is trying to push him, but can we talk about his blade entry for a second?
Yes,
because he is putting his blades in really nicely. You can see just a little bit of backsplash or a V splash coming off his blade. And that's what we look for as coaches. We love to see the blade go in at the furthest point of the stroke. So as far forward as you can get, the blade should be going in there, and the seat doesn't stop moving, beg your pardon. And so the blade goes in, and he's just driving back. And yeah, look, he's just
it's a good boat run. You can see after his the catch, which is where the blade goes in, and then he sends it. So that's that final push. And the boat continues to glide, so he doesn't stop the boat. He's very efficient, very effective, and the boat does the work for you. And he's lifted it now. He's coming into that last 100 metres, and so he's just finishing it off nicely, I guess, making a bit of a statement. So
that will be Adam Holland and Edward Chipperfield through to the final, with third place going to Norwood Morialta High's Andre Colotti Perez. Well done. But yeah, just not quite of the calibre of these two.
No, but you'd have to say, when you are competing with some rowers of that calibre, I mean, these people would, these guys would be looking at, state selection, and I'm sure have got aspirations of national selection.
Well, yes, Adam would be putting his name up for the junior Australian team. And this is, I can't quite see that. That glare is going to do us harm this morning, I think.
It's hard to pick the...
But I would say Benjamin Phillips from Christian Brothers College coming through there, or Xander Pugliese.
Yes, no.
This here will be that other sculler.
That's Xander, I think, out in lane 7. But
correct.
look, to be honest, just to be out here in the state championships, competing at this level, that is an achievement. And just looking at the form of all those rowers, should be very proud of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, with those conditions, you would expect to see some fast times, but it's really interesting in the heats. If you do have an established field and somebody does get out in front, it's a big mind game.
It is huge. And put yourself in the position of the rowers. You're facing backwards, so if someone gets out in front of you, you don't know whether they're a metre in front of you or they could be well out. So psychologically, it is such a tough sport like that. You've just got to keep going the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all about It's all about pushing through and keeping going, especially if you are behind and going for one of those finishing positions. It's about keeping your front runners honest.
Yes.
So yeah, we are actually about halfway through Heat 2 here of the under-19 men's single scull. So from right of screen in lane 2, we have another 6-boat race. So lane 2, Pembroke School, Thomas Andery. In lane 3, St Peter's College, Fraser Connell. In lane 4, Adelaide Uni, Heath McLeod. In lane 5, Unley High, Joseph Neat. In lane 6, St Peter's College, Will Lawrence. And in lane 7, Torrens, Callum Deckers. Now, I would just, without even looking at the screen, I would hope to see lane 4 and lane 7 out in front.
Well, I think Xander's doing very well. That's
this would be Callum's.
Sorry, Callum Deckers. Yes,
Yeah.
Callum from Torrens. You can tell
With
that
the-
distinctive
The
stripe.
horrible haircut. Let me just say, it's. I don't know where the mullet came from,
Well,
but it's back in fashion.
well,
and I have to say, I don't
Look,
approve.
well, it's great to have that individuality, but let's just say the rowing is fantastic.
Yes.
He's well out in front, doing it very easily at the moment.
And you would expect to see that from Callum, as yes, he has been named in that men's youth 8 as well. So we'll see that.
And we've got Adelaide Uni. That's Heath McLeod on the screen there. That distinctive white singlet with the black V.
Yeah, we love to see it. Heath will be competing in some of the open lightweight events today. So he's a nifty little rower. He's still in school, I think.
Oh, great. Well, look at that. You can see that definition. He's looking around at the
Yeah.
moment, just sizing up the field.
Yeah, I think he's got a good 3 or 4 boat lengths back to the second or to the third position. I beg your pardon. So
But you can see the lead at the moment. Callum's out well in front.
He's just cruising.
That's
He's
right.
definitely looking to take it down, and you can see that distinctive V splash from that point of entry again. So
No,
Callum,
just look at that. Look at that rating. That's just he's long and strong, getting out there,
super comfortable.
just taking it easy.
Yeah, I would say he's at about 22.
Yes, I'd say that. It's
I forgot
that's
my
almost
rating watch.
that's almost a training
Yeah, he's
rating,
paddling.
that one. But he's strong too. If you
Yeah.
can tell that strong finish just propels the boat through the water.
Yeah.
He lets it just
Clean
run.
release.
Yeah, and lets the boat do the work for him. So he knows he's going to be going through to the final. So he's just taking his time.
And we're going to have some tricky light from here. So, yeah, Heath, you can see the difference in the
Yes.
stroke rating there. But Heath, as a lightweight, would be relying on his rating
Yes, that's
as
right.
opposed to the heavyweights
That's
who
right.
do tend to just power it along. So that's a close second there from, I would say, that Unley High School boat of Joseph Neat. And then coming through in lane, beg your pardon, that was the St. Peter's College crew. Fraser Connell. This is the Unley High Sculler, Joseph Neat in lane 5. Just crossing the line there. And yes, apologies to the viewers, the sun is not great. We did see that a lot for the head of the river last year when we pulled a live streaming. No, I've called
That's
that wrong
Unley.
again.
This is
That's
Unley.
Unley.
It's Unley High.
So then that would have been Will Lawrence on the far side.
Here we go. So
Yes.
this is Joseph Neat picking up the rating now.
Rowing quite well, I would say.
Yes, yes, no.
Technically looking really nice
Yes.
there. But you know, there's pretty rowing and then there's grit rowing, and to win these races and to progress through to the final, you need to have a good lot of both, I would
Yes.
say.
Yes, but all the rowers here technically strong, deserving to be here in the state championships.
Absolutely. And yes, this will be Heat 3 of the under-19 men's single scull, coming through again through the 1,000 now, with a 5-minute intervals for these heats this morning. So from the right of screen, have we had?
So
no,
that's
we are there.
That's
Yep,
so Adelaide
sorry.
Uni. That's Anand Holloway. In lane 3, Unley High, that's Connor Donnellan. Lane 4, St Peter's College, Will Grieg. Lane 5, Adelaide, Joshua Lassick. Lane 6, St Peter's College, Joshua Cooper. St Ignatius, Finlay Stark is in lane 7. And Pembroke School, Adam Bahush, if I pronounced your name correctly, Adam. Adam is from Pembroke School in lane 8.
Now, we should have some very distinctive scullers here. So I would expect Josh Lascock from Adelaide High to be doing well.
Yes, well, he is. Looks to be leading the field at the moment. You can see him in the centre of the screen there, in lane 5.
And just name checking a few and seeing if I'm missing any that have made the state team.
So we can see Joshua leading the field, and in lane. It's hard to tell between lanes 7 and lanes 8, but lane 7, Finlay Stark from St Ignatius, and Adam in lane 8 from Pembroke School. But here we go. This is the centre of the screen. This is Joshua leading the field.
Yeah, you can see he's also got great technique here. Oh no, he's getting pushed.
Wow, look at that! Oh look,
by
Unley.
By Unley,
Connor Donnellan. So this is going to be interesting as they come down. This could be a real fight now for the first and second places, and I think it might actually. There's some pressure.
Yeah, there's pressure coming from lane 2 as well.
I'm looking out on the screen. We can see on the field here. It's not on the screen yet. But if we just pull out a bit, you can see that the first 3 positions there's.
So in lane 2 over here, Anan Holloway.
Wow, look at that! I think
Unley
is pushed ahead. In fact, I think Connor might be leading. Now this is great.
I love
so now
this.
We're coming down to the last 250.
Yeah.
They would have, as I say, hit the rocks, as they say now. Yes. Or you can see the rating is lifting. It's a real race now between Joshua and
great.
Connor.
So I would be saying that Connor is looking pretty comfortable, but we are seeing a late surge from that sculler in lane 2, Anan Holloway. He's quite a nifty little rower. He rows out of the same club as I do. But yeah, this is definitely the tightest heat we've seen. So we'd expect to see the fastest times from this heat, I would say. Because they're actually racing.
They are now. That's right. This is what it really looks like. So this is the psychology of it. Of you're not going to get me in the heat. So there we go. Crossing the line. It looks as though it was Connor.
Yes.
Connor Donnellan from Unley High School.
And I'm putting in a really good showing there. I would suggest that he's quite young compared to the other boys in this category. So Anan, 16 this year. So he's actually under 16 competing in an under 19 category.
That is impressive, right? He's put his credentials down and said, "Okay, you guys." This is me. I'm coming through. So a great performance against those older rowers. And
the boys coming through now, battling it out for the minor placings. It's a little bit of pride as well, I would say. So well done to all scullers out here today. I think that's the St Peter's College crew of Will Grigg coming through now. Over on the far side, we'd see St Ignatius, Finlay Stark and Pembroke School within about a boat length of each other. Adam Bahuch just crossing now. Great showing from all these
Excellent.
athletes.
It's great to see some of those younger rowers just getting out there. They would be rowing for their schools as well, either in the first 8 or the first 4.
Yep.
But they've put themselves out here against older rowers just to get the experience and to make a statement. And I'd say they've done very, very well. Very good field.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that ends the under-19 men's single scull. So we've had 3 heats. As you said, each of the first 2 in each of those heats progresses through to the final, and the final is race 28. So all of those 6 races going through to race 28, and that's scheduled for 11:05 this morning. So for those of you who want to tune back in,
see the results.
That's right. Now, let's have a look at this event now. We've got the under-19 women's Coxed 4. Now, the difference here is you've got 4 rows, so each of the rows has got a single oar. We call that sweep. And there are 2 heats, the first, second, third, and fourth, in each heat progressing through to the final, and the rest are eliminated.
So this is really interesting. We saw a couple of these crews go through, I think, at the West Lakes Regatta a couple of weeks ago. And what the schools have done, the program's engineered so that the Schoolgirl top 8 can break down into 4s and race on one day, and the 8 can race on the next. So we'll see these 4s stacked, I think, with the top athletes from each of these Schoolgirl 8s. And yet this is a full Schoolgirl field. So from the right of screen, we've got Walford Anglican in 2, Pembroke School in 3, St Peter's Girls in 4, St Ignatius in 5, Seymour College in 6, and Pulteney in lane 7. So unsurprisingly, we see that Walford School boat leading through the course here now. I would say quite comfortably.
Yes.
They look to be just cruising.
Well, it's also worth noting that the schools have got, as you said, they've broken themselves up into a 1 crew and a 2 crew.
Yes.
Now, let's just presume that the 1 crew...
All things being equal.
It depends on what they do. They might stack the crews with a particular 4, or they might spread them out.
Yes.
So they've got the 1 crew and the 2 crew. So they've got the Walford Anglican 1 crew, we've got the St Peter's Girl 2 crew, and the Seymour College 2 crew. As I said, the 1 and the 2 crews might be evenly balanced, but at the moment, certainly Walford out in front.
Yeah, knowing these girls, the Walford girls, I would say that this is their top 4. So Imogen Alford, Alexandra Williams, Lily Richter, Georgina Southcott, Cox by Molly Olafson, coached by Pat I. They's girls, look at them. They're rating like 20.
Oh, look, I'd have to say they look comfortable.
24.
They do not look pushed because they've got that send. So the
Yep.
blade goes in,
Yep.
powering through the water, and then they just hold it and let the boat run. Now, you don't do it quite that relaxed if you feel as though you're being pushed. So they look very comfortable out there.
So something we like to look at as like when you're coaching or when you're rowing and trying to get your boat speed faster, we like to look at how the boat sits in the water. So what we want to see is the boat sitting really nice and flat. We don't want to see the stern jolting down and the bow really popping up when they reach the front of the boat there. And I think this Walford crew is doing that phenomenally well.
They are. One of the things you can see the Loretto crew as well coming up, and they've lifted their rating to be competitive. The Walford crew is getting really good length, so they're getting out, getting their blades in the water cleanly and pushing it through. So what that means is that for every stroke through the water, if it's a longer stroke, then the boat obviously goes further for every stroke, and so you don't have to work quite as hard.
Interestingly, we've got a race for second here, so you can see the difference between that Walford crew and the crews over the fast side who are rating a fraction higher.
Or you can see they've lifted that now in lane 6 and 7, so it's between Seymour College and Pulteney Grammar.
But all of these crews will progress.
Oh, they will. That's right. Well, that's the other thing. It's a bit of psychology now.
Yep.
You know, if you're in the top 4, you're going to go through. But if
look at this crew.
I know, just
so dominant, so in control, and it's a real head game for those girls as well to be able to hold the rate down and stay in front.
Yes, that's right. That's very disciplined.
Yes, and those crews coming through on the far side, we will have the. I can't see their Zooties.
Well, looks as though Seymour's in the lead. It's Seymour over Pulteney Grammar, you can see in that.
And the all-important 4th position that will progress them through to the final. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's St Ignatius.
St Ignatius.
Well done, St Iggy's.
In lane 5.
So that St Ignatius crew of Lara Painter, Imogen Graham, Rosie Kavanagh, and Solon Curvin, coxed by Antonia De Angelis, coached by Ben Flanagan. He's back around, and Sophie Radford, one of my crewmates.
All right.
Well, no wonder they're doing well. There's a couple of good names in the sport there.
That's right, the bias. That's right.
Bias, me? No. Everyone's got bias, Greg. It's just whether you recognise it or not.
That's true. We were pumping up Adelaide so much at the beginning as well. And my good friends at Adelaide Uni will probably take me to task for that because some outstanding rowers at
You can see
Adelaide
the shirt I'm wearing,
yes,
right?
That's right. You are wearing a University of Adelaide shirt, so that's why that's important in your day job, of course, is the working at Rowing SA.
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, just recognising the bias, putting that to one side, trying to be impartial as possible.
Right. So we've got race 5, the under-19 women's coxed 4, heat 2. So once again, the first 4 progress through to the final. And we have in lane 2, Unley High. Lane 3, Walford, crew 2. Lane 4, Loretto Marriotteville. Lane 5, St Peter's Girls, crew number 1. Lane 6, Seymour College, crew 1. And lane 7, Walford, crew 3.
So I would expect the St Peter's Girls crew to do very well here. We've got Charlotte Parker, Mila Barai, Claire Romaniuk, Sophie Barr and Cox Sarah Alcazray, coached by Brinley Millward. Those girls, I think all but one have been named in the state team. They are phenomenally fit, phenomenally strong, and rowing phenomenally well.
Yes.
The pair of Claire and Sophie Barr actually went out and beat some of the open women's pairs.
Wow.
2 weeks ago, and that was a surprise to everyone.
Well, it's interesting because, as you said, there's a lot of talent out there in the water, but it's actually a tight race at the moment. So, I mean, it looks as though lanes 5, 6 and 7 is pretty tight, St Peter's Girls, Seymour and Walford. So it's going to be interesting to see how this race actually unfolds, particularly as they come down to the last 500. But at this stage, I think they're about the 1,000-metre mark. They've just passed through the 1,000.
Yeah, interesting. You can see that, yep, they're definitely rating a fraction higher than that Walford crew were in the race previous. So, again, first, second, third and fourth going through to the final. So we'll have an 8-lane final for the under-19 women's Cox 4, and the rest will be eliminated. But, yeah, looking at that crew, yep, as I said, the St Peter's Girls crew in lane 5, I think leading the field, second to the the Seymour College crew in lane 6. And yeah, you can see that they've just come through the 1,000 there and just really kind of settled
the rate. They've settled the rating to about 26, 27. Now, for a race, that's quite low.
Quite low.
I mean, that's a comfortable rating.
I would say for a 4 for these girls, mid-race rate would be between 32 and 34.
I would expect so, at least. And in a tight race, you might do a burst because there's tactics in this as well. You know, particularly over 2,000 metres. It's not like start at the beginning and just go all the way through. Certainly, that's an approach. But what you'll often see is mid-race the coxswain. The coxswain is the person who's facing towards all of the rowers. So as you look at the screen, they're at the back, and they are calling the race. They are letting all the rowers know exactly where they sit, which position they're in. The other crews next to them might do a push. That is, they might decide, look, let's go hard now or lift the rating to try and get in front of those other crews, because it is not just physical, it is a mind game.
And it really is interesting. A lot of people like to look at splits when they race, splits being the amount of speed that you're doing, the amount of time per each 500 metre played back in real time. So I don't actually like looking at my speed when I race, because for me, all that matters is that I cross the line in front of the other person.
It's true. It's true. Absolutely. I must. And times, look, it's hard because the conditions are different from race to race time.
Yes.
But sometimes it is worth looking at how you're competing with the other crews. I like to look at the statistics and see where the push came from the different crews.
Yes.
Where we lifted, and you can. You can analyse the race.
Well, that's interesting with the live streaming that we're putting on. Big thanks to Live Streaming SA
Aren't
for
they great?
helping
They've done a great job.
Live Streaming Australia, beg your pardon. It sounded weird coming out of my mouth. But I've noticed a lot of people going back and actually looking at how other crews have been racing.
I know, this is great training video. If I was the coaches, I'd be all over this because
look at this.
This is some of the best footage you will be able to get.
And like we said before, look at this St Peter's Girls crew rowing really nicely, really long.
But Seymour are not letting them get away.
No.
So both of them know they're out in front. So you know, there are no.
We won't see a huge ramp to the line, I won't think, from that Seymour
they've come
crew
through. They're about 100 metres to go at the moment. I think they're going to sit there. Seymour might decide that they don't want to let St. Peter's get away. In fact, I think we're seeing that. The lifting in the ratings, certainly from Seymour. So this is saying you are not going to get away from us.
I think when we're talking about that mind game, the St. Peter's girls crew will see that. They won't want to lift their rating in response, so they'll just put a little bit more through in the water.
You can see they're responding, and they're holding.
Yeah,
Those
absolutely.
crews are holding it.
But really nice rowing from those girls there. They actually got some brand new boats yesterday, so I think this may be the first time that this boat goes out on the water. Right. So that's St. Peter's girls in one.
And Seymour, and here we can see on the screen Pulteney Grammar.
Is that the... No, that's Walford Anglican through there, sorry.
I apologise.
I think that's in lane 7, so the crew of Erin Westwood, Clementine Lee, Zali Franco, Sophie Linda.
Correct. I apologise to Walford.
And the all-important 4th position will go through to this crew that's racing to the line there. I would say that that's the Loretto crew over... Ooh, we really can't see with that.
It's just the glare. Makes it a little bit difficult, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's the only high crew there. So I would say we'll check back on those results, but I would say that's the Loretto crew over the Walford crew coming through now.
And they are not giving up. It's not like their coxswain will let them know that they're not going through the final, but they are not giving up.
Yep.
They are taking it through. You see they're lifting their rating. Truly professional and really finishing this race strongly. We love to talk about resilience in this sport and how you can not be the first over the line, but still compete and feel like you've done well, because it's all about rowing your own race. Absolutely. Some of the races that I have valued the most in my career, and I've either got a bronze or a silver. Yeah. But it was the race, and it's who you're racing against. It makes all the difference. We've got a race here. Okay. This is really exciting. Okay, so race 6. It's the open lightweight women's single scull. It's between Adelaide University, Sophie Radford in lane 4, and Loretto Marrickville, Victoria Binns in lane 5. And you're right, because this is the final. Yes, this is a straight final. This is it. So, interestingly, we do not have Verena Zilm to basically walk through and claim this title for herself, because she is currently training, trialling for the national team over in New South Wales at the moment. So, the senior national trials are happening right now. And she is the defending champion for this event. She is a lightweight, and she's pushing for that team. So we will have a new champion this year. It's really exciting. And it is really tight between these two. And they've got about 750 metres to go. So there's plenty of race in this. Yeah. And so Sophie Radford is actually the reserve for the Queen's Cup this year, along with myself. And Victoria Binns is in the Youth Women's 8. Well, look at Victoria. Look, she is pushing that at the moment. She's really quick, mate. Yeah. She's beaten me before out in the water. She's a phenomenal sculler, quite long and obviously quite young. Yes. I think she's in year 10 this year. Year 10? Year 10. Right, she is just out. This is outstanding for year 10. And, yeah, Sophie, first or second year uni, and... She spoke to me before, and she said, please just tell people that I'd never scull. Right, I'm a sweeper. Yes, that's right. But let's look at Victoria. She's lifting it now. They're right next to each other, and this is phenomenal racing. I am so proud of these girls. Single scull's hard racing, and you can see... You can see, so these girls would be so hard. They would be in pain right now. So just to give the viewers a bit of background, these girls would have had to weigh in at 59 kilos or under about an hour ago. So the time frame is between 2 and 1 hours before your race at state championships. It's tough, and Victoria's lifted it. She's out in front at the moment. But this is a real race, and you can feel. You can feel the energy, and you can hear the big Dutchman on the bank. Tom Dornbus would be really pushing for Vicky, and I think she's just pushed out to half a boat length in lead. Yes. She is very good at jacking up the rate through the final 250. And she's just pulling out in front at the moment. I think she's
Yeah, I
Broke
think
it.
she's broken.
That's right. It is so hard
It
because
is.
at this stage you wouldn't be able to see Victoria wouldn't be able to see Sophie. Sophie knows where she's sitting. She's saying, I'm not going to let Victoria beat me. I know I'm in front. This is mine. This is the state championship. And she's going to take it across to the line. She is rowing so well at the moment.
So I can just say in a single scull, it takes very, very little to change the speed of the boat.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, that's Victoria coming through a length over Sophie. What a race,
What
girls.
a race.
Well done.
Right, Sophie, congratulations. Victoria, outstanding rowing.
Yeah.
A great event, the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull at the South Australian State Championships.
So, what is your favourite single scull race of all time?
Well, it's hard to say.
So my mind immediately goes to that one-on-one style. Let's talk about the diamond sculls with Mahe Drysdale and
and we're talking here about the men's.
men's.
Mahe Drysdale, that's right, from an individual sculler from New Zealand.
New Zealand, probably the most decorated single sculler of all time. I would say the 2018 diamond sculls. We saw it was his first race back on the international circuit at Henley Royal Regatta. For those who don't know, it is the epitome of the social rowing season, I would say, but also one of the most competitive styles of racing that you'll see.
Yes.
And Mahe was being beaten the entire way down the course by a young sculler, and I cannot remember his name. He's one of the leading sculls. There's 4 or 5 different men's scullers that are just within about a second of each other at the top of the field. And he was being led by this European sculler the entire way down the course. But the interesting thing about Henley is it's just over 2 kilometres. So everyone who trains for 2 kilometres hits the 2K mark. They've got 192 metres to go and they break mentally.
Yes.
And Mahe, having rowed the race before, did exactly what Victoria just did then. And he put on a burst of speed right when he knew that the other crew would be hurting. And he broke through them. And you can just see when a sculler sees a boat pulling away when they are in the what we like to call the pain cave.
It is just...
It's not a fun time, and it does something psychologically to you. Physically, you probably could push past it and keep going, but it's just really, really hard to see someone pulling away, and we call that like breaking.
Yes. Breaking
mentally,
There's so much in this event. It's not simply a matter of just putting your oars in the water and pushing it through.
No.
So many different dimensions. And now let's move across to the under-17 men's double scull. So double sculls, there are 2 rowers in it, sculls. Once again, each rower's got 2 blades, 2 oars. And we have... we've got two heats. The first 4 progress through.
Yep, so 2 full heats. From right of screen in lane 2, we've got Pulteney Grammar. In lane 3, we've got another Pulteney Grammar. In lane 4, we've got Norwood Morialta High. In lane 5, St Peter's College. In lane 6, Port Adelaide. In lane 7, Prince Alfred College. And in lane 8, Christian Brothers College.
It's hard to see, but it looks as though it could be lane 4. Norwood Morialta, Christian Baldy, out in front of the...
Barnett, yes. So lane 4 is really easy to see because it's yellow buoys each side. So I think that actually might be lane 5, the St Peter's College. Max Henry and Fraser Balnaves, coached by James McRae, coming through, possibly with a challenge from the far side from
correct. That's lane 5.
Prince Alfred College in lane 7, Jack Hodby and Hunter Lang. I would expect that those 2 crews would be up in front because they're boys from their first 8s there, and those are one of the faster first 8s. And good challenge from Christian Brothers College on the far side too. We love to see it.
You're right. So it does look as though it's Christian Brothers, Prince Alfred and St Peter's fighting it out for the first 3, and it doesn't look as though there's much in it at this stage.
Well, we like to talk about the third 500. So they're currently through the second 500. Generally speaking, the first through the 1,000 will lead. The rest of will be the first over the line. But we do like to talk about that third 500 as being the Premiership 500,
yes.
where the races are won and lost. And so we'll see those positions get really established over the next 2 minutes as they move through that third 500. We'll see perhaps the crews break apart a little bit as people either settle into their rhythms to go through, or push up on other crews and try and challenge.
Yes.
Bit of steering difficulty in that crew on screen at the moment.
Yes, interesting. That's Pulteney Grammar 4.
So they've actually moved over lanes.
So it's Pulteney Grammar 1 in lane 2, and yes, they're having a bit of trouble steering. It's not as easy as it seems.
No. And the difficult thing is, if you hit a buoy, so say those buoy lines, they do move, but it can disrupt that hand, and then that causes the boat to turn even further into the buoys. So well done to the boys having righted themselves now.
And they haven't given it, they've pushed it back, and they may actually be,
I would say that they're
competing for fourth place as well. And that's important, because in this race, fourth makes all the difference.
I think they've got issues with their steering.
Yeah,
there. I would definitely.
It looks as though there's a boat issue there.
Yeah, I would say that there's potentially a bent fin, or typically in double sculls we don't attach the steering.
Yeah.
So the steering mechanism for these boats, the stroke seat will generally steer with their foot. So the rudder is connected to the right foot, which moves, and the stroke controls the rudder with that foot. And then but with 2 oars in each hand, it's really easy to go straight. And it's really easy to control the directioning.
I have had an experience similar to what these boys are going through, where in a boat, and it wanted to row in a banana shape. I don't know whether we had a problem. It was with the boat. As you said, it was with the fin, and left to its own devices, it would just keep pulling around and it would go in a circle.
Yes.
And so we were racing that whole race, like the Pulteney boys, struggling with the boat because it's challenging, it's mentally challenging because you're having to put in so much more hard work just to keep the boat straight.
And it's interesting that you say that it has a mind of its own, because a lot of the time there is actually technical things that you do which will turn the boat. And so a lot of people like to blame equipment.
Yes.
When it's actually their technique that's turning the boat.
Well, that's right. I'm not saying I was blameless, but in this case, there was something as well contributing.
Yes.
But let's look at it here.
Yeah,
St. Peters and POC pushing it out for first and second. POC's not letting them get away, but this is racing through to the finish.
These boys are doing really well. You can tell they're a fraction younger than the under 19 male scullers that we saw earlier. So a little bit of work to go in their technique to get up to that level, but still rowing really nice and tidy.
Rowing well.
Yeah, nice and long, really dominant, especially from that St. Peter's College crew, who will cross the line first, followed by the Prince Alfred College crew. We will expect to see Christian Brothers and that Pulteney Grammar crew who did have a bit of steering difficulty come through now. And all of these 4 crews will progress through to the final. Oh, they're right over the other side of the course. Yep. So I would be strongly suggesting that those boys take the boat out, have a look at what's happening on the underside of the boat,
straight in the fin.
Or it could even be something as simple as different oar lengths.
Yes,
something
it could be
to do with the gearing. So I think the coach would be looking at that. The coach of William Foster Hall, decent coach. He would be picking up the boat, having a look at it, and seeing what's happening, so that they can... Oh, sorry, that was their Pulteney Grammar 1 crew. Beg your pardon. I'm not actually sure because they're all in different lanes.
They've changed lanes. But that's right. We know. But the first 4 across the line will be going through to the final.
Correct.
So they've got time. It's race 47 when they come back.
What lane that is? I think that might be lane 3, so that would be Pulteney Grammar 4 coming through. So it could be Pulteney Grammar 1 that went through to the final.
Okay. The final itself, race 47, is at 1:55. So they've got time.
They've got heaps of time to check that boat, figure out what was going on, and I honestly think that crew should be quite good, should be quite competitive. If they didn't have to deal with that steering, they would have been up with the front runners in that race. And this will be the crew of Norwood Marialta coming through now.
Very competitive field. 2,000 metres, not an easy event, particularly if they're not that experienced, if you haven't had many years of rowing in the single sculls or the double sculls. And
interestingly, a lot of the schools don't do a lot of training or a lot of racing in the smaller boat categories.
No.
So typically the under 17, this event will have young athletes from either an 8-9 or a 9-10, the inter-quad. Breaking down into these boat categories. So it looks like a reasonably tight race for this one for race 8 under 17. It's much closer through the 1,000. From right of screen in lane 2, we've got Norwood Marialta. In lane 3, we've got Pembroke School. Lane 4, Port Adelaide. In lane 5, Pulteney Grammar. In lane 6, Port Adelaide. In lane 7, Prince Alfred College. And in lane 8, Pulteney Grammar. Looking really good from the front runners. I think through the last maybe 30 seconds, like I said, through that 1,000, the crews do start to establish themselves a little bit more. So we'll see the crews on the far side doing really well there. So looking at the Prince Alfred and Pulteney crew as well, coming through, I would say the Prince Alfred crew is leading. I think they are at the moment. But there is a race to get into the final, I would say, between the crews on screen there. So that would be the Norwood Marialta crew, the Port Adelaide 2 crew, and the Pulteney Grammar 2 crew as well. So lanes 2, 4 and 5, looking for that really important 4th position, pushing through to the final. And you know what it's like when you have a crew to push up on. That's right. It helps take you up to the leaders. It does. It really makes a difference if you've got somebody sitting beside you or within striking distance. Keeps you focused and you do a lot better. But once again, this is the heats, so the crews don't have to be terribly fast. They just needs to get in those top 4 positions. Yeah, absolutely. You know, we were talking about looking at speeds and at times in the boat. Doesn't really matter in these heats. Although I was thinking about what I said before, and it does help to see your speeds, because if you look down and you see a number that you can't sustain, it can help you to back off a fraction. Yeah, explain to people when we're talking about numbers. There's a device that you can mount, particularly the stroke. Yes. Would see this device, and it would tell you your stroke rate, so that is how fast the number of strokes per minute, and it will also tell you how fast the boat's going. Yep. And if you've been training, you will know what your optimum speed is, and you'll have a race plan that says, at the 1,000-metre mark, I want to be doing this sort of boat speed, or at least this sort of rating. Yes. And that will give you some feedback. Yes, absolutely. And like you said before, it's hard to know what speeds are quote-unquote good for the conditions of the day. Yes. But looking at these conditions, I would expect we wouldn't see times as fast as previous weeks, so we don't have that super helpful tail. Talking about that, these boys are rating quite high. They're rating at 33. Prince Alfred College are well out in front. They've decided to make a statement here. You can see really finely they do have one of those devices in their boat sitting in front of the stroke seat there. The stroke seat being the person who sets the pace, so it's the person that the people in the rowers are looking at. So that second place will go through to Pulteney Grammar 3, third place to Port Adelaide 2. This all-important 4th position, who's it going to be? Oh, look at that race. Oh, wow, this is a real race. Race, and late push. I would say the crew on the far side would have got it. So that would be Port Adelaide 1. Right, well, I think that's a bit of a photo finish. We're going to have to wait for the official results for that one. We will have to wait for the results on that one. And that concludes the under-17 men's double scull. As I said, the first 4 in each heat go through to race number 47.
The next event we've got is race 9, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. We have a number of heats here. I think we've got 3 heats, which means, yes, that the first
well
two,
contested, yeah.
first 2 only go through to the final.
So this is just that Pembroke School double of Patrick Lynch and William Kyle, coached by Simon Lane, coming through. Well done, boys, rowing really well. We do have a start in that Schoolgirl Year 9. No, I beg your pardon. We are moving from a 2,000 metre start to a 1,000 metre start. So they are currently lining up. So a gap of 10 minutes between the race. This is something that that Beck likes to work through, since the Beck being our rowing guru, coordinator, organizer extraordinaire.
That's right.
So it's about getting the timing so that the races finish, and this one will technically start 5 minutes after the race, but because they're starting from a different point.
It's like, and one of the things that's different about the 2,000 and the 1,000, at the 2,000, and we can't see it from here, but the boats are actually held.
Yes.
So there's a pontoon, and you line yourself up and you're held in place.
Yes.
Now with the 1,000 metre, as you can see, there is no pontoon, so it's a bit trickier.
Yes.
Because the umpires, and you can see the umpire boat in the middle, and I have a big shout out to the umpires.
Yes.
They do so much great work, the boat racing officials, but they have to line everybody up. There's a person on the bank. They hand over. They've started, so they would have handed over to the starter.
Yes.
And then they've just called the start of the race. And this is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls.
Yes. They wouldn't have many issues lining them up today, I wouldn't think. With these perfect conditions, we're going to be harping on about it until the wind does pick up, which is expected to this afternoon.
Yes, that's right, later on this afternoon.
So we will see that southwesterly afternoon breeze come through, which will make for, number 1, interesting conditions, and number 2, quick times.
Yes.
We'll see. So bit of different conditions from the heats to finals potentially. But yeah, these crews often racing in the Heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. From right of screen in Lane 2, we've got Loretto Marriotteville 1. In Lane 3, we've got Seymour College 2. In Lane 4, Loretto Marriotteville 4. In Lane 5, Walford Anglican 3. In Lane 6, Walford Anglican 4. In Lane 7, Pulteney Grammar. And in Lane 8, St Peter's Girls 2. And I think we've got a couple of strong crews coming through here. We'll see some tight racing.
Yes, I think Loretto in Lane 1 is would be favoured for this one. Yes, we're focusing on them at the moment. I think that they would have pulled out the front.
That's definitely one of the ones I would see going through and challenging for the final. They are looking to take out the Head of the River title this year. So that's the Loretto Marriotteville crew of Lucy Hoskins, Emily Liang, Isabella Deans, and Felicity Taylor, coxed by Emily Dagus, coached by Rebecca Cock. Rowing really tidy here. And interestingly, we won't see as established positions over the shorter distance.
No, it's a bit more of a sprint, isn't
it,
the 1,000 metre?
I hate 1,000 metre races. They just hurt.
I know the Masters events, and we have got some Masters events later on, tend to be over 1,000 metres, so it's get out and just go hard.
The only reason I know about racing 1,000 metres is because I have recently joined the ranks of Masters rowers.
You don't look old enough.
Thank you, Greg. No, these crews rowing really well here. Like you said, really sprinting through, and it's top 2 for this this race. So one and 2 through to the final. And interestingly, we will look to have an 8-lane final. So 1 and 2 positions will go through.
Yes.
And the 2 next fastest times will make the final.
So that means, the difference there is this is a real race.
It is a race.
You can't afford just to
Absolutely.
take your time. Your time is very important, and so you have to race all the way through.
Especially if you're in if you're in position 3. So
Yes.
position 3 won't be a definite knockout.
No.
What the judges and the officials will do is they will collate all the times from these 3 heats. They will put 1 and 2 through automatically because that's just racing and that's how it goes. And if there's a heat faster than another, like significantly faster, and lanes and positions 3 and 4 are faster than all the other finishers in the heats, then they will go through to the final.
Loretto is definitely going to be going through first. It looks as though Seymour's got control of a second position.
So if we can just pull back here, we're wanting to see that all-important second and third position. But Loretto looking really comfortable, holding their rating. We'll expect to see them do well.
If we can have a sort of a bigger picture, wider screen view, because this is going to be important. Here we go.
So that's the Seymour College 2 crew who will be doing well and going through to the final. And the challenge will then be who is the next fastest time. On the far side, I think that's Pulteney Grammar coming through with St. Peter's. No, sorry. Again, we're just struggling with that glare a little bit. It will get better in an hour or so. But looking good for that.
It's worth noting here, if 1 is your top crew, like your A crew, 2 being your B crew, we've got the Loretto 1 crew coming through, the Seymour 2 crew coming through, and then the other competition was from Loretto, their 4 crew, Walford's 3 crew, Walford's 4 crew, and Pulteney Grammar, and St. Peter's Girls 2. So a mix. It wasn't all just A crews running against each other. Schools have mixed it up. And, of course, they don't get to pick which heat they go in.
No, and that's the joy of a blind draw.
Yeah.
But, all of these races we should see be quite competitive. And we've just been joined. We're going to have a bit of a changeover now. Thanks to Greg for joining us here. We're going to hand over to Andrew Southcott and John Grave here, who will be calling the next race.
That's right. And it's a Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull, race 10.
We'll be back in a bit.
So in the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull, we have in lane 2, we have Seymour College 1, lane 3, Norwood Morialta High 2, lane 4, Loretto Marriotteville 3, lane 5, Seymour College 5, lane 6, Seymour College 3, lane 7, Walford Anglican 2, and lane 8, St. Peter's Girls 1.
Well, welcome to Andrew as well as we follow this race down. And my knowledge of South Australian schools these days is not so good, but I would suggest that could be the St. Peter's Girls on the outside there. Looking very good on the outside there, but it's a very competitive race across the lake here. And we've got a crew on lane 1, Seymour College, seems to be up the front there as well, tapping it away nicely.
So that's Seymour College's number one crew?
It is.
Race 10, yep. Seymour College's number 1 crew, and in lane 2, and St. Peter's Girls over in lane 8, their number 1 crew as well. So for this race, 1 and 2 go into the final, but then it's a race on time for the 2 next fastest. But
it's a very competitive race, particularly spread across the lake here with Walford and Seymour 3, and even the Seymour crews on the far side powering along as well. So, in fact, I think those Seymour crews may have just got past St. Peter's, and Walford have just got past St. Peter's Girls on the far side.
I agree with that. It looks like Saints Girls in lane 8 have they've fallen off the pace a bit. It still looks like it's Seymour College in lane two, but there's a real race going on for second between Seymour College number 3 crew, that's Katie Harford, Lily McDonald, Abigail Worm and Lola Paul, coxed by Millie Rook and coached by Samuel Walsh. And Seymour are now... They're moving ahead of Wolford. The Wolford crew, number 2, Annalise Hayward, Isabel Stanton, Eliza Catanari, Dorothea Economist, Molly Moore, coached by Jemima Richter. So coming down, it's so first place, Seymour College, number 1. It looks like second place is Seymour College 3. And then in lane 7, we've got Wolford Anglican number 2. So they'll be hoping for to be one of the next fastest, as we said, 1 and 2 through to the final, and then the 2 next fastest.
What a super competitive race, though. And Seymour would be very pleased to get the first 2 places there. And that Wolford crew did go very nicely. Their timing was very good.
Yeah, coached by Jemima Richter, who's an old scholar and also rowing for uni.
But you've got to admire all the girls starting at the 1,000-metre mark. You're not quite sure the experience of all these girls. So all of them competing and is fantastic, particularly here at the state championships.
That's right. We've got just 3 weeks to go now until Head of the River. So this is most of these schoolgirls will be competing every week, right up to that big race. But this is an opportunity for them to fine tune how they're going for their coaches. Some of them may come out and have a lighter row in the heat if they've got the race under control, and then they'll leave nothing on the table when they have the final later on, which will be in about an hour or so's time.
And that's part of the art of it. Just getting through into a final's the key. Whether you come first or second doesn't really matter, as long as you get to that final and then you rest up and recuperate and then come out for the final raring to go. And we're down at the 1,000-metre mark waiting for the next race, the Heat 3 of the Year 9 Quad Scull. And as the guys mentioned before, the 1,000-metre mark, there's no one holding the boat, so the girls really do have to listen to those judges down there, and they seem to have had a start. We have. Oh.
That's right. They're underway, and this is a great experience to really be able to watch the whole race, thanks to Rowing SA and the live stream. Often parents only sort of see the last 300 metres, but now we get sort of the detail of the whole race, and at the moment it looks like it's the crews closest to us which have started the best, although it's all pretty close. So we've got in lane 2 Seymour College 4, in lane 3 Wolford Anglican 1. In lane 4, Norwood Morialta High, number 1. In lane 5, St Ignatius. So we're just focusing a bit on, so that's the Seymour College crew. And now we're looking at the Wolford crew, number 1. That's the Norwood Morialta. They're all looking, technically good, rowing in time. That's the St Ignatius crew. And now that's St Peter's Girls, number 3. And that's Loretto Marriotteville, number 2.
And it appears to me to be that the Wolford and Nord Morialta crews in the middle of the river seem to be travelling the best. Timing is good, and they just seem to have established just a small lead over the other 3 schools. The crew on the outside there, Loretto Marriotteville, number 2, also seem to be up there very, very competitive. The Wolford crew seem to be just pushing in front with the Nord Morialta crew, and they look to be very, very competitive here. Watching the blades going in on time, very competitive race.
just looking at those crews, they're not perhaps they're not they might be rating a little bit higher in the final, but that looks very controlled. So the Walford crew in lane 3, they look like they're able to sit comfortably on their competition. Next to them, we've got the Norwood Morialta crew in lane 4, and
the Loretto crew on the far side seems to be, I'd suggest, coming in 3rd place. The Walford crew, their all work nice and flat. Their all work is nice and flat, not bobbing up and down in the water, just pushing straight through. Therefore, the boat is just running a bit easier there.
Yeah, and look, that's probably, because these are heats, they're all crews of different standards, but that's probably at this level that would be Walford's top crew. I would suggest, and if we have a look, there's a bit of a race going on between Norwood Morialta in lane 4 and Loretto Marriotteville in lane 7.
It is really. They've really come quite close together, those two crews. From my point of view, it still looks like the crew in the middle, Norwood Morialta, just in front. But there's not much in that. And reminder, it's the first 2 crews through to the final, with the 2 fastest crews after that making it through to an 8-boat final.
So that's Walford Anglican number 1 taking out first place. But if we have a look at the race between lane 4 and lane 7, so they're Walford number 1. That's very close. It looks like lane 4 have got the edge. So that's Norwood Morialta High, their number 1 crew, and it'll be 3rd place to Loretto Marriotteville number 2 crew. The important thing here is they'll be looking at time. So there will be 1 and 2 from the 3 heats will go into the final, but then it's the two next fastest. So the coaches will be looking keenly at the times to see if they get a place in that final.
And well done to all girls. They really was a very high standard race for a heat.
It really was, and these are year 9 schoolgirls, so they've possibly got a season or 2 of rowing under their belt, but they're rowing in time, good catches, good drive, and so that good display of year 9 schoolgirl rowing.
We're underway in the next race, race 12. It's the under 16 single scull, and they're well through, probably nearly at the 500 metre mark to go now. And it is the crews, I would suggest, in lane 3, CBC. And we've got lane 4, Port Adelaide. Lane 5 is Prince Alfred. Lane 6, Norwood Morialta. And lane 7, Christian Brothers College 3 on the far side. But it seems to be the Christian Brothers College in lane 3 and the Prince Alfred in lane 5 just pushing ahead of the others here.
That's right. It's quite a good race. I mean, one of the interesting things over the last 30 years, I guess, is that everyone does sculling as part of their development. 30 years ago, most people just started off sweep in a tub 4, then eventually a shell, and then maybe an 8, and not everyone could scull. And the approach has really changed so that everyone starts off sculling. They start off in a single and also in a quad. So it means that in terms of the development, they get symmetrical development. They don't get asymmetrical development. But it also means, as a sculler, you've got a much better idea of what your oar is doing and a much better idea of balance as well. So it probably does make for better technical rowers.
Oh, it takes great skill. These smaller boats takes great skill, and I congratulate all the schools and clubs for getting the juniors in these smaller boats. It is excellent for their development. And it seems to be the Christian Brothers College crew and the Christian Brothers College rower and the Prince Alfred rower in the middle, just leading the way. It's the first 4 through to the final, so only one will be eliminated. That is a high standard for under 16 sculling.
Yeah.
Both boys there on the screen as we speak. are really doing a great job.
That's right, and we're just looking at the PAC. The CBC sculler there, Cooper Hosking, and then coming second is PAC2 Edward Chappell, coached by Amanda Tidswell. But the first four will be through into the final, which will be race 49, which will come on at 2:15. So they've got a bit of a rest before they have the final.
Yeah. No, well done. And the thing is, you've got to admire everyone who gets on the starting line, whether the 1,000 metre or 2,000 metre mark, because they know the only way to get home is it's going to hurt somehow, and it takes effort to get back. So we congratulate all those out there at that junior level, sculling away.
And that's the rower from Port Adelaide. So that's Timothy Watkinson, and he's finishing well. This has been a 1,000 metre race, and hopefully he keeps going with his sculling.
Yeah. And we start moving back up to the 1,000 metres for the heat 2 of the under-16 single scull. Wow, this looks very competitive at this stage. As they come through, they've probably gone 300 or 400 metres, and it seems to be fairly straight across the West Lakes here in terms of leading. So we've got Christian Brothers 2 in lane 3, Prince Alfred College in lane 4. Port Adelaide in the middle, Nord Morialta in lane 6, and Prince Alfred College 1 in lane 7.
And there's really not much between them at the moment, and it will be first four through to the final. So but they're all sculling well. It's good. It's great conditions at West Lakes. Really not much of a wind, so a fairly flat surface. So that makes it easier for the scullers, not having to negotiate any waves or really much in the way of a crosswind, which we'll probably see a little bit later.
These conditions are outstanding. And it seems to be still a very straight. The Christian Brothers College crew in lane 3, rower, and the Prince Alfred rower in lane 4, very competitive. But the Prince Alfred College in lane 7 seems to have taken a significant lead here, probably 2 lengths. And the rest is very, very competitive. So once again, it is the top 4 going through.
So that's Lewis Dawson that we're looking at, coached by Amanda Tidswell, who has a very strong program at the Year 9 level at PAC, so he's clearly going to be finishing first. But there's not much at stake in this race. The main thing is not to finish fifth. So at the moment, it's fairly even between second and third, but we probably want to see the Port Adelaide sculler and the CBC sculler pick it up a little bit. Probably at the moment, the Port Adelaide sculler is sitting in 5th place. The CBC sculler has just that's Bailey Baines has just lifted his rating, so he's moving up. He doesn't want to finish 5th, and the Port Adelaide sculler Alexander King is he's probably sitting in 5th place, so he's going to miss out. Everyone else will go through to the final. Bailey Baines, Sam Stunnell, Ryan Whitford, and Lewis Dawson all through to the final at 2:15.
Very impressive, and Lewis Dawson was very impressive there, controlling the race, getting out in front, and then being able to watch everybody else. So very impressive sculling there. And race 14, we will have some masters rowing from the 1,000 metre mark.
This is exciting. And with Masters, you get a handicap based on age, and your base, it's based on the average age of the crew, and the ages are published in the program as well. So we've got 4 E crews, an F crew, and also a G crew as well. They've got a couple of 70-year-olds in that crew. So they start on go. The F crew starts at 7 seconds, and then the E crew have given the older crew a 13-second head start. So it's a handicapped race based on age. It's an advantage if you're fit and old, and if you're younger and not as fit as some of the oldies, then you're actually you've got a lot of ground to make up.
Going through the lanes, in lane 2 it's Riverside, lane 3 it's Goolwa, lane 4 and 5 are Phoenix, lane 6 is Port Adelaide, and lane 7 is Riverside. This is fantastic to see people staying in the sport, and not only just for their physical fitness, but also that we know that how important being part of a team is for mental health as well. So it's fantastic to see.
That's right. Looking at... So... Just looking at the Goolwa crew, because Simon Burr is rowing in that crew, and his son will later on be rowing in the Saints First 8. The Goolwa club is a relatively new club, but it's making advantage of the water that they have down at the lower end of the Murray. But right now, that's I think the Port Adelaide crew. So that's Susie Ross, Simone Ellis, Andrew Titterman, and Rob Ellis. So that's they're looking very polished, very professional. They've been rowing for a long time. Good blade work, and they've got that race really in control. So they would have started off quite a way behind, and given the crew in lane 7 a 13-second head start, but they've
used it well.
They've motored to the lead.
The 2 Phoenix crews in 4 and 5 seem to be battling it out for second. It's just good to see these rowers are sitting up. Just actually, the blade work is what counts here. They're doing a very good job.
Yeah, bearing in mind, the heart rate as you get older, you don't want to be exercising closer to your maximal heart rate. But they're showing the advantage of their experience. So really good display of rowing here from the Masters mixed quad, and Port Adelaide finishing first.
Oh, we've just lost. Oh, there we go. Excellent rowing. And we head back up to the 2,000 metre mark very soon to see the under-19 women's 8, which should be a very interesting race. Not quite sure how these crews will take the heat, as long as they're just trying to get through, and the first 4 go through to the final.
I guess one of the things you can... here we are, one of our sponsors from Seymour, Northline, Australia's global logistics people, and they're sponsoring the under-19 women's 8 and the under-17 women's 8. So thank you for that, Northline. One of the things you can look at is just how fast they're rating. And sometimes in a heat, the coaches will give them an instruction to just keep the rate below a certain level. Sometimes they might be given instructions to race the first part, race the last bit, and then go over at a slower rate, like 20 strokes per minute. So that's something you can watch for. Like, you can make your own judgment about whether the crew is having a fair dinkum go, or whether they're actually just conserving their energy for the final.
Well, watching last couple of weeks, I've noticed the girls' eights crews, the result in the final has been very different to the result in the heats. So that would suggest there has been some deliberate coaching going on in terms of race plans and things like that. And it's important, though, that crews have the maturity to be able to respond to that. I've noticed some of the crews that I've coached in the past haven't had that maturity to be able to do that. So giving them a race plan has confused them. But girls, much better at this than boys.
Makes sense.
Sometimes.
I
Yes.
suppose it's like a racehorse and having blinkers. You know, sometimes when people get the adrenaline going. Okay, so we've got the list for the finals. Okay, let's have a look. It looks like they're underway.
Well, while we're waiting, I must shout out for all the volunteers who are helping run this regatta today. It is, Rowing SA have done a great job, but it is just reliant on people either doing the volunteer work on driving the boats or collecting results. So thank you to you all for doing that.
So they're underway right now. You can see them down at the 2,000 metre mark, and we've got 6 crews in this race, and the first 4 will go through to the final. So in lane 2, we have Wolford Anglican number 1. In lane 3, Pembroke School 2. In lane 4, Seymour College 1. In lane 5, Unley High. In lane 6, we have a Pulteney Grammar composite. So that's Pulteney Grammar and Loretto Marriotteville. So that'll be interesting to see how they go. And then in lane 7, we've got Wolford Anglican 3.
All crews have started well, and there seems to be probably have gone about 400 metres at this stage. All have looked to be up and running well at this stage, and the crew in lane 4 seems to have just got out to, and that's the Seymour College crew, maybe a bit of a quicker start. But as we were mentioning before, let's see how things travel over the 2,000 metres and which sort of race pace or race tactics each crew is using.
I'm just looking at the Wolford crew in lane 2, and they look to be rating about 20, if not lower. And now if we look at Seymour, it looks like they've broken it down too. So you can just have a look. It looks like Pembroke School are still rating quite high, but this would be so going from right to left. We've got the Wolford first 8, then it's the Pembroke second 8. And then it's the Seymour first 8, the Unley High School first 8, and then a composite over in lane 6, second to left, which between Pulteney Grammar and Loretto Marriotteville, and then the Wolford Anglican 3 crew, which I think is a mix of some of their 4s, but just looking at it now. Seymour College have come out to a lead, but they've really dropped their rating down, and it looks
like they're just all pacing each other. The ratings have come down. I tell you what, I am impressed that the Wolford crew on lane 7 are putting themselves out there they'd be putting themselves into the top 4 there. So that Wolford crew, even though it's rated as the Wolford crew 3, they've got themselves out in front of many of the other crews. But at this stage, it appears to me to be the Seymour crew and Wolford just coming through in lane 2 as well, just moving up.
It's hard to say. Look, the Pulteney Grammar Loretto Marriotteville crew in lane 6, they might be wanting to pick it up a little bit. It looks like they're in danger of missing out at this stage. And then as to, they'd probably be sitting 6th. And then as to who's 5th, it may be Unley High, or it may be the Wolford crew number 3. It just looks like they might have fallen back a little bit as well. So I think there will be a bit of a race between 4th and 5th. It looks like, looking in the middle of the field, that's the Seymour College first 8 of Alice Montgomery, Grace Foster, Lily McCrow, Farah McConnell, Saltis, Jemima Witten, Eliza Wenk and Molly Duggan, Charlotte Heeson and Ceci Walker as Cox. And just looking at them, they're going, long in the water, but the stroke is keeping their rate under a I'd say about 20.
It is very low rating.
I don't have a
rating watch either, but this is not hard racing. But what I am impressed by is that their drive to the finish is good there. They're really trying just to push the boat along. And it's looking very smooth, head still, sitting up on it. And I think they and the Wolford crew on the inside probably just eyeing each other off here. Wolford too, looking strong, really nice blade work.
It's interesting, isn't it? So they've got a very stable platform. The weather is really good here. So this is an opportunity to, at a lower rating, you can really concentrate on your technique. And if you just watch the bow ball, you get a sense of how much run they're getting on the boat. And so that boat's not stopping very much when they're sitting there at the catch. And Seymour College, very similar. So they're probably, I think those first 2 crews are probably enjoying this row a little bit. Their heart rate would be up a little, their breathing would be up a little, but they've stayed completely aerobic. There wouldn't be much lactic acid, you would think in girls who've been sort of training so hard. But if we have a look, so
the Wolford crew has just pushed ahead, probably half a length ahead, but it's not really a race at all. Both crews are clearly going through to the final. Both are rowing long and strong and very smooth. I guess it looks like they're...
no, hold on. Has Seymour... No, they're still keeping their... They're both still keeping their rating at about the same level. And these crews have been pretty well matched. Seymour had the edge on them before Christmas. They've both beaten each other in hit-outs. And I think it's now Pembroke. So Wolford 1, Seymour 2, and then it's Pembroke's second 8. And there you can see that they're rating quite a bit higher, but they're coming through for 3rd place. And then is that
the Pulteney composite there or Unley? It's hard to tell.
Hard to tell with the glare.
Yes.
I think that's the composite sort of coming over now.
Okay. So that might have been the Unley High crew coming through.
Yeah, it was a bit of a race between them and Wolford 3. So, so Wolford 1, Seymour 2, Pembroke 3, and we think Unley High 4. But we'll get that result sort of shortly.
And those first 4 crews go through to the final at 3:15. So if you wanted to. That's the race that you wanted to check out. It's at 3:15 this afternoon.
And this is now the second heat, and we've got a few first 8s in this race. Pembroke, Saints Girls and Wilderness first 8, and a couple of second 8s as well from Seymour College and Wolford. And then there's also a Seymour College 3 crew as well. I'm just going to have a look.
So very competitive in the middle of the lanes. So it looks like Pembroke School, Seymour College 2, St. Peter's Girls, and Walford 2 and Wilderness on the far side are all reasonably competitive there. They're coming through at about the 1,000-metre mark, or just gone through, so they're well underway now. And this is the Northline sponsored under-19 girls women's 8.
Yep.
And thank you to Northline for their sponsorship of this event.
So I might go from left to right. So looking over at lane 7, so the crew over in the far side, that's Wilderness. Actually, are we missing a crew? I'm not sure if Wilderness are out there. So that looks to me to be Walford, and that looks to me to be Saints Girls. So I'm not sure.
Correct.
If
I think Wilderness, the white of Wilderness, doesn't seem to be out there.
I'm looking at lane 7, and Wilderness is not there. And so it looks like they haven't made the start. And so we've got, going from left to right, we've got the Walford Anglican crew, the Walford in lane 6. That's the Walford second 8. Next we have in lane 5, St. Peter's Girls. Next we have in lane 4, the Seymour College second 8, or Seymour College 2. Next we have in lane 3, we have Pembroke School. And next we have in lane 2, Seymour College 3. So the first 4 crews will go through to the final. And at this stage, it looks like Seymour College 3 in lane 2 won't make the final, but that's okay. It looks like Seymour College will have 2 crews in the final. And at the moment, we can see the crew in lane 5, Saints Girls. They're leading, and then it's a bit of a race between the Pembroke crew in lane 3 and the Walford crew in lane 6. It's a little bit hard to tell from our angle just who's got the edge on that, but really there's not too much at stake. It's very clear. These 4 crews know they're all going through to the final, so they're conserving energy. If we just have a look at the Saints Girl crew, you can just see again they're rating low. If you look in the background, you can see the Walford crew are probably we've just lost our signal there, but here we go. Looking at the Walford crew, they've got a bowside stroke, so that's a decision by the coach. But they're both rating low. Walford are probably rating a little bit higher, and they're gonna come in at second place. Looking at the Saints Girls crew, they've got again good run. They're able to go long, finish off their strokes. So this race is going to be Saints Girls 1. Walford 2 will be second, and there's a bit of a race between Pembroke in lane 3 and the Seymour College second crew, and they're both still. It looks like what we can say from this race is that so that's
Pembroke just going to lead.
Pembroke third, and then that's the Seymour College.
Yep.
2. But looking at the race, virtually all of these crews have kept their rating caps. They've not
very low.
They've not felt the temptation to just grab a place, because it doesn't really matter. They know they're going to get a place in the final. And this is the Seymour College 3 crew.
And they'd probably be combinations of 4s, wouldn't they, being put together? And
this could be, I don't know, this could be some of their year 10s,
yeah.
But they're probably not used to rowing in an 8.
It's a great experience, though, at state championships to go through the heats over the 2,000 metres, and they're keeping it together nicely.
That's right. And look, and some of these girls, they will be sort of knocking on the door of the higher crews, next season. So it's a good development opportunity. And
we are underway with race 17, the under-17 women's scull. And we've got a full field here. Lane 1, it's Wilderness School 2. Lane 2, Loretto Marrickville 1. Lane 3, Seymour College 5. Lane 4, Walford Anglican 1. And the sponsors of this are Azura Dental and Cosmetics, and thank you for them sponsoring both the Year 10 Girl quads and the single scull. So thank you for that sponsorship. Lane 5 is Loretto Marrickville 2. Lane 6 is Seymour College 7. Lane 7 is Torrens. And Lane 8 is Seymour College number 3. And if we look back down West Lakes there is the crews in, I would suggest, Lane 7. Torrens seems to be got probably a 2-length lead over the sculler in Lane 4, I would suggest. That is Walford. And up there as well is the sculler in Lane 2, Loretto Marrickville.
So, what have we got? We've got 8 scullers in this race, and the first 4 will go through to the final. And I do agree in Lane 1, Annalise Roos from Wilderness School. She looks to be out in the lead. And then in Lane 4, Charlotte Newman from Walford School. And then over in Lane 7 from Torrens, that's Sophie Butcher. And then in terms of who's coming fourth, it's probably Seymour College 5, so that's Ruby Andropov in Lane 3 is probably coming fourth. So first 4 will go through to the final later in the day.
At 2 p.m. the final is. So, yeah, they've got a bit of time to rest up after this heat. And it does seem to be that the sculler from, is that in the Wilderness? No, that looks to be Loretto Marrickville there.
So that's okay. So that's Victoria Binns in lane 2. So
she's going very nicely there.
It looks like we don't have the sculler in lane 1. So Loretto Marrickville, Victoria Binns, travelling well. She would be able to have a sort of. It looks like she's got time to have a look and see where she's sitting, but she's clearly going to be in the first 4. And then I think it's over in the far side, lane 7, Sophie Butcher for Torrens. She'd be coming second, and you can see. Victoria Binns was just having a look over, trying to sort of see where she was at, and I think third is Charlotte Newman for Walford. I think that's right, and it's a bit of a race on for fourth. That's probably between some of the. Let's see, it's probably Lucy Cock from Seymour College, and she's racing, is it Deanna Macalino from Loretto Marrickville? It looks like they're having a bit of a battle for fourth place.
And even the Seymour sculler out on lane 8 as well, Gabby Manifold, seems to be up there, maybe being able to compete for that fourth spot. But it does appear to be just that Sophie Butcher from Torrens seems just to have... Oh, it's very close though. Seems to just pushed out to a small lead from on the inside. Victoria Binns from Loretto Marrickville.
So this is that's great. Great sculling. You can just see, the balance is very good, and just got very good control and finishing off those strokes. So that's Victoria Binns, coached by Tom Dornbos, who's the head coach there.
Very competitive. And it looks like it was Victoria Binns just to take that heat in lane 2, just ahead of Sophie Butcher on the outside in lane 7. But the first 4 go through to the final at 2 p.m. And I have not seen who actually has come over in third place.
It was one of the Seymour College. It might have been Gabby Manifold from Seymour College in third place.
But well done to all the girls. And once again, putting yourself on the start line at the 2,000 metre mark in a single scull takes a lot of effort, and I congratulate them all. And coming down, this might be, looks like one of the Seymour scullers just coming down as well. That might be Gabby Manifold on the far side. But well done to them all on making it successfully over that 2,000 metre course. And once again, thank you to Azura for their sponsorship of both this event, the Under-17 single sculls, and the Schoolgirl Year 10 quads. And the next heat of the women's Under-17 single scull is coming through at about the 1,000, or just gone through the 1,000 metre mark. And we have, in once again, full field of 8 crews, Wilderness School in number 1 in lane 1, Seymour College 6 in 2, Seymour College 2 and 3, Port Adelaide in the middle of the river in lane 4, lane 5 is Walford Anglican 2, lane 6 is Seymour College 1, lane 7 is Loretto Marrettville 3, and on the outside is Seymour College 4. That is great numbers of sculls from the schools there. It seems to be that Seymour have had 6 entries in this race, and that's superb.
It really is, and good scullers make good rowers,
From this look, the Seymour sculler on lane 8 seems to have just got out in front, seems to be rowing nicely. But there's also on the inside, it might be another Seymour rower in about lane 3. Zali Grudnoff seems to be up there as well.
What have we got? I've got 7. I can see 7 scullers.
I'm not sure we've got another. The Wilderness sculler in lane 1 has. I can't really see the white, the predominant white of Wilderness out there.
It may be Wilderness have made a decision that we're not aware of, because we haven't seen them in a number of races so far today. But looking over in the far lane, that's Abby Arnold from Seymour College in lane 8. And it can be a bit lonely over there sometimes. There's not much in the way of spectators, but she won't be too worried about that. She looks to be
she's rowing
very in control.
Yeah, she is. She's rowing very long and strong there, just sitting up on the finish, bringing those 2 arms through together. Nice exhibition of sculling. And then I think we move to, it's very competitive for the next 3 positions in this race.
But I think it's a good showing here from Seymour, because I think we've got Seymour College 2 in lane 3 coming down, and then looking, we've got, it looks close between, so at the moment we've got right out in front, Seymour College 4 in lane 8, Abby Arnold, and then it's a bit of a race between Loretto Marrettville 3, Charlotte Illman, and Missy Shearer, Seymour College 1 in lane 6. So there's a bit of a race going on there between lane 6 and lane 7 for second, so at the moment we're looking at the Walford crew, the Wolford Sculler, Ava Murrow in lane 5. And we've got the Seymour College 2, I think, of Zali Grudenov. But so I think we've got in first place, we've got lane 8.
I think we're going to get at least 3 Seymour rowers going through to the final, certainly in lane 8.
So first place, lane 8, Abby Arnold. And then we've got a bit of a race going on here between lane 6 and lane 7. That's Missy Shearer and Charlotte Illman. They're both going to go through to the final. And then it's a race to see who will come fourth. And that also looks to be like another Seymour Sculler there, which I think was Zali Grudenov. And that's the Wolford rower finishing quickly, but she's gonna miss out, unfortunately for her. And next we come to under 21 women's single scull, and this will be we've only got 2 rowers.
Race, yeah, this is just finishing off the under 17 sculls, and well done, girls. That is a fantastic effort. And then we swing up to the under 21 women's single scull. This is the 3 crews. In lane 4 is the Adelaide Uni Sculler. Lane 5 is Adelaide University, and lane 6 is Torrens.
And so this will be for the state championship for under 21 women's single scull. And right now, what you can see is in the middle, Sophie Tickner of Adelaide University is out to really 3 or 4 length lead. And then it's pretty close between Madison Cook Palm in closest to us, and then also Kiana Baines of Torrens on the far side. So if we just zoom in on those 3 scullers, what we can see. So in the middle, you can see in the white with the black V.
Sophie Tickner is powered out in front and doing a great job there. Nice, long and strong, and actually being able to control the race, being able to see the other 2 scullers on each side of her. So she's just sitting up nice and strong, and I'm sure her focus is obviously this race, but then looking towards the Nationals in a few weeks' time.
But that's a great position to be in, because she can without upsetting her balance, she can see her competition. If they try and push up, she can respond. So she's now really got control of this race.
The sculler, Madison Cook Palm, is coming second in lane 4. And then Kiana Baines in lane 6 is close, but it really is Sophie Tickner powering away here, controlling the race. Nice, long, smooth strokes, accelerating the finish to the body there, sitting up. And she is powering away with about 300 metres to go to the finish line, controlling this race.
That's right. So she's on her way to a state championship in the under 21 women's single scull, and she's able to really concentrate on having a stable platform. And she might put on a bit of a display for the few spectators that are down here at West Lakes. But very comfortable row, and congratulations to Sophie Tickner.
There's a lot of hours of work in that to get to that result. So congratulations to all these girls, but in particular Sophie Tickner. As we have Madison Cook Palm coming in for second place. And then third will be Kiana Baines from Torrens. Well done, ladies. And now there is a 10-minute break before the under-21 women's single scull. And Andrew, I think our little stint of this stint is nearly over, so we might pass over the controls to well more equipped people than us.
Sounds good to me. Welcome back, Joe Malcolm.
And we're back. Thanks, boys. That was really good. I am here, Joe Malcolm, with a special guest commentator today. Welcome to Eliza Montgomery.
Thank
Eliza,
you.
welcome to the show. And
Thank you.
tell me a little bit about yourself and your rowing experience.
So I started rowing in Inters. That was year 10 in end of 2017. And I always kind of just did it for fun with friends, sort of to try something new. Never was the best rower myself, but I think I just had a lot of fun, like never in the top crews or anything, but always having a good time, learning lots of new things, try like mental strength in terms of ergos and everything. Yeah, I just had a really good time, and now I loved it so much. I'm back coaching the Learn to Rows, who aren't racing today, but I have a lot of fun with them. And
well, that's the most important bit,
Yeah,
I would
exactly.
say, is
Yeah.
when you're first exposed to the sport. We really want to see those
Yeah.
people who are passionate about it have had an enjoyable experience with the sport themselves. Really take the reins and introduce people to the sport
Yeah.
about having fun, rather
Yeah.
than this is a sport where you need to be really competitive
Yeah.
and you need to win everything. I think we only see that at
Yeah.
these championship events where winning is really important, but it's about in the end of the day
Yeah.
enjoying what you do.
I think it's like a testament to the way rowing programs work, that like everyone kind of perceives rowing to be a big sport, and it's, you know, you do it like 5 times a week and it's such a commitment. But I think it's really fun. Like, I wasn't ever in the top crews or anything, but I was always happy to come down. Like, I never was, you know, like mad that I spent 5 days a week training or whatever. I think it was just always really fun and a good way to sort of get fit, but also have fun with friends, and just, it's not like not take it too seriously and everything.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just think it's good, like if people do row for the same reasons that I kind of did as well, it kind of helps challenge like the perception that it's sort of just a really intense sport or everything.
I think you touched on a really good point about having balance between the social and the physical, and it is a social sport. But when we talk about intensity, I think a lot of people do use it as a springboard into some of these more intense, you know, higher positions in the sport, and they do set goals, and that's really good too, because that teaches you different skills as well.
I think there's definitely lots of ways to sort of go about it as well. Like I was here for fun, and then my sister she's still rowing, and she's very good and like does it also more competitively than me, but we both enjoyed it, and it's sort of good to just see that there's like multiple ways to go about it as well. Like both of us have fun, even though both of us we're like very different rowers in like different crews and stuff.
So your sister is
Alice Montgomery,
and so she's taken it more competitive.
Yeah, she has. Yeah, she raced just before, I think, in the under 19 heat and everything.
Very
Seymour,
good.
Yeah.
So she's currently in school.
Yes,
she's racing
she
today.
is. She is in year 11. She raced just before, and I think she's got a couple more races today and a couple tomorrow.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
Well, you'll have to call her out when we see
I will.
her.
No, I will, definitely.
as of course I will, as see anyone that I row with.
Yeah.
But we should have a start on this next race. I think I think they're probably coming through the 500 metre mark at the moment. So running perhaps a fraction behind at the moment. We've got the under 21 lightweight women's single scull supposed to be starting at 10:05, and it's 10 past 10 now. So typically we would see them coming through the 1,000, but I think they are at the minute just coming through the 500 metre mark. So interestingly, we were supposed to have heats and finals for this one, but we had enough scratchings to consolidate to a straight final. So this will be a championship event. Points are up for grabs. So from right of screen in lane 2, we've got Loreto Marriotteville Scarlet Capsaurus. In lane 3, Seymour College Farrow McConnell Saltus. In lane 4, Walford Anglican Miffy Young. In lane 5, Loreto Lucy Hoskins. In lane 6, Murray Bridge Daisy Matterford. In lane 7, Seymour Lucy Cole. Lane 8, Loreto Emily Liang. And what do you think? Are there any names in there that just jump out at you saying these guys should be the ones to watch?
Well, I do know Farah and Lucy, and I know that they're very good in a scull, very competent. So that's in lane 3 and lane 7. So I'll be watching them, but I don't know any of the other girls, but
interestingly, I think we've got a lead in lane 5, the Loreto Marriotteville crew of Lucy Hoskins, taking it to the early stages of the race. Sorry, that's lane 4. Lane 4? Yeah, lane 4 with the yellow boys either side. We've got Miffy Young from Walford Anglican, coached by Pat I. So interestingly, this is another one of the lightweight races, which means that these girls would have to weigh in, something that I think is traumatic for anyone.
I agree.
But especially when the rules of the race say that you need to be a certain weight or under. Under 21 is the earliest age bracket that this rule is brought in.
Yeah.
So these girls, the lightweight women's weight for the single scull is 59 kilos. Usually a crew average for a boat which has 2 or more people in is 57. However, for a state championship South Australian rules, we don't do the crew average of 57. It's just 59 for today because we don't like to make them get down to weight before a national event.
Yeah.
Because that really can affect some people's training.
Yeah.
Just a bit of steering issues in that Loreto Marriotteville boat of Lucy Hoskins getting back on terms there, but it's very clearly the Walford Anglican crew of Miffy Young out in front, and I think perhaps challenged on the outside or still in contact with the leader on the outside. We've got Emily Liang, the Loreto sculler, in lane 8. What do you think?
Yeah, no, she looks to be challenging or even slightly in front, depending on angles. But she looks very good, keeping it nice and controlled, not rushing it or anything.
How about these conditions, though?
Yeah,
it is
perfect.
It's a good day for a scull race.
Not too hot, flat water.
To be honest, I actually do think it would be quite warm out there. The sun, it's a very clear day. Very, very little cloud cover, and you're really exposed. And because there's not much wind, it can feel really, really stagnant out on the water. So there is a little bit of a breeze kind of picking up, and you can see with those little wind shears across the water now, there is a slight cross tail coming through, which might be providing a little bit of relief. But yeah, I think there is enough contact between
looks
first
very
and
close.
second, perhaps maybe a length, but in single sculls, it is a real mind game.
Yeah.
And I think
it's hard. You want to look at the girl next to you, but also keep your head in the boat to keep focused. It's difficult.
And exactly. And all these girls, aside from the Murray Bridge sculler, coming from racing in school colours, which means they are currently school athletes, which means they are quite young.
Yeah. They
wouldn't have the same racing experience that perhaps some of these older athletes in maybe the lightweight or the club open events would. But Miffy doing really well there, sculling nicely.
Nice and calm, not rushing it up the slide or anything.
Yeah, she does look quite in control there, and I think it was the perspective, perhaps.
Yeah.
Playing either she's put in a really good burst, or the perspective was playing issues with us. Because I think there's about 3 or 4 boat lengths back to that.
Quite a strong lead now.
Yeah, that Loretto sculler, Emily Liang in the far side, who is also cruising, I would say.
Yeah, they all look very in control of their boats, not sort of rushing it up or stressing about just trying to get to the end.
I would expect that Emily would start to jack the rate up now.
I'll go for a push.
Yeah, I don't know. She is a quad sculler racer typically.
Yeah.
So I don't know how confident or apt she is in the scull.
Yeah, because as a schoolgirl, you don't get to race a scull that often just
No.
because of the nature of
The
racing.
regattas.
Yeah.
And also, like you said, school programs.
Yeah.
It's about enjoying it, and it's about
Exactly,
being
yeah.
social. You don't get very social in
Yeah.
a single scull.
Yeah, exactly. No, you don't get to train like a whole lot in a single scull, so
This
it's
is-
always good to see schoolgirls doing well in a
This
single
is
scull.
very, very nice rowing
Yeah.
from Miffy here. Very impressive. I think Pat would be very happy with that.
Yes.
Looks like she's going to take it all the way to the line and take out this under 21 lightweight single scull title. So congratulations
Well
to
done, looking
Miffy
really good.
Young crossing the line in 2 strokes here. We'll hear that buzzer come out. Well done to Miffy. And
Looks like
yeah,
Emily.
she put in quite a bit of
Yeah.
distance to Emily there,
Emily in second.
who's working hard to stay in front of the field, but I don't think she's going to be challenged by anyone for that second
Yeah.
place. But yeah, significant. Oh, looking around,
Yeah.
I know that feeling
Yeah.
coming through the finish, and
Or you can hear people like sort of yelling, and it's like, oh, like cheering for you, and you want to see who's doing it.
yeah. I think for me, especially in a single, it's more where's the finish line.
Yeah, exactly. When you turn around, it's like you don't want to make it too obvious.
When
but-
can I stop?
Yeah. Because 2,000 metres is a long time in a single.
A long way to go
Yeah.
for these young scullers who are doing really well.
Yeah.
All very nice rowing from all girls in this category. So well done. And that looks to be Lucy Hoskins on the screen at the moment, doing really well. I wonder if they've already raced today.
Yeah, I was looking at some of these names probably did the 8. I know Farah and Lucy raced before.
The 8 that raced maybe
under 19,
45 minutes
yeah,
ago.
the under 19 women's 8.
Wow.
I'm sure some of the other girls did as well. So it's a lot to like go out
Yeah.
and race 2Ks in a single after you just did 2Ks in an 8. So it's
So we
really
s-
good effort. from
Yeah,
everyone.
so we saw Daisy Matterford from Mowbridge and the Seymour sculler Lucy Cole come through as well. And that was, I can't remember who I was looking at, but Scarlett Katsaros and Farah McConnell-Saltis coming through. But well done to Miffy for taking the championship role in that under 21 lightweight women's single scull. Ooh, this is an exciting one.
Yeah.
This is one of the big races of the day. There's a bit of a grudge match on here. So from right of screen for the Open Men's Single Scull straight final. So championship big trophy
Yeah.
up for grabs.
Sounds nice, big trophy.
From from right of screen in lane 2, we've got Torrens, Bradley, Robron. In lane 3, we've got Adelaide, Oscar McGuinness. In lane 4, we've got Adelaide Uni, Fabian Whiteman. In lane 5, we've got Adelaide Uni, Nick Blackman. In lane 6, in the Torrens duty, Sam Button. In lane 7, Port Adelaide, Tony Lee. In lane 8, Adelaide Uni, Harrison Francis. And place your bets. We've got a couple of big names here. Oscar McGuinness having just been announced the President's Cup sculler, so the Open sculler. He is a lightweight himself, competing in this Open category.
Yeah.
And Nick Blackman and Sam Button would probably be pushing up for on his speed as well. Nick also a very, very good sculler. He took out the Schoolboy single in his final year, which was 2 years ago. And he's just been going from strength to strength since. And I think it will be a tussle between him and Oscar. Oscar looks to be leading at the moment, but Sam Button is right on the pace. In fact, probably pushing up on Nick there.
Very close at the front, yeah.
Oscar is one of my favourite scullers to watch, to be honest. He rows extremely
he looks
competently.
So in control, just almost like robotic in a good way, just so smooth.
And so smooth, exactly.
No tipping or anything, just kind of getting the job done.
He would be looking to put in a good time today, I would say. Looking at the perspective there, I would say he's clearly out in front. I would say he's got a boat length back to, this is Nick Blackman on the screen in the Adelaide Uni colours, white with the black V. We love to see it. And Sam Button coming through right on terms with him. I would say I couldn't pick it between those two.
It's hard.
And Harrison Francis, also a very good sculler, perhaps a boat length or two off these leaders, but these boys will be finishing fast. They will be racing to the line.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you who will take out this title, but my bets are on Oscar.
Same. Looks just slightly ahead of the other two.
When it comes to age, Oscar is also a couple of years older than the other two. Oscar is the oldest. Sam is maybe 2 years younger, and then Nick is the youngest out of these leaders. But looking at Oscar's technique here, he is just placing and moving out of the front really cleanly, still keeping that composure as they move through the final 300 metres of the race. We'll see these boys jack up their rates. Nick is a fast finisher.
Yeah.
We got to watch out for him here, but Sam has been known to grit his teeth and go for it. I wonder, they're starting to move up now. It's a real race here. I reckon Sam's just pushed out in front of Nick here, and Nick's not going to like that. We know that he likes to win, but them two racing together have actually moved up on Oscar.
Yeah.
Can we pan out and get the three of them on screen here? They're right next to each other.
Very, very close.
Their lanes are next to each other, and I think Sam's going to finish fast. Oscar's still hanging on to the lead, but I can't call it.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. And Nick's just shortened up a fraction. Oscar looks like he's just maybe spent a little too much too soon, but going for a push now. This will be a close one. I can't call it. No, Oscar's pushing through now.
Yeah, I think it will be Oscar.
He's taken...
Oh, it's
my
changing.
goodness.
It's still changing.
And Nick's pushed up on, I think Sam pushed through a little too early. Well done to Oscar, and then Nick, and then Sam. What a race. My goodness. So that's Oscar McGuinness in 1 for the Adelaide Rowing Club. Nick Blackman in 2 for Adelaide University Boat Club. Sam Button in 3 for Torrens Rowing Club. And it looks like Harrison Francis rowing really nicely here, will take out that 4th position.
Long and strong, yeah.
Whew.
That was
it.
I can't imagine what it would be like to be in that situation. It's so stressful.
Yeah, well, the thing that we were talking about before is that the single scull changes speed really easily.
You could see right at the end the way that the positions kept changing.
Yeah, so that was Bradley Robran in 5th position. We've got Fabian Whiteman coming through in 6th, and we should see Anthony Lee coming through in 7th. So Anthony Lee, actually a Masters sculler, so doing really well to compete with the young men out here.
Yeah, he looks very
some of the best scullers in the state. Yeah. So well done to Tony Lee. Anthony, sorry. Ooh. Next one's supposed to be an exciting race too. But yeah, talking about the single scull and how it races, like I said, the momentum of the boat can change and it responds really quickly.
Because it's hard, because there can be sometimes when you race, like the person that's behind you can be quite far behind. It's really sometimes difficult to know how you're going, especially if you don't have something like a stroke coach to tell you. And because you're by yourself, it's really up to yourself to kind of control staying in that headspace. Yeah,
it's a real psychological
it's very easy
event.
to just let go almost.
Yep, absolutely.
is you don't have a cox to tell you to pick it up or anything. You really have to do everything for yourself.
Yep, you've just got your own ego driving you through.
And 2Ks can go for quite a while in the scull, so
it's about the longest time you can take in a single scull. And we have a start here, another interesting race. We've got the Open Women's Coxless Pair. In lane 3, we've got the Adelaide Rowing Club crew of Caitlin Nicholson and Ella Bramwell. In lane 4, we've got Adelaide Uni Boat Club, Jemima Richter and Cleo Wilson. In lane 5, we've got the Adelaide Rowing Club, Erica Webb and Mika Webb, sister combination. And in lane 6, we've got the Adelaide Uni Boat Club, combination of Sophie Radford and Alico Tunney. So 2 clubs, 4 boats. I think I was speaking to one of the Adelaide Uni, the Webb, Adelaide Rowing Club, Webb sisters, and they said we just want an ARC win.
Yeah.
But I do know that this Adelaide Uni Boat Club crew of Jemima and Cleo in lane 4 have been doing a lot of work in the pair.
Yeah.
They have been training it a fair while. I think they want to take it to nationals. But it will be hard to miss the crew in lane 3. The South Australian Sports Institute athletes of Caitlin Nicholson and Ella Bramwell. We will expect to see them dominate this race.
That's what I would be thinking as well.
They very rarely get released to us in regattas to race. So this would be one of the first races of the year for them. And they do look quite comfortable, quite confident out in front.
Yeah.
Although, interestingly, I would say that the Webb girls are on terms, and the Sophie Radford Alico Tunney pair look to be keeping contact.
Yeah, it looks to be still quite close.
Although I think that could just be a bit of the perspective.
Yeah.
Like, looking at that now, I would say that Ella and Caitlin are quite...
Yeah, I agree.
Quite out in front. And you can just see that that ARC crew in lane 3 just striking at a fraction higher rating than the other girls. Little bit of steering difficulty there. And that, you can see the heat. Oh, a little bit of a dodgy stroke from the AUBC crew, Jemima and Cleo.
It would be hard in the
pairs,
sweeping in the pair. I've never done it before, but
pairs. I actually raced a pair with Mika last year.
Yeah.
I think it was in this race. Oh no, it would have been the regatta after because no composites. Yeah. Remember?
Is it one of the hardest boats to race? I think that's what I've heard.
It's any boat is a hard race,
but or balance wise, I suppose.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I would actually call a 4 harder to race.
Yeah.
Because in a pair, it's either you or it's your partner.
Yeah, that's true. You can sort of figure out the issues with balance in terms of like drawing up on stroke side or everything because there's only one person that's on the side. Yeah, interestingly, what we're talking about here, these are obviously sweep boats. So there's 2 people in the boat, each has 1 oar each. And because of that, you really need to create the balance and have perfect timing with your partner. Otherwise, we can see things go wrong. You can feel different balance. If you're driving at different times, it's difficult to steer. But yeah, it is, you're right. You need to be quite technically competent to get out in front and row this boat well. But we can see, on screen now, the Ella and Caitlin, the pair that spends 5 days a week doing 18 to 20 Ks per session down here at West Lakes, quite obviously out in front. But the Webb girls, Mika and Erica, doing really well. You can see that both of these crews are bow rigged, which is interesting. Usually, traditionally, perhaps these boats are stroke rigged, which means that as we're looking at them now, the stroke would be on the right hand side at the front,
of the boat, but you can see the left-hand side, the bow side, is stroking in 3 out of the 4 boats here today.
That's interesting, yeah.
It's just the mechanics of how the boat works.
My boat last year was bow rigged, and I think the first day it was bow rigged as well. It's just, I suppose you need if you're the best person to stroke is bow side, you've got to do it, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. And this combination here, Caitlin and Ella, they've been swapping around a bit, but I think they're fairly established here as they are now. We can see that Ella, she's significant. No props like to Caitlin, but Ella has one of the biggest ergs in SA. And so it makes sense to put her at the back of the boat so that Caitlin would have more leverage around so that they would go straighter.
Yeah.
So the person at the back of the boat has more leverage around the stroke seat. So it makes sense to seat it like this for these two girls. And you can see them really striding away from the field now, confidently in front.
Very calm, nice catches going in.
Yeah, really crisp around that front end. Rowing nice and long.
Lots and lots of boat speed.
Yeah. So if you can see on that picture, great picture there, just in front of Ella on that rigger there is what we were talking about, the stroke coach that has the GPS in it, which we'll have a look at their rating and their speed. I would say they're rating up at about 35, 36 for their final sprint there. Congratulations to ARC for taking out the open women's coxless pair. And we'll be racing for second, ARC 1 and 2.
Looks like the Webb sisters, yeah.
So all 4 of these athletes have made the Queen's Cup this year.
Yeah.
So interestingly, Mika is racing on stroke side here, and it's her preferred side, but she is racing on bow side in the Queen's Cup. And well done to Jemima and Cleo coming through in third, pushing the Webb sisters there, and Sophie Radford and Alico coming through in fourth. Well done. Sophie's already raced the Open Women's Lightweight Single Scull this morning, so she's not only had to weigh in, she's had to race, and it was one of those really cracker races that we saw this morning. So she's backed that up. That's her second race of the day. But Open Women's Coxless pair, ARC 1 and 2, Adelaide Uni 3 and 4.
And I think now is the under-19 women's coxed 4.
We are excited to have the final here now. And we've just been given our lane draw, which is exciting. So this is the first of the finals from the heats this morning. We'll have, from the right of screen, we'll have Loretto Marriotteville in lane 1, an eight boat race today. So this will be a good one.
Yes, I'm very excited to see what happens.
Loretto in lane 1, Walford Anglican in lane 2, Seymour College in lane 3, St Peter's Girls in lane 4, Walford Anglican in lane 5, Seymour College in lane 6, Pulteney Grammar in lane 7, and St Ignatius. Well done to St Iggy's for making
good job.
the final in lane 8. I am really excited to see the showdown between the Walford and the St Peter's Girls.
Yes, and even Seymour as well.
So tell me about that Seymour crew.
Seymour College 1 has my sister in bow.
So
there
we go.
Get to watch her. These 4 have rowed a lot together, same year level, sort of, I guess, grown up in the program together, if you could call it that. I know Alice, Molly and Charlotte have been in a lot of crews together as well, and Grace as well. And then the other Seymour crew...
and Annabelle, don't forget the
co-ops. Oh, and Annabelle, yeah, of course. Sorry, Annabelle. Yes, and Annabelle as well. Yeah, all friends, all the same year level. And the other Seymour boat is a bit older with more year 12s in it, but I think they have all had experience together as well in the second 8 as well, yeah.
Interesting. So you're saying the Seymour College 1 boat is predominantly year 11s?
Yes, and then 2 is... 2 of them are year 11s and then 3 are year 12s. Yeah, so Ceci, Ella and Lucy are all in year 12 and Lauren and Chloe are in year 11.
Interesting. So would you say that the numbers, so the crew that you're saying is year 11, that your sister is in, is the Seymour College 1 boat. Are they seeded as the faster boat?
I Yeah, I would say because, the Seymour College 2 is predominantly second 8 rowers. And
Interesting,
Seymour
okay.
College 1 is first 8, but they've both, like, the second boat has done really well as well, just to make the final. And I think they'll be very competitive because the second 8 is very strong this year as well.
Yeah, they were looking. They were challenged actually last week. Weren't
Yeah, but
they?
I think there's a good competition with Seymour and Wolford, and I haven't seen a lot of the
And
second 8
Wilderness.
racing. And Wildy. Yeah, Wildy's very
Wilderness
good
has
this
come
year.
out of everywhere and dominating in everything. But I heard an unfortunate thing this week.
Yeah.
That Wilderness had
That's
gastro
That's
go
what I
through
heard
the
this
school.
morning. I think that's why there
So
might
this
have been
is
a couple of scratchings.
This is why we're not seeing any Wilderness crews out here today. Wilderness have, unfortunately, their entire school and particularly their rowing program had a particularly nasty bout of gastro go through the school this week, so they had to withdraw a lot of their crews. Obviously, really devastating for the girls, but their safety is number one.
Yeah.
Racing a 2-day program when you've had 24 hours of being quite ill is not an ideal situation, and it would be really quite a risky thing for coaches to do. So understandably they've pulled their crews, and I think I saw them just doing a really light training session
and with
this
Head of
morning.
River coming up, you wouldn't want to risk it now.
Although these are school state championship events, there is some calibre to today's racing, but you are correct. The Head of the River is the one that everyone wants to see. So we can see them just coming out of the blocks there. So we've got a start for this under-19 women's Cox 4, and I would be putting my money on the St. Peter's girls crew.
Yeah,
I'm going to put that down now. We'll see how the race develops, but I think there will be a challenge from the Wolford and, as you say, potentially the Seymour crew as well. Have that? I'm going to do some research now and check what happened 2 weeks ago, because I know a lot of these combinations did race in the West Lakes Regatta on the 13th, so 2 weeks ago. And I want to be checking their times. Look at these conditions. They've picked up. We've got a slight tail. I would expect to see some really fast racing here today.
So we can see on the screen right now, it looks quite close. I can't really judge to see who's in front at the moment, but I'm sure as we keep progressing, we'll probably see a crew sort of come out and take the lead.
Interestingly here, okay, so I've pulled up the results from 2 weeks ago, and as I said, the St. Peter's girls crew were quite fast. The same combination, except with a different Cox. So we have a substitution for the Cox here today, but the St. Peter's girls crew who raced 2 weeks ago pulled a 7:34.
Very, very quick,
A quick time for a Cox 4, for a girls Cox 4. And the Wolfen Anglican crew of a different combination was well off the pace, but the Wolford Anglican crew of Imogen Alford, Georgina Southcott, Lily Richter and Isabella Worth with Cox, Molly Olafson won their division. So those two crews didn't directly race each other, but both crews were out clearly with 28 seconds
strong
plus
lead on their competition.
back to their competition. So this will be the first time that Wolford and the St. Peter's girls crew get side by side. And I think it will create some exciting progressions.
I think it's good to crews like that when they're like next to each other as well. It gets very competitive. Nice to push off each other.
And although that St. Peter's girls crew, yes, in lane 4 look to be leading, it is the challenge from the Seymour crew.
Yeah.
In lane 6, looking to push up.
Yeah,
and
they
Wolford.
Those middle three, particularly Wolford, St. Peter's girls and Seymour, look to be very close, pushing off each other.
I would say, calling it from here, I can't.
Yeah, I would say it looks like Seymour and St. Peter's are slightly in front
ahead
of
of the Wolford crew, yeah.
But, as you know, it could change very easily as well.
Yeah, so I don't think that Seymour did put this combination in last week, which is interesting. So because they did race their second 8 split into the 2, but they raced the first 8
I'm not sure
in
if
the open 8.
Seymour combination has done a 4 together before, been in 8s as well before, and probably sort of similar combinations, but I'm not sure if this exact 4 has ever rode together before.
So we'll see this develop, but like I was saying before, in a pair, so that's 2 people, 1 oar each, you have this idea that it's either your fault or your pair partners.
4 is quite a lot harder.
I would say a 4 is a harder boat to row because you don't know if it's you or the person on your side who is potentially upsetting the boat or needs to fix something.
Yeah, and it's very, very sensitive. Yeah. Any change you make is can be quite obvious, and it's very hard. You have to sort of either, if you're jumping in a scratch 4, have very good technique so that it just works nicely and you don't really need to do much for it, or just train a lot, I suppose, because just to sort of get the feel of each other and sort of see where you should be tapping down to, so that when you are going up the slide, your oars are sort of at the same height, because you can see the difference between more technically proficient 4s when the oars are sort of all looking kind of the same height, as opposed to when it's a bit more difficult. I
think a lot of the time it's about the height and the timing in the water as well, and these crews. I think if you jump into a scratch 4, it's about your mindset.
Yeah, you have to be very focused,
and it's about your mindset around your technique as well, because you can't, if somebody is rowing differently to you, you can't just sit there and say, I've got it right and you need to change.
You have to find that happy medium.
You need to be flexible, I think, to change, to mould to the crew, and do what everyone else is doing, because it is about the timing in each with each part of the stroke, and a crew can have a different technique to another, and just if everyone in the boat is doing the same thing at the same time, the boat will go fast. But we've got a race.
It looks
here.
like St. Peter's is slightly in front, I'd say, but
I reckon they're pretty on terms. I think they're fairly neck and neck, and this will make for a fast time. Nobody has challenged the St. Peter's girls yet this year, and I'd be saying that this lovely new boat that their coach Brinley was unwrapping yesterday would be helping them. You can see in the school colours with the nice...
it looks very nice. I like the blue on top of the boat,
so they're taking this boat out for a spin, which could actually, new boats, could upset some of these finer technique things if they're not used to the feel. But
looking very strong. And I'm sure these girls would know each other as well, racing in 8s together, probably aware of what they're going to be up against as well.
And interestingly, that stroke pair combination do race the pair as well. So they would be very, very finely tuned with each other. But I think the St. Peter's girls crew has just edged out to about a length of lead over the Seymour crew. But as we come into the last 300 metres here, pushing into the red boys at the 250 metre mark, we will see a push for the line.
Yeah.
Both crews will go for it, lay down a challenge, but I think barring any issues, that St. Peter's girls crew will walk away with a win. I can't see the Seymour crew moving up on them. We were talking about the single sculls and how they take a lot of energy to change the speed of the boat. These boats have a lot more momentum. It's very much easier to just keep tapping them along.
And with the cocks as well, I think that would help to sort of urge them to keep going, instead of listening to the voice in your head, which is what you have to do when you're in a scull.
Correct. And the cocks can see everything that's happening. These girls rowing really
very
well here.
Long and just like nice and calm up the slide, not rushing it.
Yep, and that's them crossing the line there. Congratulations to St. Peter's girls taking out the win in the under-19 women's cocks for, I'd say, 2 lengths back to the Seymour College crew of Alice Montgomery, Grace Forster, Molly Duggan, Charlotte Heason and Annabelle Davies.
And that Wolford crew in third finishing really well. If we pan back to see who's in fourth.
Oh, we've got a race for the minor placings. Look at this.
Yes, very, very close. That looks to be Wolford Anglican 3 and St. Ignatius.
So we've got a race between Iggy's and Pulteney coming through for fifth position. Really pushing it to the line here. We can't see the crew at the bottom of this. Here we go. So it looks like that. I can't quite get my head around it.
I think that right here is Seymour College 2.
There we go. Yep.
In
so
4th or 5th.
So that was the Iggy's crew coming through in 5th. Well done. Seymour College. And then up the top of the screen was the Pulteney crew. And Loretto coming through here in the final position.
So pretty competitive race overall.
You would expect.
Even for the minor positions, it's good to see no one gives up once they know
it's great,
that
and we
first
can
place
see
isn't attainable.
We can see the white flag there from the umpire showing that it was a fair, clean race.
Yes.
Well done to all the girls. We love to see good racing in finals. So final once again of the under-19 women's cox for the state championship going to St. Peter's girls. The next race. Let me check. I think we've got a row over in the next race, which can be it's a little bit difficult to talk about because we do like to see the race go through. We did have 2 crews for this, but we had a scratching earlier this week for the open lightweight women's quad scull. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of depth in the lightweight category at the moment.
I suppose in this race, all they're really racing is the clock.
Yeah, absolutely.
To get a nice, good time.
So, like you said, racing the clock, but a lot of the time when we do have a row over, they don't particularly race.
Yeah, it's kind of just a nice, try row nicely, cleanly, get something out of it.
Yeah.
Sort of.
And unfortunately, a lot of the time they just do it for the points.
Yeah.
Fortunately, unfortunately, I'm not sure. But Loretto are actually challenging for the top spot for the Senior Women's Premiership.
Yes.
Adelaide Uni are currently holding it. But Loretto doing really well, entering a lot of these open events.
Yeah, they've got a lot of very good quads I've seen, just technically.
Yep.
Like very clean, very in time, very quick, which is always good to see nice young talent coming through the program because that's like always provides the foundations for your senior program and encourages more girls to row. When you see like a lot of younger girls rowing, you sort of follow lead, I guess. So
we'll hopefully see a lot of these, like I said, young athletes follow through into the senior program.
Yeah,
we saw the Loretto girls just coming through in that final race before the under-19 women's 4. They were, that was a Loretto crew as well. And so I would suggest that this crew here would be potentially the other half of their 8.
Yeah, probably.
I think Loretto have entered the 8 this afternoon.
Yeah, I see sometimes when you have an under-17 women's 8, you enter a lot of inter girls, sort of to give them exposure to what it's like to race an 8.
Yeah, in the sweep boat as well.
If you look ahead, I can see,
Yeah, so there is an under-17 women's 8 from Loretto.
Yeah, because
is there any double up with the athletes here?
I don't think so.
So perhaps those girls that just rode in the 4 would be.
Yeah, because I don't think there's a double up for that, no.
For this crew.
I can see. But maybe the girls that just raced before in the 4. This might be a double up.
I think that is. Oh, no, it isn't. Not much.
Well,
So that shows a little bit,
Yeah,
bit more depth.
They
in
must
the,
have quite a few. That's good to always have a 4 race, and then if it's a completely different 8,
Yes.
it just shows sort of the strength of the year level or the program in that they have enough girls to sort of fill that many boats.
And this is interesting because I feel like this crew that is racing on screen at the moment, normally in school you don't enter young ladies into lightweight
Yeah.
races. However, I feel like this is quite a young crew.
Yeah.
And they would all sit naturally under the 59
Yeah, and
kilo.
sometimes when you're a lot younger, you don't really race that 2K distance. So
No.
it's always nice you might enter them just to sort of give them a go at 2K racing, because I think there's a bit of a jump when you go from 1 to even to 1.5 to 2K.
Yes.
Just like lining up, having
Yes.
someone hold your boat, it
Correct.
just feels so different and a lot more kind of intense, because just like having someone hold your boat is so different to tapping around and like straightening
and
up.
then just going.
Yeah.
But also, very interestingly, this would probably be one of the first times these girls race without a cox,
Oh yeah.
because this is a coxless division. This
Yeah.
quad scull is any open quad scull does not have a cox in the boat.
No, it would probably be because they're schoolgirls. You don't really train without a cox like ever.
And you can see on screen, you can see how underweight these girls are, because not from the physique. We're not talking about the physique of the girls at all. We're just looking at the way
Age,
the boat sits in the water. You can see that this boat, and it's very, very difficult to get a proper weighted lightweight women's quad scull. I think we've only got one boat in the state that is correctly weighted, or the mould is right for girls to be 57 kilos in the boat. So these girls would potentially be struggling to race this boat because it's sitting so far out of the water, because they're so obviously quite light. So it's just a kind of quirk of the sport. Not a lot of athletes are lightweight, I think, especially these days as it looks to get phased out at an international level. Excitingly, the Paris IOC decision was to keep lightweight rowing in for 2024, which will give, our top-end lightweights like Oscar and Verena another shot at the Olympics if they perhaps don't progress this year. We'll be fingers crossed. Good luck, Verena, today and the rest of the week for her trials. But it's kind of exciting that the lightweights do get another go of it after Tokyo 2020 was postponed until we're really close now.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. I'd have to be really soon.
I think we're at like 124 days or something.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's very, very soon.
I kind of forgot it was happening, to be honest, until I thought about, because it just seems like the 2016 games were so long ago.
And you're exactly right.
I was in year 8, so that's probably why it feels so different, just because
You're so young.
Yeah. I was on exchange in Queensland, and that feels like it was ages ago.
You're making me feel really old here now. Thanks for that.
Sorry.
But look at these girls. You can see them doing really well. You see, like you said before, that 2,000 metre race is taking its toll on these girls, but they're doing well to hold it together and push through to the finish line without the cocks in the boat egging them on. The girls would be learning to make the calls themselves. Typically in a coxless boat, the 2-seat, which is the second from the bow, would make the calls.
Yeah, I've never rowed one before, so it's interesting to hear.
Really?
That. No, it's interesting to hear. Like,
again, you're making me feel old, mate.
No, probably because I was never good enough to have exposure to, I suppose. But
Anyone's good enough, mate. You just got to put your name out there.
That's interesting. I didn't realise that the 2 seats that made those calls, but that makes sense being in the middle of the boat.
And there they go. Over. Oh,
A bit
couple
of a
strokes
mishap.
to go,
That's
guys.
right. Almost there.
Well done to Loretto Marriotteville, Imogen Smith, Amber Hallett, Scarlett Katsaros, Charlotte Kernahan, coached by Rebecca Koch, for completing that race. It's what we call a row over when you enter and you are the only crew entered. So we row it through and you cross the line and you get the points for that one.
So well done to Loretto for that.
Uh,
Doing that experience.
Yeah. So you said I mean, there's a pretty good program happening at
Yeah.
Adelaide Uni Boat Club if you want to come for a row.
Yeah. No, I think one of my friends did it, yeah. No, I really enjoy coaching because it kind of gets you in the atmosphere and involved in the program, a rowing program, but you don't have to get in the water if you're not the biggest fan. But I suppose, no, I have been in the water a bit with the Learn to Rows. Sometimes you need a coach in the boat, numbers or anything. So I've done a bit of coxing. I've really enjoyed that. And a bit of rowing as well in bow, which has been fun.
It's good to keep in touch.
Yeah.
Okay, we're about 1,250 metres in this heat 1 of the under-19 men's cox quad scull 2,000 metre race. The progression will be first 4 through to the final, and the rest will be eliminated. In lane 2, we've got St Peter's College 4. In lane 3, St Peter's College 1. Lane 4, we've got Prince Alfred 2. In lane 5, Port Adelaide. In lane 6, St Peter's College 6. And in lane 7, Christian Brothers College. PAC quite obviously dominant.
Yeah.
This is the quad I think they're taking to nationals for the
They
under
look
17.
very good at the moment, yeah. A strong lead on their competition.
They look like they're really pushing for the line.
Yeah.
Which surprises me because as a heat with over 100 metres of clear water back to your next crew,
Sometimes it's easy.
I would be conserving energy.
To keep, so that you can go for it really hard in the final.
Yeah. Although, looking at the coach, Amanda Tidswell, I would not be surprised if she's sitting on the bank and cracking the whip and saying, every race you race at the moment, boys, is a chance to gain another second.
Yeah.
You've got to race it to the line.
I think that's a good mentality as well.
Yeah.
I think you can go about a heat either way, whether you row it over or if you go for gold, I suppose. But
yeah. I think these boys, they do need to have that mentality if they are looking to go at a national level, as there is a significant jump between the level of rowing here in SA to perhaps the eastern coast, or just a national level of the under 17 men's cox quad scull.
It's good practice to race this through because if you go to nationals, I'm guessing it would probably be a lot more competitive.
So much more competitive.
So to get that practice going really hard in the heat and then being able to sort of do the same thing in the final would be like a really good experience.
So that was Prince Alfred College 1 going through first, St Peter's College 2 coming through will progress, and St Peter's College through
6 St Peter's College 6 is in lane 6.
I got really confused there.
Because it's 1, 4, 6 for Saints. They don't have a 2 and a 3 in this.
I'm looking. Thank you. This is why I'm getting confused because I'm looking at the wrong race. I'm looking at the next race. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think.
So PAC 2.
Yeah, PAC 2 in first.
St Peter's College.
I think 6.
1.
Or 1.
And then 6. And then I completely missed who came through fourth. Who was it?
I think I might have missed that as well. Maybe St Peter's College 4.
We'll check back in once the results come up to get confirmation of who will go through to the final for the under-17 men's cox squad scull. Sorry about that. A little bit of human error here. Yeah. We're all human. We all do it. But yes, we are looking.
But it was competitive for the minor positions as well.
Well, it's important for these races to actually make the final. Get that second row in.
Yeah, get the experience because these aren't divided into like under 7, like the A's, B's, C's, D's. So you could be entered against you could be a C crew entered against an A crew, which I think is always really good, even just never to doubt yourself and sort of just go for it. Because
Absolutely.
you never know. Like, I was in the Inter Ds and we beat, like, a cruise above us in club regattas sometimes.
Yep.
You should never, like, count yourself out because you just don't know.
I did the same thing.
Yeah.
I just had a flashback to, oh God, I'll show my age now, 2005 or 4, racing in the 8-9s, and we beat the year 9-10 crew.
Because you just don't, if you come in with the mentality that, you know, you're the C's so you can't beat A's, like, you're never going to do as well as you could.
That's not what we like to do around here.
You have
Everyone's
to give it a
got
go.
a shot.
And I think it's fun being the underdog when you have no expectation. It's like, what have you got to lose by just going for it?
I just got a sharp little pang of adrenaline because we are the underdogs this afternoon and we've got a shot, you know.
Yeah, it's fun. Like, it means you can try anything, and if it goes wrong, it's like, well, at least we gave it a go.
Exactly.
There's no one there to be like, oh, you should have, you know, like, won or whatever.
But I also want to challenge that mentality too, because if you're expected to win and then you don't pull it off, there's no love lost there either. So I think it's really important to note, like we said, a little bit of human error.
Yeah.
People learn in these processes.
You can't come out race like the best you ever done every time.
Yeah.
And if you make mistakes, like, it's kind of good to, like, learn from that. You almost don't want to race perfectly every time. Well, I mean, it's always well and good, but it's not going to happen. So it's always good to, like, learn from your errors that you can improve upon it the next time, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we are going to hand over to the gentleman who will see out the last few races before the lunch break. Big thanks to Liza for coming on the microphone here. We'll see her again this afternoon. So that's it from me today. I might pop back on during racing later, but we'll be handing over to Andrew Southcott and Greg Walters.
Now we have, thank you very much, Joe. We have race 26, the under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull Heat 2 in progress. Now in this race, the first 4 go through to the final. We have in lane 2, Pulteney Grammar 1. Lane 3, St Peter's College 2. Lane 4, Pulteney Grammar 2. Lane 5, St Peter's College 3. Lane 6, Prince Alfred College 1. Lane 7, St Peter's College 7. And lane 8, St Peter's College 5.
All right, and now just looking at this race, and they're coming up to the halfway point of the race, and already you can see that it's the crew in lane 6, which is Prince Alfred College 1, that is sitting out there in the lead. Now the first 4 crews are going through to the final. They look like they are having a good go at this race. Their rate is close to race pace, and that's the crew of Jack Hodby, Sebastian Jordan, Hamish Bell, Hunter Lang, and with Shay Olsen-Jones as the cox and Ashley Fitch as the coach. So, looking across the field, it's probably next. It's the crew next to them, St Peter's 3, which are coming second, and then if we look much wider, we can see it's probably
well, it could be Pulteney actually. I think that there's going to be quite a race for the 3rd and 4th positions. Now, of course, this is a 2,000 metre race. As you say, we've passed over from the 1,000 metre mark. Definitely it's going to be Prince Alfred College clearly in the lead, but I think there's quite a bit of competition now. Pulteney Grammar in lane 2, St Peter's College 2 in lane 3, and the other St Peter's College 3 crew in lane 5. But this is the Prince Alfred College crew you can see on the screen. They're doing a rating of in the low 30s, so keeping it up, not going absolutely flat out at the moment. They would know that they are in front. Now, of course, it doesn't matter what time you do in the heats, as long as you're comfortably in the first 4. But where you come in heats does affect the lane selection that you get for the finals. So I would think that the Prince Alfred College crew, having pushed out to a lead, would want to hold that. Now, they don't have a coxswain. This is what's called a coxless race. You'll see that there's just 4 rowers. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Look at that. It's a bow-coxed boat.
There you go.
There you go.
So look, they're in first place, but if we actually have a look back at the field, what you can see is there's 4 crews that are all trying not to get eliminated, and on the far side you have St. Peter's College 5 in lane 8. They're probably languishing a bit, and next we come to St. Peter's College 3. In lane 5. Okay, we're just going to look at Prince's. They're coming to an easy win. They've really broken it down. Good boat run.
And we can see on the course now that the Pulteney crew in lane 2 have picked up their rating. They're now pulling ahead. They really want to get that second spot, and it looks as though it's now going to be a battle between 3rd and 4th. But the first 4, as we come into the line, look as though they're pretty well selected. There we go. You can see the Pulteney crew in lane 2, and the 2 St. Peter's crews battling it out for the 3rd and 4th position. Once again, the first 4 crews go through to race 62, the final.
And very close between St. Peter's 2 and St. Peter's 3. Pulteney Grammar came in 2nd position.
And at the far we can see St. Peter's College 5 in lane 8.
So they're gonna miss out. They won't be required for the final later on. And that one of the Pulteney crews, and then one of the remaining Saints crews.
That would be St. Peter's College 7.
7.
So of course, if there's St. Peter's College 7, that presumes that if they're in order, and those crews do tend to go down in age. So what we would have here is crews of different ages competing against each other. So perhaps not surprising that some of the younger crews are being beaten by the older crews. But some really good performances out there. Good solid rowing by all the crews. I think the under-17 men's coxed quad scull final is going to be a real race. Very interesting to see how the 2 heats compare, particularly with that St. Peter's College 1 crew winning in heat number 1, and the Prince Alfred College crew in race number 26. We've just seen heat number 2. I think they will be the 2 crews to watch. I think it's going to be a real battle. Very interesting.
That'll be a cracker. And so one of Seymour's sponsors for today is Northline, Australia's global logistics people. They're the sponsors of the under-19 women's 8 and under-17 women's 8. So the next race we've got coming up is the under-17 women's 8. This is for because we've got its state championships. We do have it age-based rather than the rules that apply for the school regattas and also for Head of the River. So this is for younger girls, but we will see some of the girls that are rowing in their school first eights will be in combinations here. Just so this is for girls who turn. Let's see. This is for girls who were born 2003 or after, I think, for under 17s.
Yes, that's right. And so just say this will be a close approximation.
Sorry, 2005.
2005. That's right. Under 17s. So that means that a number of the girls who have been year 12 may not be able to row in this event. So it's not exactly, in all cases, the first dates themselves, but a close approximation of those.
Yeah, it may be some of the year 11 girls, and this is for my mistake. It's for girls born 2005 and after who are eligible to race in this one.
And so we have in this race the under 17 women's 8s in lane 2, Walford crew number 1, lane 3, Wilderness crew 2. Lane 4, St. Peter's Girls. Lane 5, Seymour College. Lane 6, Loretto Marriotteville. Lane 7, Wilderness Crew 1. And Lane 8, Walford Crew 2.
And just if we just look, and perhaps if we go from left to right, what you have is on the left-hand side in lane 8, that's Wolford Anglican 2. Okay, lane 7, Wilderness have scratched, so they haven't arrived for this race. Next, we come to lane 6. That is Loretto Marriotteville.
And they're doing very well, I think.
Doing very well. And next, we come to lane 5, which is Seymour College. And then as we go over, next is
St. Peter's Girls.
I see. So we've got Seymour College and then St. Peter's Girls. That looks confusing. We've got like a darker colour there.
Yes.
And
we're having trouble seeing. Oh, yes, no, we do have. You can just come on screen.
And that's Wolford. And that's Wolford in lane 2. So we're missing lane 3 and lane 7.
That's right. Looks as though Wilderness has scratched. Now, I had heard prior to coming into that some of the reasons for this could be that Wilderness have had gastro in the school this week, and so they've scratched all crews out of an abundance of caution, and so that's why Wilderness is not here today.
Okay, and we are hoping that Wilderness have a speedy recovery and that they're able to bounce back from that. It looks, looking at lane 4 and lane 5, it looks as if they've swapped lanes to me, because if we look at lane 4. That looks more like Seymour with darker colours, and lane 5 looks like Saints Girls. So,
we'll see as they come in. I know that Seymour College won the Head of the River last year. Obviously a different crew, but a very good rowing school. So it looks as though it is a battle between lane 5 lane 4 and lane 6.
Yeah. Anyway, that's true. And look, also, it looks like Wolford in lane 2 are in the mix as well.
That's right. I think Wolford have pulled ahead of lane 4. So that's the Wolford crew we have on the screen now.
Okay, so this really is a battle between Loretto Marriotteville in lane 6, and then it's Seymour College, who look to me to be in lane 4, and then we've got, so that's we're now looking at that's the Loretto Marriotteville School in lane 6.
I'd just like to call out the rating. Fairly high. Now, this is an 8 race, and so the rating does tend to be pretty high. Yep. Loretto's currently rating at about 38.
38.
Now, that's a good race pace for this stage of the competition. It's a 2,000-metre race, so the girls are absolutely putting everything into this at the moment.
Okay, and we're now looking at the Wolford School. They're in lane 2, and it looks to me like this. There is the competition looks to me to be between the Wolford School in lane 2 and the Loretto Marriotteville in lane 6, and Seymour are not out of it by any means. Oh no! Look, now looking at that, Loretto Marriotteville
look as though they have pulled out.
Have come out to a significant lead.
Yes.
And they look like they've now got this race very much under control. So that's the Loretto Marriotteville crew of Madison Johansson, Francesca Lennon, Mariah Murray, Deanna Macalino, Charlotte Illman, Eliza Hogg, Hallie Anderson, and Victoria Binns. Victoria's already won a number of championships, I think, already earlier today. Amelia Mansell is the cox, and that's coached by Tom Dornbos.
Now, I do understand that the coach Tom is taking this 8 to the Nationals. So this crew will be representing the school at the Australian Nationals coming up in a few weeks' time. Now, just talking about the rating, they've maintained their rating of 38, and I contrast that to Wolford, who we were looking at earlier, was rating down closer to 33. So these girls are putting it all on the line at the moment, and keeping that. If they can maintain that rating and keeping it long and strong, they will dominate this final. They are rowing so well at the moment. 250 to go, and so now we'll see what their race plan is. They can just hold it, or will they decide just to lift it and make a statement.
So, I mean, this is a great result for Loretto Marriotteville, because normally they're competitive in the underages, but not normally able to beat some of the more established schools. So this is a great
And they have lifted
result.
their rating just slightly, a couple of points. So they're saying to the field, this is our race. We're not going to let you get near us. And they are taking this through.
So and they will go to Tasmania with that crew, I imagine, and that'll be in 4 weeks' time.
And Wolford, now you can see, leading the Seymour crew. Slightly lower rating, but long and strong, rowing very well. And that looks to be the Seymour crew.
That is Seymour.
Coming in third place.
And then fourth place is the Wolford number 2 crew,
which we can see on our screen at the moment.
And they've got a bow side stroke there, and then this is the Saints Girls crew.
That's right, and I think they've slowed down a little bit now.
They might be conserving some energy for later races.
And that could be a younger crew as well. When we look at that, it doesn't mean that all the girls are going to be in the same age group. As I said, this is the under 17 crew, but they're continuing, taking it through to the finishing line in the under 17 women's eights.
Okay, and now we come to the next race, which is the under-19 men's single scull. So this is a state championship race, and they're more than halfway through the race, now
this is going to be interesting. Adam Holland in lane 2, I remember in the heats, he dominated that with a very, very impressive time in the heat. So let's just see how they're going. For the final of the under-19 men's single sculls, we have in lane 2 Scotch College as Adam Holland, coach Tim Belcher. Lane 3, Torrens, which is Callum Decker and coach Ashley Fitch. Lane 4, Adelaide Uni, that's Heath McLeod with coach Sam Morton. Lane 5, St Peter's College 1, that's Edward Chipperfield and coach Danny Chepatenko. Unley High in lane 6, that's Connor Donnellan and coach Mackenzie Slaughter. And Adelaide Club, lane 7, that's Joshua Lascock.
Okay, so at the moment, this is we're looking at Adam Holland to the right of your screen, and to the left is Callum Deckers.
Yes, well, Callum did very well in his. They were in different heats, so they both did very well. But it's anybody's race at this stage.
Okay, so Adam Holland, coached by Tim Belcher, he's entered for the Nationals, so he'll be competing in this event at the National Championships. I think he's just been announced as being selected for the South Australian Youth 8 as well. So while he's still at school, he's also competing at under 19 level and national level as well. So right now he looks to be out to possibly a lengths boat lead over Callum Deckers, and then it's back to Edward Chipperfield in third.
But a pretty tight race. This is not a blowover. This is anybody's race at this stage. Some great rowing.
Very, very controlled.
Very controlled. Now they're coming up to the 250 mark, and the rowers would be aware of that. And that's often the 300 to 250 mark is when rowers will make their move. And it does look as though Adam is in a convincing lead at the moment, and he'll be able to see the field and just hold that. And likewise, Adam is in second. So they're really starting to spread out now with the field.
So this is a championship event, and Adam Holland looks like he's going down, barring mishap, he's going down to win the South Australian Championship under 19 men's single scull. Well done, Adam.
It's a great form too. You can see the way he's just balanced, moving the boat. Is that send? So when he finishes, he's sending the boat away and getting great boat movement, doing it nice and easily there. He's just under control.
Great run. So he's over the line. And Callum Decker's finishing off very fast. He's over the line now.
Another great row.
And now back to third, and I think that's Edward Chipperfield from St. Peter's College, coached by Danny Chepetenko, and I think he's rowing in the St. Peter's First 8 as well. So he's got a number of races over this weekend. And then fourth position is Connor Donnellan from Unley High, and then Joshua Lascock from Adelaide Rowing Club, and then Heath McLeod. He's completing the race for Adelaide Uni.
Well, that was a fairly tight race there. Every one of those rowers are rowing very, very well, showing great technique, and a lot of promise for the future.
Interesting thing in sculls, because the speed is not as fast as eights, you can see changes happen pretty quickly.
Yes, that's right.
In terms of who's got the better run, who's got the better boat speed.
Now, this takes us to race 29, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Final. In lane 1, we have St. Peter's Girls 1. Lane 2, Seymour College 2. Lane 3, Seymour College 3. Lane 4, Loretto Marryatville 1. Lane 5, Walford, Lane 1. Lane 6, Seymour, Lane 1. Lane 7, Norwood Morialta High, Lane 1. And Lane 8, Walford, Team 2.
Just looks like we've got one crew missing out there. No, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, we've got them all. And so they're now coming down with about 600 metres to go. This is a 1,000 metre race. And it's pretty tight. Possibly the crew in lane 4, which is Loretto Marryatville, looks like they might be in the lead, but it's close in the middle of the field.
I think we're going to have a great finish here. As you say, they're coming down to coming towards the 500 metre mark, just closing in on that. So the race isn't quite half over. It's anybody's race at this stage. But it does look like Loretto Marryatville in lane 4 has the lead.
Yeah, they're now coming down less than 500 metres to go.
That's right, and Seymour, I think, in lane number 6 as well, giving them an absolute run for the money. And we can see here the Walford crew in lane 5 next to Loretto.
You can see their Cox is exhorting them to come up on Loretto Marryatville. But let's look at Loretto Marryatville. How they're okay. So we're just scanning the field. But there's a great race here between Loretto Marryatville in lane 4 and Seymour College in lane 6. And
that's interesting. Has Seymour taken the lead? This is interesting. I agree. This is going to be a race between Loretto and Seymour.
Okay, so to the right of the screen, Loretto Marryatville, they're rowing very well, very cleanly, and full race rating. Seymour have made quite a push, but I'm just wondering whether they've used their energy now.
Yeah, I think now it looks like Loretto's taken the lead.
So Seymour threw up the challenge to Loretto. Loretto have responded. No, actually, it's still no. I think Seymour have.
Well, you can see it's on now. You can hear everybody cheering at the racecourse here. Loretto may have it at the moment. I'm just looking out. No, Loretto's still got it in the lead.
But there's only a canvas in it, and this is great
Seymour's
racing.
Responding back. It's a fight for the line as they come in. And it looks as though it's half a boat length at the moment to Loretto. As the Loretto cross the line, Seymour in second, but that great race. And look at the competition for third and fourth. Who's it going to be? Look, those bows were just teetering backwards and forwards.
I think we have to leave that to the judges, but that was very close between Walford and I think Seymour 3. But first place was Loretto Marryatville. And then Seymour College won. And that was a great race. This is the state championship of Year 9 Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. And it was a tremendous race.
Absolutely, outstanding race. Outstanding race. So that was Loretto Marrickville, Lucy Hoskins, Emily Lang, Isabella Deans, and I think we've got Emily Dargis as Cox, and for the Seymour College crew, it was Alex Wheaton, Daisy Holland, Georgia Walters, Grace Barrera, and Olivia Rhymes as the Cox. Real talent. Now, that's the Year 9 Cox Quad, so there's a lot of talent out there. I think it's going to be very interesting as we come down to Head of the River between the Seymour and the Loretto Marrickville crew.
But what we're seeing, and it's a real credit to the program at Loretto Marrickville, and it's one of the newer rowing schools. But we just saw before they've just won Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, so the best Cox Quad Scull at the Year 9 level. And there's so much competition at Schoolgirl level, but they've also won Under 17 Women's 8 at the Schoolgirl level as well. And they're going up against traditional rowing powerhouses like Wolford and Seymour and beating them. So it's a real credit to the Loretto Marrickville program.
Yes, yes.
Tom Dornbos is doing a lot with that, but what we want to see is the developing schools and the ones with newer programs really come up, and they're not only like challenging the traditional stronger girls schools, but beating them, and it's up to those schools to respond.
Yes, that's right. A lot of great programs, but yeah, look, a call out to Loretto Marrickville. Their program right across. And it's not just the coach or the girls, it's the whole rowing community, the school, the parents, the sponsors, getting behind them and encouraging them to go forward. So what it does is it just lifts the standard. Now, the Masters men's single, an event near and dear to my heart, being a Masters rower myself in previous years. Race number 30, Masters men's single. This is done in divisions. So my understanding is that the way this is done is that each of the rowers is in an age category.
So this is the Port Adelaide Scull. Damien Derlick, he's in Division 1. It's a race over 1,000 metres, and he's making that look very easy. This division, they're all about the same age group. And next is the Goolwa rower, so that's Cam Wilson finishing there. And this looks like another Port Adelaide rower, Duncan Ball in lane 3.
That's right, and Damien Derlick's got a proud history. He's a former French national youth rower, quite an outstanding individual sculler. He's also been the stroke in the South Australian Masters state crew in the past, so a great pedigree. And last year, he was with, I think it was Grange. He was actually in surf boats, and they won the Open South Australian surf boat championship. Not as a Masters, this is actually the Open level. So he and a couple of the other rowers actually. David McLeod, also from Port Adelaide, winning that Open surf boats, but both quite elite rowers.
Wow, so the next one is Division 2, and this is for the scullers who are, they range in age from 56 to 64, and there's a number of familiar names here. In the middle of the field for Adelaide University is John Bentley, former Los Angeles Olympian and successful Australian national champion in coxless pairs, and also a very good sculler when his pair partner retired, Tim Willoughby. So we're now looking at that's the Port Adelaide sculler that we're looking at now. That was Rob Ellis. This is Mark Johnston from Riverside, formerly Railways a long time ago. Chris Cowan from Phoenix. And look, John Bentley is he's at the back of the field there. You can see him with the university and the big V. And next we're looking over at I'd expect Kevin Tenkar. Kevin's an outstanding rower. Yes, that's Kevin from Port Adelaide. Come across to South Australia this year. Now there hasn't been a lot of competition this year because of the disruption with COVID. But the last time we did have the small boats competition, Kevin won that clearly. He's doing some great times. He's absolutely a class rower. Perfectly suited to the single scull. His power to weight is outstanding.
His technique is consistently good.
That's right.
I'm not surprised. I think even when we do the age comparisons, etc., Kevin is, I think, going to be right up there for the fastest time adjusted.
Yeah, no, he's making that look very easy. And we've got a lot of Port Adelaide crews at this level. There's four.
Well, in fact, Rob Ellis also is another. He's in lane 2.
Lane 2.
Another very accomplished single scull. So Port Adelaide's got a lot of depth in the Masters. It's a great.
So that's
great
Rob
club.
Ellis second, and then Chris Cowan, lane 4 in third, and Mark Johnston.
Yes.
In lane 3.
And Mark
fourth.
Also a very accomplished doubles sculler at the Masters
There we go.
level.
And there's another Port Adelaide rower. I'm not sure if that's David Trini or Andrew Titterman. And then we have acclaimed University oarsman John Bentley, just finishing right now.
Now the next event's going to be interesting because, as you were saying before, a lot of different age groups, and the way it's done within Masters events is they have a handicap system. And so if you're older, then you get an advantage. You get to start earlier. So I'll just go through each of the lanes, and I'll say the handicap. So if a person is on go, that means they start first, and the handicap is the number of seconds that you have to wait before you can start. So in race 32, Masters Men's Single, Division 3, Lane 1, Adelaide Uni, it's Rick Armstrong, and he's on 109-second handicap. Lane 2, Riverside, Peter Hendy on 99 seconds. In Lane 3, we've got John Banks at 89, and so he's on go. So the race starts, and John gets that head start, but an exceptional rower. And John has won, the best rower in the state in previous years because of his domination of the single sculls event. Lane 4, Riverside, Richard Clark, another great rower, and I think he won his event last time we rode this earlier in the year. Richard's on 51 seconds. Lane 5, Adelaide Uni, Henry Newland on 84 seconds. Lane 6, Riverside, Paul Gunston on 84. Lane 7, Riverside, Christus Tivis on 99. And Phoenix, Lane 8 on 99 seconds. So what this means is, of course, it's going to be hard to get a real feel for how this race is going to be completed until you're at least at the halfway mark, because
such a significant handicap.
That's right. John Banks is on go, and others are starting, almost 100 seconds after him. So he will be able to get out in front of the field. The question here, and this is about real tactics, you're racing against the clock, is you won't be able to see the rowers who have started off in front of you, but you've got to, you would want to be catching them in the last 100 metre or earlier as you come in. So with this sort of event, I expect that the positions will change quite a bit throughout the race, and particularly that last 250 is going to be very interesting.
That's right. And in Masters, you start off at A's, which are 27 to early 30s.
Yes.
John Banks is category L.
Yes.
So this is fantastic. I mean, his name is published in the program, so I can say it. But he's 89 years old. He's really had he's really had 90. A minute and a half head start, and looking very neat.
That's right. The thing about John is, you can say, "Oh, I've had that head start," but actually, John wins because he is a great rower.
Yeah.
Yes, he's 89, but his technique, he moves the boat well, and his consistent performance, and so over the years he's consistently done well. The question for him is, can he hold them off? Because he will see the field closing in on him. But look at that. Look at that.
So, I mean, 89, caps off to John Banks of Manham Rowing Club.
But look at Mark Johnson there from Riverside.
Is it Richard?
Richard Clark. Richard Clark. Yes, sorry, Richard Clark from throwing down the gauntlet. This is going to be a good race. We can see out in the field there's still plenty of water to go.
So it's a bit different from professional foot race in that the handicaps can move around. Here the handicaps are fixed and they're based on age. But I mean this is it's a great race. The youngest person in this race is 69, and we go up. Most of the races are in their 70s, and we have one racer who's 83, and one sculler who's 89. And what a great display from John Banks, 89-year-old sculler.
Yeah.
Disappointed that Bob Russell's not racing today. I would have liked to have seen Bob racing, who's been part of the furniture in rowing in South Australia for more than 60 years, and has helped establish the rowing club at Goolwa. So this is a terrific row. I don't think any of them will catch him.
No, I think, as I said, John's an excellent rower. He's an outstanding rower. And he is very hard to catch because he's so good. Now, I think Richard Clark has probably got the best chance of mowing him down, but once John gets out in front, he can see the field.
Yeah.
And that way he can respond to it, and he can see off any sort of challenge. But when you've got a class rower like John Banks and you give him the chance to get in front, he is so hard to catch because he's so good.
Well, that's a big advantage. And I don't think, they've made up some ground, but not much ground.
No.
That's just a terrific row from John Banks, and he could go to the Australian Masters.
Yes.
He could go to the World Masters.
Oh, absolutely. He's a world level elite athlete.
And we've had part of the tradition is. We had the Australian Olympic crew in the 1920s was from Murray Bridge, and I think they had one rower in that crew from Mannum. So
yes.
If you ever go up to the Mannum Rowing Club, you can see the Australian blazer there in the club rooms.
Well, it looks as though John's going to take out first, but the battle now is for second place, and so I think Richard Clark has got the lead. We will see now as we come down to the last 100 metres. It looks as though it's a battle between the Riverside rowers. So... Richard Clark.
Well done, John Banks.
That's right.
Okay.
And it looks as though it's Paul Gunson and Richard Clark, both very good friends, but both very good rowers. And I think Paul's pulling it out. And now we've got Adelaide Uni, Rick Armstrong's coming in.
Rick Armstrong is finishing strongly. So he's the youngest man in the field, and he's
powering it through.
Saved it till the end, but Rick's finished in second, and then it's pretty close between third, fourth, and fifth.
That's right. You see, that's what I was saying with these sorts of events. It's not until you get down to the last 100 metres that you really know what's going on, because those younger rowers, whilst they've had quite a time to wait at the start, with their handicap, they tend to finish faster.
That's Henry Newland finishing there from Adelaide Uni.
Another great rower, and in that very strong Uni 8 as well.
So next this is the Masters Women's Coxless Pair, and we have 4 crews in this race. And right now, if we go from left to right, you can see on the left-hand side of the screen in lane 6, that is Phoenix. These are they're the ones who were given the head start. And then if we go to lane 5, it's Torrens, crew of Jeanette Cordwell and Angie Francu. And next we've got Port Adelaide, which is Susie Ross and Simone Ellis from Port Adelaide. And in lane 3 we've got Goolwa, which is Steph Wilden and Kate Tebnev.
So I'm interested here because I think the battle was going to be between Phoenix and Port Adelaide. So Anne Ellis and Carolyn Mustard, 2 class rowers, and Carolyn, has won South Australian Rower of the Year in the past as well. But as Simone Ellis anchoring the Port Adelaide crew with Susie Ross, I think will finish more strongly. Now the question is, can they catch them?
Yeah.
Simone's is. Now, Simone probably doesn't mind me saying, is over 50, and she was in the Queen's Cup crew.
Wow, that's amazing.
Like we're talking about last year. An outstanding athlete and is doing very well in this There we
So
go.
let's-
That's Simone in the. There's a pair of it.
So
She
let's
is
just have a look at Phoenix and Port Adelaide, and so I think the line is coming too quickly.
Yes, I think Phoenix is going to have this one.
There's 100 metres left to go.
Yeah.
Phoenix. Phoenix have had a 33-second start, which is their handicap based on age, and the line's coming up very quickly. So they'll
be across.
Phoenix wins that race. And second, they've made up a lot of that 33 seconds, but not enough. And that's Susie Ross and Simone Ellis from Port Adelaide. And then it's quite a race between Goolwa and Torrens. And Goolwa are just lifting now. It looks like they've now just gone past. They've just gone past Torrens. All right, and that's completed the race.
Great. That's a good demonstration of some really class athletes in that event. And look, the message from all this is you don't have to be a school kid or an elite sort of person in your 20s to be rowing. Whilst a number of the rowers we've seen here may have rowed in schools, I know for a fact that many have actually come in to rowing late. So, you get to your 40s or late 40s or early 50s and go and do a Learn to Row program. In fact, I know a friend of mine in Queensland was like this. He came along in his 40s, did one of those corporate cup type, introduction things. And 4 years later, he was actually winning medals at the Nationals in pairs events. So lots of examples. It's never too late to row. Don't say, that's a young person's sport. No, we have a very strong Masters community here. If you are interested in rowing, then give a call to some of these clubs. Riverside, very, very strong Masters club.
That's true.
Of course, the Torrens has got good Learn to Row programs as well. Adelaide University, I've just talked about them. They've got a strong 8. So, and of course, Phoenix, which is based here in West Lakes. Come and get involved. You don't have to row down here at West Lakes. Clubs have got some of their club rooms down on the Torrens, particularly for their Learn to Row programs. You can come out, learn to row. You don't have to row in these sort of regattas. It's a sport that's open for everybody, no matter what your background, your interest. Come and do Learn to Row, and then if you just want to do social rowing and paddle on the River Torrens, that's fine. And if you're someone that aspires to regattas or state championships or nationals, then there are pathways for you too. So, Ryan, great sport for everybody.
So we're now going to take a break. This is where the athletes and the officials have their lunch break. So we're going to stop the broadcast now, and we're going to go through. We're just going to roll through the sponsors.
Yeah, because sponsors are so important for the event. They support the sport, and you just can't go ahead without the sponsors and their support. It's just not going to happen. And of course, whilst we're waiting for that to come up, I'd just like to call out the boat racing officials, because of course they're volunteering their time here. So that's the people who are holding boats, the umpires in the finishing line, the stands, and of course you would have seen those. The boats out on the boats that were out on the water. Of course, the officials that they've been doing such a great job today.
All right, so I just want to thank our major regatta sponsor. That is the Community Bank at West Beach from Bendigo Bank. Thank you very much. They've been the major sponsor. Today's regatta has been run by Seymour College, and Seymour. The Seymour sponsors are Azura Dental and Cosmetics. They sponsored the under-17 women's single scull and the Schoolgirl Year 10 quad scull. So thank you very much for that. Next we have Northline, Australia's global logistics people, sponsors of the under-19 women's 8 and under-17 women's 8. Next, we have our key corporate partners for Rowing SA, which is the Fulham Funerals by the Grant family, and also the Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres. Next, we have, I see we've got it up on the screen here, Azura Dental and Cosmetics, sponsor of the Under-17 Women's Single Scull and Schoolgirl Year 10 Quad Scull. Our key corporate partners, Gentle Touch Orthodontics. I can vouch for them. Our family can vouch for them ourselves,
Yes.
and also Community Bank, West Beach, Bendigo Bank, and Olga's Fine Foods. proudly supporting South Australian Rowing and TAP Electrical as well, some of the key corporate partners for Rowing SA. Fulham Funerals by the Grant family and the Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres. Thank you very much for your support. And we're going to thank you also to Community Bank, West Beach, Bendigo Bank. So we're going to take a break, and we'll be back at 12:25 for the Masters Mixed 8.
Welcome back to the afternoon session of the South Australian State Rowing Championships here at West Lakes. And that's being hosted by the wonderful Seymour College. The weather conditions are still outstanding. There's a slight breeze coming in from the west, but still, water conditions are fantastic. And we're going to start this afternoon session from the 1,000-metre mark with a Masters Mixed 8, which is going to be superb. We've got crews that are going to be coming from Riverside, Torrens, Port Adelaide Composite, Phoenix Composite and Adelaide. And judges and boat holders are all heading out. And it's just been really good rowing so far today. And in these conditions, you'd expect that. And there's some big races coming up with some open 8s and 4s in this afternoon session, which will be hotly competed against for the title of state champion. And it looks like we have a start down at the 1,000-metre mark. And so I'll just go through once again. In lane 3, Riverside, lane 4, Torrens, lane 5, Port Adelaide Composite, lane 6, Phoenix Composite, and lane 7, Adelaide. And we've got crews from 3 different categories, starting at the handicap system for the Masters.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's the first time I've been on air today, so my welcome to the regatta, and we've got absolutely wonderful conditions here. I'm sure these Masters in the mixed 8s are going to enjoy racing as much as you can when you're putting yourself through the pain that they do in the rowing conditions. And these crews, of course, have got 4 men and 4 women in each boat, sweep or race, and they start off with the oldest crews get a handicap to start first, and then the younger ones are chasing them. So Masters races, theoretically, they should all arrive at the finish line at the same time. Let's see what happens today.
Like a good horse race. That's the theory.
We've just been talking about that.
And so we've got the crews in Riverside in 3, and it looks like the Port Adelaide Composite and the Phoenix Composite just leading the way here.
3 of them pretty close together, and the 2 back markers are starting to close up the gap, which is what they should do.
So the Adelaide crew in lane 7 were the last to go. And let's see if they can motor home and make this a very tight finish. So there's probably about 500 metres to go from here, and they're powering down.
The Torrens and Port Adelaide crew, which are in the almost on the right of that screen at the moment, with the red and white and black and white hoops, they've got a significant number of state team representative Masters rowers in that boat for both the men and the women. So they'll be a pretty hard crew to catch, especially as they had a bit of a head start on some of the younger crews.
Yeah, and they come through, and it looks to be the crew in that middle there, the Port Adelaide Composite crew. But I tell you what, they are squeezing those finishes. They're doing a great job out there. In these conditions, the blade work is very smooth.
The Composite crew on the other side is with the Pembroke Masters in with the Phoenix combination. So the green and gold are the Pembroke Masters, and the red and white, they're a big white jacket with a single red hoop, is the Phoenix. And they've closed the gap there. That's getting really a good close finish, which is what we'd expect from these Masters handicap races.
As they power down towards the 200-metre mark, it does appear, though, that the Port Adelaide Composite crew have got about a half a length on their opponent on the outside of them. And as they come down to the line, that Port Adelaide Composite crew hold off and have a good, strong win over the Phoenix Composite crew.
Well, we'll handicap that race. We'll match those 2 crews. This is Riverside coming in third. And in the background, you've got Adelaide Rowing Club in their red, gold and black colours. So Riverside in the red, green and gold. Just crossing the line, they're a third. This will be Adelaide. Look like they're going to get 4th.
Yeah. Fantastic effort. Well done.
and that's Torrens, the All Torrens crew in the red and white hoops in 5th place.
It is. The conditions here today are just absolutely superb. I believe the wind conditions for regattas so far this season have not been good, but today it is brilliant.
And the forecast for tomorrow is good too, John, so we can hope for that.
And we head back to the 1,000-metre mark for the double scull, the under-16 women's double scull.
I rode in the single sculls here many times over the early stages of this course, and I watched the men's open single scull title race this morning, won by Oscar McGuinness, who is going to represent South Australia in the interstate single sculls race in Tasmania later next month. And they raced that race. There were 7 scullers in it, and they just had perfectly flat water conditions on this professionally buoyed lake that looks like a swimming pool with all the boys marking all the lanes. And I was only envious of the conditions that the guys raced in. And Oscar, he's won his 2nd title in a row at the age of 21. So he's twice been the South Australian champion open sculler. Well done, Oscar McGuinness from the Adelaide Club this morning.
Yeah, fantastic effort. And you'll get conditions like this, I'm sure, down in Tassie, down at Barrington.
Well, there's 2 things happen in Tassie. It's either perfect or you've got a wind. And because of the way the course is there, it's down the bottom of a big mountain range, really. And if the wind blows, it either blows a straight head or a straight tail. So I always tell our crews here, and I've coached quite a few state crews and club crews that rode in nationals, training at West Lakes is one of the best places to train for Lake Barrington, because we often get a head or a tail wind here for training and racing and regattas. And they're the, if it blows at Barrington, that's the conditions you get. So I reckon South Australian crews have got a good head start for racing on Lake Barrington.
Well, it's always a wonderful event, the national titles, and the fact that this year, with some of the restrictions coming off, that people can get down to Tassie is a fantastic thing. So certainly we'll be looking forward to that. I know the school crews have got their attention on the head of the river coming up in about 3 weeks' time, so that will be for them. But the club rowers will certainly be focused on, and state rowers focused on that national titles.
So we're going back to the 2,000 metre, we've got a 1,000 metre under 16 women's double scull, is that?
That's what
have
it's,
we got the program right? Yep, that's correct. So they start with an unheld start. If our 2,000 metre start has got a professional start with the boat holders actually on a pontoon, and each boat is actually held exactly in a perfect line. On the 1,000 metre start, we don't have that facility, so the boats are drifted up under control of the officials, and they just have a floating, drifting start with the officials lining them up, and I reckon are they starting? Looks like something's happening there.
They're not doubles.
They seem to be moving into place. Have we been through the field yet?
No, not yet, but we might actually, because some crews have withdrawn, that might be going straight to a final, that under 16 double scull. Because the wilderness crews will be scratched from that under 16 double scull. So that might be going straight through to a final later in the day. And I think we're looking like down there at the 1,500 metre mark, the Schoolgirl quad sculls.
Yeah, I think you're right. That does look like the start at the 1,500 metre that they're lining up, and there are certainly 4 people in the boat. I can see looking on the screen here. So
it's certainly testing my eyesight down that 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah, so we've jumped the program 2 races down. We don't need to have those preliminary heats, so we're going to the heats for the 1,500 metre start. That's also an unheld start, so a drifting start. The boats float up to the line under the guidance of the officials.
And in this race 37, we've got Seymour College 2 in lane 2, Loretto Marrittville in lane 3, Loretto Marrickville won in lane 5. St. Peter's Girls won in lane 6. And Walford Anglican won in lane 7. And they seem to be forming a good line, and we'll just be waiting for the start. Once again, I'd have to say, this live streaming of the rowing here is so very impressive, and I congratulate Livestream Australia and Rowing SA. I have returned back to South Australia from Victoria, and this is very impressive, this live streaming that they've got set up here.
We've got to thank the Community Bank for their sponsorship to maintain this. They sponsor the live streaming. It's wonderful of them. The local bank here, it's the Bendigo Bank, I believe, Community Bank, that sponsor the live streaming. It's wonderful to be able to give people coverage because of the COVID conditions. No crowds encouraged here, and we try and present a picture that you can all see. You can get all the results. Everything's on the Rowing SA website, Regatta's website, so enjoy the live streaming, and you can get all the live results all day.
We have 5 crews in this race, and 4 of those will progress through to the final. 1 crew obviously will be eliminated, and that final is at 3:40 this afternoon. They're just getting them, trying to get these crews straight. That slight westerly wind might be causing a little bit of problems for some of the coxswains.
The breeze is predicted to come up later this afternoon from the southwest, so that does make it harder to line up the boats at the start for the officials. But our officials are very good, and these are more experienced school rowers. Year 10s, they've probably had a couple of years of racing. They'll get themselves sorted out quite quickly. I think we'll have a start pretty soon.
I tell you, it was impressive this morning to see how many schoolboys and schoolgirls were in single sculls racing today, and I think that's a great advance. What the schools are doing is putting juniors in sculls to learn the skills of the sculling, and I was very impressed this morning with the standard of sculling. And in the under-17 women's scull and the schoolgirl 10 quads, that is being sponsored by Azura, who and we thank them for their sponsorship and support of this regatta.
That's Azura Dental and Cosmetics, so enjoy that when you need it.
I've got a few crews just seemingly moving over in lanes down there at the 1500 metre start. So there's just a bit of a delay here.
Well, it's actually on time. It's due to start at 12:40, which is the actual start time.
Perfect.
Because those 2 races weren't held. But the crews, of course, wouldn't have been aware of. The crews in this race would probably not have been aware that the other race was cancelled, and probably didn't start moving into position any earlier. So we're sticking to the race time as per program, I suspect.
And looks like they're just coming down to the start line at the 1500. So just once again, it's Seymour in lane 2, Seymour 2, Loretto Marrickville in 3, Loretto Marrickville 1 in lane 5, St. Peter's Girls 1 in 6, and Walford Anglican 1 in 7.
And whilst we've been talking about these drifting starts, the younger crews, the Year 9s, we're going to race 1,000 metres, and then the older students, the older school rowers, race. These are rowing the 1,500, and then our senior rowers, the oldest ones, they row the full international race distance that we row for World Championships and the Olympics, and our national regatta, of course. That's what our first eights and the senior rowers from the schools row. The full 2,000 metre Olympic and World FISA race distance.
And it appears that we have a start in this race, spot on time. So they are coming down the course now from the 1,500. And it's difficult at this stage to pick who is leading. It looks like the Loretto Marrettville crew in lane 5. The number 1 crew has got off to a very good start.
Pretty even start, I think. These are, like I said, these are the more experienced rowers, year 10s, and they're probably fairly evenly matched, certainly in the starting early stages of this event. And
it will be the final for this race is at 3:40. So if you're following someone in these two heats, 3:40 is what time the final is.
So first 4 place getters to the final. So just one crew will be eliminated from this from going to the final. So all 5 of them will be racing probably as hard as they can for one of those places. If they're smart and they can see that one of the crews has dropped off the pace, you can save and conserve a bit of energy, and that's one of the advantages about rowing, where people laugh about you going backwards, but in fact, if you're in front, you can see all the opposition, and it gives you a chance to even work out your tactics as you go. I've been in and seen many a race where the race plan has been changed as it's progressed, especially in an elimination race like this, or a heat where there are more races to come. You need to conserve that energy.
It looks like it's fairly even out the front, with Loretto Marrettville in lane 3 and Loretto Marrettville in 5, and St. Peter's Girls out in 6. Seem to be right up on the pace there. But once again, it's still very even there. Maybe just the crew on the far side might just be dropping back a touch. But as Phil did mention, it is just that tactics of getting into that first 4, get into the final, and then you can go from there. And it's the crew, St. Peter's in lane 6, seem to be, certainly have got away from the Walford crew in lane 7.
It's quite a close contest, really. No one has dropped right off the pace. The crew right over on the far side, Walford, might be running 5th, but they're not completely out of it.
No. And so we're down through probably with about 750 metres to go, and it's still very, very competitive here. I certainly can't pick an outright leader, and certainly the 4 crews, they'll be highly competitive to be in that top 4 crews.
I did say that they could conserve some energy if they get far enough in front, but I don't think any of these crews look like they've got that plan at the moment. They all seem to have a good high rating and having a real good racing hit out here. They are pulling away from that crew on the far side, the Walford crew over in lane 7, but the other 4 boats haven't really. They don't look to me like they've taken the pace off their work.
The St. Peter's Girls are doing a great job out the front there.
That's them in the middle of the screen,
Yeah.
In the white with a blue slash or sash down their back.
They're just sitting up nicely, heads are still, and grabbing the water out the front, just pushing it away. And they've certainly got a lead here, although the crew on lane, the other Loretto Marrettville crew, seems to be putting some pressure on the number 1 crew. And Seymour are probably sitting back in lane 2, probably 2 lengths behind that other Loretto crew. But there seems to be 4 crews that will make it through, and the crew on the far side, Walford, just slightly off the pace here.
So that's the St. Peter's Girls crew in the middle of the screen there. And the coxswain sitting in the stern. You'll notice some of the boats have the coxswain in the bow of the boat. Doesn't make any difference in the rules. You can have your coxswain in these boats in whatever position. And it's interesting that lots of fours have the alternative coxing position, but the coxswain is so important for steering and also is really great for crew organisation, morale, timing, and all the other things. The coxswains are so valuable part of our very old traditional sport.
It's very competitive with the three crews, the two Loretto Merrittville and the St. Peter's Girls crew in lane 6, but it's actually the Loretto crew in lane 3 just powering away, wanting to get that first place into the final. It's top 4 into the final, and they've certainly got themselves into that final at 3:40 p.m.
There is an advantage of such that the winning boat here goes to the most favoured lane in the final, which in good flat conditions like we've got today is regarded as usually the centre two lanes are the best because, as I mentioned before about being able to see your opposition in rowing, if you're in those middle lanes, you can see both sides without even having to turn your head. If you can get far enough in front, and that's the aim of this rowing racing. That's what we do in rowing, we race, and these boats are totally for racing. And that's what we train and all our athletes compete for.
That's right. And we head back to the 1,500 metre mark now for race 38, which is the second heat of the Cox Quad Sculls for schoolgirls at Year 10 level. In lane 2, it's St. Peter's Girls. Lane 3, Walford. Lane 4, Nord Morialta. Lane 6, Loretto, Marrittville. Lane 7, Seymour, and lane 8, Walford. And once again, thank you to Azura Dental and Cosmetics for sponsoring this division and their support of the regatta. And we have a start in this event.
From the 1,500 metre, they appear to be all the way safely, which is the best news we can give you at this stage. Don't expect a big lead to appear instantly, but certainly the crews will be trying to put their boats into a good position from the start. And this race is different to the previous one where they did all seem to get away evenly. This one we think we're already getting a bit of a gap between some of the boats.
And there appears to be 5 crews in the race, and we've got more than that listed. So as we come through, we'll try and pick which crews are there.
Haven't been notified of any scratchings for this one, so it is a bit. It's always a challenge without that information.
There's a Seymour crew certainly in lane 7 that seems to be up towards the front, and maybe even a. Maybe Walford. I'm just trying to pick those colours.
I think it's the Nord Morialta crew that's not there in lane 4. And I think the umpire's boat is following the race in that lane.
Right.
So that's my guess. And I just had a quick look through the binoculars and that's what I suspect's happening. So we do there's 3 boats clearly out in front. So even though we've got one scratching or one non-starter, with the number of boats here, there's still only 4 will go through to the final. 3 of them seem to be getting away from the rest of the pack. So they look destined for the final. But there's still a race on between the other boats.
Yes, and once again, this final was at 3:40 today. And certainly there is 3 clearly in front. And certainly Seymour's doing well on the outside in lane 7. Walford in lane 3. And could that be Wilderness coming through in the middle?
Yeah, the Wilderness crew is the other one that's in that group of 3. So the battle is on for the other place in the final between the other 2 boats.
And unlike some of the 8 racing this morning in the school and the under-19s, the rating's up here, and they're actually they're wanting to have a real crack at this heat to get the best lane. So it appears that the Wilderness crew have a lead here, probably about a length and a half over the Seymour crew out in 7. And then,
They're rating 30.
well, I think the 8s this morning were rating about 22 at one stage. But they got through to the final, and that's all that matters. So we have the Wilderness crew coming through.
Yeah, Wolford on the far side, they were racing a bit harder. They were rating at 32.
And they're coming down to the line to score a comfortable victory, about a length and a half, 2 lengths over the Seymour crew out in 7. Back to Wolford. They're rowing very nicely there, the Wolford girls. And the 4th crew will be out on that outside. And that's Wolford number 2 crew. So well done, girls. A number 3 crew, in fact. Well done. And now we head up to the 2,000 metre mark, right at the top of the course, where the boat holders will be on the pontoons. And we've got Schoolgirl Cox 4.
So when we see this field, you should have on the right of your screen Unley, then Seymour number 2, Wilderness, Pulteney, Seymour, Saints number 2, and St Ignatius. So 7 boats in this next race. It's a heat for the Schoolgirl Cox 4. So at the 2,000 metre distance, these are our senior rowers, and the boats change configuration to a sweep oared boat. So each rower has 1 oar. The previous events, you noticed that the rowers, each rower had 2 oars, what we call sculling. We have, this is a universal thing in rowing nowadays, that the younger people are encouraged to do the sculling, where they their bodies go straight up and down and develop evenly, and then switch over to the sweep oared rowing, where your body does twist and turn, and you tend to be left-handed or right-handed and work to one side of the boat in the sweep oared rowing. Back when I started in the schools, a long time ago, it was all sweep rowing. There wasn't much sculling at all, and this idea of using the smaller sculling boats and the young people starting in sculling before they go to sweep oar is actually worldwide in sculling nowadays and rowing, and a lot of the youngsters are encouraged to do their early rowing in the sculling boats.
And certainly in the Schoolboy and Schoolgirl 8s, part of the selection process will be some sculling racing, just to make sure that they've got that technique of managing a smaller boat, which is far more difficult, and then it just develops the skills. So part of the selection process will be in the sculling. And we're just having that look down the West Lakes, and it does look absolutely perfect out there.
It's race time, start time is right now, so I suspect our officials, they would have had time to get those boats onto the fixed landing starting block, so I'm pretty sure they'll be underway pretty soon.
And we thank the Seymour girls who are down there at holding those boats. They're doing a great job, and it gives them, the Learn to Row girls, a different view of the 2,000 metre start, but also a different view of senior rowers, and they'll see some fantastic starts for races.
It's very exciting at the start, very noisy. Do you remember racing yourself, John? It's hear all the boats, especially in the 8s. The bigger the crowd, the bigger the boat, the more noise. It's a quite exciting, very colourful start to a big race.
Well, this the final for this race will be at 4:05 p.m. So if you're following crews in this division, just after 4 o'clock will be the final, and it looks like we've got large fields for both races. So in this race 39, we have Unley High, Seymour College, Wilderness, Pulteney Grammar, Seymour College 1, St. Peter's Girls 2 in lane 7, and St. Ignatius in lane 8. And it's wonderful too, Phil, to see the new schools. When I have been out of South Australia for over 20 years, and certainly when I was involved at school, St. Ignatius wasn't a school that was around. So it's wonderful to see these other schools being involved in rowing, the great sport of rowing.
Well, you mentioned that. Loretto too are one of our newer schools in the rowing, and even Seymour haven't been in the competition as long as only they started back in the 70s, and Pulteney, of course, were back in the 60s. They joined the head of the river. They didn't have girls though in those days. It was only a boys' school when they first started. But St. Ignatius is one of our newer schools, and in the rowing competition, and they do get some. They've had some good crews in that short time they've been going.
Yeah, look, the more the sport can grow, the better. It is a wonderful sport for young people to be part of. Gives them that real sense of teamwork and discipline. And certainly it is just a wonderful sport, and I congratulate the schools for the way their students are turned out here today. They look magnificent as well.
Like getting bigger in our screen, which means they're getting closer. And again, I don't think they're all there. I think we've got a scratching.
I can certainly see Unley High in lane 2. And I think
Seymour in 3. I think the Wilderness might not be there in 4.
And that could be there for Pulteney Grammar in 5.
Yeah, that's a dark outfit I can pick on the screen. That's I reckon that's Pulteney, then Seymour. So.
And then on the outside is St. Ignatius and St. Peter's Girls in lane 7 is what we. So I can see 5 crews. Now, my eyesight might not be the best, but I can only see 5 crews. 4 go through to the final at 4:05.
So the race is on. There's still plenty to race for. If they haven't got a full field, but the elimination process is what they're racing to move to the next round. So I can see the blades are all flashing there. And this, as you said, in beautiful racing conditions. They're all having a fair dinkum go at for this place just to get in the final.
And at this stage, I would suggest the 2 crews in the middle of the river are just slightly pushed out in front. That could be the Pulteney crew.
And Seymour just alongside of them, I think, might be the other faster of the field at the moment.
And they've just pushed out a lead over St. Iggy's over in lane 8. These are senior girls rowing in the 4. This will be probably their main event. And so getting into the final is obviously the most important thing. But they also want to get there so they can perform at their very best in the final. So sometimes they might just ease off as they come down, particularly if they're guaranteed to be in that top 4.
So it looks very much to me like the Pulteney crew in the dark outfit there, just to the right of your screen, are setting the pace in this race. They've got a dark blue outfit with a yellow and white yoke in the zoot suit, as we call it. And they're getting on a good clip. I'll just try and get their rating for you.
Their blade work is very good there. And
I got a 38 then. I hope I didn't miscount, but
they're certainly going along. And the crew on the outside of them are trying to match their rating.
Yeah, 36. So they're not messing around with a rating upper in the high 30s, and they've gone over halfway. So they're having a decent hit out here, remembering that they've got a rower final.
And I think there's going to be real competition for that fourth place on the inside here in lanes 2 and 3. It looks like Unley, High, and the Seymour College crew number 2 are battling out for that fourth position. So that's something to keep an eye on there.
Well, the camera's just swinging onto that battle now. That's got Unley in the double blue stripes, the vertical stripes. They're just in front of Seymour in the very dark green colours with their white and blue trim on their oars and outfits.
So with about 600 metres to go, the girls are powering down, and it really is a competitive race at the front, but I'd suggest the crew in lane 6, if that's the Seymour crew number 1, they've certainly taken the lead here. They seem to have about a length and a half lead, even greater than that.
No, that's Saints Girls.
Saints Girls. St. Peter's Girls in lane 7, therefore.
I think we've justifiably not known exactly who was missing, and that's I can see now it's got the white outfit with just a single blue stripe on an angle. That's Saints Girls colours, I'm sure. And they're having a dinkum battle with Pulteney, and those two have they're definitely going to qualify first and second for the final.
And St. Ignatius, I think, will row into third position. And the battle is on with Unley, High and Seymour wanting to get through to that final at 4:05. So well done to the St. Peter's Girls crew. They have powered down. It was competitive racing, but they've got now a good length and a half, 2-length lead over the crew from Pulteney. St. Ignatius on the outside will come through in third, but the battle will be for that fourth position.
So I'm pretty impressed with the way they've rowed right through those two leading boats. They have had a really good, hard, fast workout. So hope they've got plenty of energy left for the final. It does. Yeah, this is the battle.
This is the battle for fourth and fifth.
Yeah,
the last place in the final.
Yeah, because that's St. Ignatius. They're safely into the final with third. So it's going to be close here for these two. Look, they're overlapping. So here's a place in the final or chance for glory or not at all. Only in the double blue. Underrating the St. Peter's crew. That's another... Sorry, the Seymour crew who've fought back and not quite getting there, I don't think.
I think the Unley crew just got there.
Wow, that was pretty close.
That was very competitive racing over the 2,000 metres.
Girls.
And we are well underway now in race 40, the Schoolgirl Cox 4, Heat 2, with Seymour College in lane 2, Nord Morialta in 3, St. Peter's Girls 1 in 4, Walford 1 in 6, Pembroke School in 7, and Loretto Marrettville on the outside in lane 8. And they appear to have come through the 1,000-metre mark.
Yeah, I don't think we've got a full field here again, John. Yeah, I'm sure I can see an empty lane or two there. So we'll try and work it out.
Yeah, well,
I think there's only 6 boats.
Yes.
So we're not very professional here with our information flow. So we apologise for that.
The Pembroke crew is distinctive in colour and they seem to be up towards the front, with the crew in lane 4, I would suggest, maybe the St. Peter's Girls.
Now, I think it might be the Wilderness crew from 5 that's not there, because and I'm basing that on the fact we've had a couple of other Wilderness crews not race, so they may have...
Certainly this morning a lot of Wilderness crews didn't race. So.
Okay, this could have happened. So I'll guess that's the one that's missing. We've certainly got, from the right of screen there, you've got Seymour, Norwood, Morialta and Saints Girls in those first 3 lanes. As you said, over on the other side, the Pembroke colours are mainly gold nowadays. The club school is green and gold. They have mainly a gold outfit, and they clearly stand out in that gold colour.
It certainly does. It helps my eyesight here. And they seem to be out in front along with the St. Peter's Girls crew in 4. That seems to be where it is. It's once again, it's the first 4 crews through to the final at 4:05. But from my eyesight, it seems to be the Pembroke crew rowing long and strong there.
Yeah, they've got control of the race, I think, by the look of the rating. I'll just try and get that for you.
Yeah, their blade work from this point of view is looking really good. They're looking very strong.
Down at 24, cruising along. They've plenty of weight on the oar. They've got plenty of energy and effort and strength and power being applied to those big sweep oars with the big blades on them they've got nowadays. And Pembroke are just tapping that boat along, got it running beautifully. It's wobbling around a bit. Wouldn't be that comfortable on the old back the way it's swinging around, but they look certainly to be they're guaranteed of a place in the final, barring accidents, I'd say.
Most definitely, and I'd suggest that the St. Peter's Girls crew in lane 4 are also just coming down, looking nice and strong, certainly not worrying too much about rating. It's just getting themselves through to the final, and then they can battle it out in that final.
Yeah, I just took the rating of the Saints Girls crew at 23, so they, like Pembroke, are cruising to the line. Those 2 boats, as I mentioned before, they can see the rest of the field behind them. They know this is a heat. They've got to go back in a couple of hours and row a final over the 2,000 metres, so they're conserving energy with good, sensible, well-coached and well-drilled crew with their coxswains probably reminding them of the race tactics at this stage, and they've well done.
And certainly the Loretto crew out in lane 8 and the Walford crew in lane 6 look like making up the top 4 places. We've got Nord Morialta and Seymour on the inside lanes just coming down, but the top 4 have cleared out. And those 2 crews coming over the line now, St. Peter's and Pembroke, are looking very, very comfortable.
So that Nord Morialta, we were talking before about some of the newer schools. Well, the Nord Morialta is a newer school to the rowing world in South Australia. And, of course, they've got the famous Nord red and blue colours combined with the Morialta had yellow in their outfit when they combined the 2 schools. I was teaching at Norwood the last year. It was Norwood before they joined up with Nord Morialta, and they combined the clubs and the name. And they did have a rowing club at Norwood before they combined with Morialta, and that school's been rowing for quite a few years now.
Well done to Loretto, but Wolford came in 3rd, Loretto in 4th, so they go straight through to the final. And Nord Morialta girls coming down, looking comfortable in these nice conditions, and the experience of rowing over the 2,000 metres for them and the Seymour crew, valuable.
Yeah, they're rowing quite well. They're all in time, body work together and a good timing, and a bit more experience. They'll get stronger and better and faster as they train more. And the next crew that you'll see on the screen, you'll see the Seymour. It's their number 3 crew, and they'll finish off that race.
And as they come down, and well done, girls. They've got the timing together, so well done. And they're going to finish off. And then we go into race 41, and this is a key race, the under-21 men's double scull.
Back to medal finals now. We've got a bracket of, we finished with the heats for a while, and we've got a whole page I can see on my screen here of medal finals, starting with the under-21 men's double, then the open men's coxless 4. So that's a race you can look forward to. You've got most of our South Australian Kings Cup crew men in there. That's our interstate crew. And then the open women's double scull, followed by the under-19 women's quad scull. So different boat classes, different age groups. And
we certainly got a competitive race here with the 2 leaders out in front. So we've got Torrens 2 in lane 3, Phoenix in 4, Port Adelaide in 5, and Torrens 1 on the far side in 6. And it seems to be the 2 Torrens crews battling it out from my point of view. Very competitive.
Great rivalry between the club mates here. The two Torrens crews in the famous red and white hoops. The Torrens Club founded back in about 1903, I reckon. It's one of our oldest city clubs with a famous river name, of course. And they've had some wonderful crews. And here's some good youth performing here in the under-21s men's double scull. Got Bradley Robrin and Charlie Conybeare in the boat closest to us on the right-hand side of the screen. And the crew on the other side is Callum Deckers and Sam Button, who raced earlier in the day in the open scull. So they're very accomplished scullers and sculling beautifully in that double scull.
It is an excellent performance of double sculling, and they seem to have got a lead here.
So they're going to take out the title, the South Australian State Championship under-21 men's double scull, and it'll be a Quinella, first and second for the Torrens red and white hoops clubs. Port Adelaide and their black and white hoops are coming third, and then the Phoenix crew running fourth.
It's wonderful to see rowing at this level like this. Those two Torrens crews, double scull crews, outstanding effort. But congratulations to the group, Callum Deckers and Sam Button, who took out that final.
Next race is also underway. It's the Open Men's Coxless 4. So you've got Adelaide Uni in lane 4, Adelaide in lane 5, and the other Adelaide Uni crew in lane 6. Adelaide are the title holders of this race, but there's been some fierce and wonderful competition between the Adelaide and Adelaide Uni crews in the men's racing this season. Pity we haven't had crowds to watch it, and this race is no exception. The Adelaide Uni crew closest to us, with Nick Blackman, William Smith, Ross Hamilton and Oscar Moore, coached by Sam Morton. They are right up alongside of the Adelaide crew of James Price, Drew Clements, Matthew Nielsen and the Adelaide captain of boats, Tim Santon, in the stroke seat. So those two crews almost side by side, stroke for stroke. They've gone through 1,000 metres, just coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. And I think it's the Adelaide Uni crew are out in front. So and I'll get some ratings here because these guys are really having a crack.
This is a super competitive race, and they want to take this title. So, to be honest, I'm not sure who is out in front.
Well, Uni at 37. And so too Adelaide. So both crews rating exactly, in fact, both at 37.4. I got on my stopwatch. So the Adelaide crew just, I think, marginally in front. The Adelaide Club, it wasn't exactly the same crew that won this boat race last year, but they do hold the title. James Price, Drew Clements, Matthew Nielsen and Tim Sandon. Yeah, Jack Deans was in it last year. I remember he's not racing this regatta. They've got a narrow lead in port. The Adelaide Uni crew are coming at them. They've got, like I said, a couple of guys out of the King's Cup crew that are in full training. Ross Hamilton, big, strong man he is. And he's bending that fiberglass oar there, and they're putting on a real spurt. The Adelaide Uni crew in the famous white colours with the big black V.
They're certainly lifting the rate, the Adelaide Uni crew, trying to get up to this Adelaide crew. Very competitive racing here.
This is the Open Men's 4.
This is the final, so...
This is the race. This is the boat the Awesome Foursome made famous. They won 2 Olympics in a row. I was there at both of them and saw them win the gold medal in this boat. Famous Australian racing rowing boat. But there's Adelaide getting very untidy at the finish. Oh, Adelaide Uni got right up alongside of them as Adelaide. Did you see that bit of a wash there?
Yeah, there was only a half a length on the line there. But Adelaide, congratulations to Adelaide for winning the Open Men's Coxless 4.
Only just.
Yeah. And the second Adelaide Uni crew coming through in lane 6, finishing off the race.
Less than half a length or barely half a length. Is Adelaide
had a wobbly.
Just definitely had a bit of a shipwreck there that last couple of strokes. And that's not uncommon. That's where you get most tired, of course. The last bit of a race is all your energy's gone, and it's not uncommon for crews or a rower to have a mishap in that last bit just through sheer exhaustion. And I've seen a crew right on the finish line have a major shipwreck. I've seen a man ejected from an 8, a senior 8 with experienced oarsman, and caught a crab right on the finish line. That's what we call it when your oar gets stuck in the water and goes down to where the crabs are on the bottom of the lake. And it can be quite dangerous in a speeding 8.
Another final. We're coming up to the Open Women's Double Scull. Adelaide University number 1 crew in lane 3. Adelaide University number 3 crew in 4. Torrens are in the middle in 5. Adelaide in 6. And Adelaide Uni number 2 in lane 7. And they are well down, coming down towards through the 1,500 metre mark.
And we're going to have a new title holder here because I can't see the names of the people that won this event last year on the in the field. So with Adelaide Uni with 3 boats in it, and one of our co-commentators, Joe Malcolm, is in the boat on the right-hand side of the screen. The Adelaide Uni number 1 crew, Joe Malcolm, who's also in our state team squad for the women's state team crew for the interstate race. They race for the Queen's Cup and the ULVA trophy, and they're doing quite well, that Adelaide Uni number 1 crew.
And she's getting plenty of support as well.
Got her own cheer squad here, is our Joe, so very popular young lady.
So out in lane 3 is the Adelaide Uni, and Adelaide Uni number 3 are in 4. But it's on the far side. Oh, no, there's a crew on lane 7. The Adelaide Uni crew, number 2 crew also.
Oh, it's pretty close.
Yeah, seem to be powering on nicely as well.
I've worked out the Adelaide crew now with Sophia Neary and Christy Shanahan, coached by Ron Mobbs, men of the Murray. They're both lightweight, so I'd expect them to probably be where they are. They're a couple of quite competent young lightweight rowers. They're certainly keeping up at the moment with the 3. They've got 3 Adelaide Uni crews to combat, and I can't see the Torrens crew, can I?
I cannot see a Torrens crew out there. I think there's only 4 crews.
Yeah.
Yep. So Torrens have been scratched. And it is very competitive racing. Adelaide University in lane 3 seem to be in front of the Adelaide University crew in lane 4. The Adelaide University crew on the far side seem to be very competitive as well.
I just took the rating of the Adelaide crew. They're at 33. I'll get you the next. Right. Yeah, 32, the Adelaide Uni crew in lane, the lane on the right. That's their number 1 boat, and I think they are in the best position for the Adelaide Uni, and I think they are in the lead. I know in the last club regatta we had here that Joe Malcolm beat Sophia Neary in the single scull, so that could be a factor towards trying to get the race result here. But really, there are 4 boats. There's probably only a couple of boat lengths between first and fourth. You can see them all in your screen now. So looking from left to right, you've got Adelaide Uni on the far side, then Adelaide in the red, gold and black colours. They're easy to pick. Then 2 more Adelaide Uni crews, and it's their number 1 boat on the right-hand side of the screen that's probably doing the best.
I'd say those first 3 crews, the 2 Adelaide Uni crews on either side of and the Adelaide crew, have pushed out in front of the Adelaide Uni number 3 crew in lane 4. Very competitive racing. Maybe the 2 Adelaide University crews on either side have just pushed out in front.
So on the far side, you've got Adelaide and Adelaide Uni number 2. The number 2 crew for Adelaide Uni, a couple of very well-credentialed scullers, Talelia McCarthy and Carice Jones. I think they're right up with the Adelaide crew. And those 2 boats, I reckon, are in front of the boats in lanes 3 and 4.
Yep.
So I think on the screen now, I believe you've got the leaders, and I think it's the Adelaide Uni crew on the far side, just in front of Adelaide.
It is super competitive there, and wonderful blade work by all the girls and the women in this race. Powering the finishes through, keeping it nice and flat.
That crew on the screen, they're rating at 33, and I think they might be just in front of Adelaide. It's pretty close.
Very close. The outside has certainly cleared away from the inside.
Just a bit of splash there occasionally as they're getting tired. They said they're in the definitely in the last 250 metres now. All the boys in the last 250 metre are red, and that's where they know where they are. Adelaide just got their rating around 33, so both crews about the same.
Just trying to finish this race off. The Adelaide University crew out on the outside seems to be holding them at this stage, meeting every challenge and having the ability just to see what their opposition are doing, coming towards the line and powering through. There's about a length and a bit at the moment.
Very close between Adelaide and Adelaide Uni. Boats are overlapping as they hurtle towards the finish line. But Adelaide Uni just holding off and take the state title. Congratulations, Adelaide Uni. They've won the Open Double Scull for the Women's State Championship of 2021.
The Adelaide University crew on the inside have come in for third, and the crew in lane 4 just coming out towards the end of the line, towards the line now. That was excellent racing over the 2,000 metres. And we stay at the 2,000 metres, although there's a little bit of a break before we get to the under-19 women's quad scull.
Oh, yeah.
Hello and welcome back. It's Greg Walters and Liza Montgomery as your commentators for the next session. And we'd just like to recognise sponsors, Community Bank West, Bendigo Bank, to our major regatta sponsors, Fulham Funerals by the Grant family, the Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres. Also key corporate partners, Olga's Fine Foods, proudly supporting South Australian rowing, and Tap Electrical. Sponsors are very, very important to us, and that includes Gentle Touch Orthodontics, and as we said, the Community Bank West Beach, Bendigo Bank, the Bendigo Bank. So it's a lovely day down here, at the Alex Ramsey course. The next race, race 44, the under-19 women's quad sculls. This is a final. It's a 2,000 metre event.
Yes, and in lane 3 we'll have Pembroke School, lane 4 St Peter's Girls, lane 5 Wolford Anglican, and lane 6 is a Loretto Marriotteville composite crew. So as we can see, they're just heading onto the course now, straightening up, I think, just for the start.
And you might be able to see on the screen, there's that grey line across the screen. That's actually the pontoon, and the crews are held. So we have people out on the pontoon who hold the bow of the boat so that all of them are perfectly lined up. Of course, with the 1,000-metre race events, the marshals have to line up all of the crews.
Yeah, they do. So it's a bit easier, I think, at the 2,000 metres to line up as you have the boat holders, whereas at the 1,000 and 1,500, it's sort of just a bit of like tapping and backing.
That's right.
Just to try and get everyone in line.
And,
yeah.
and it's the junior crews that tend to be doing the 1,000
yeah,
metres.
exactly. So it's a bit, I think for the marshals it's probably a bit easier to coordinate the senior crews at the start line as opposed to the younger crews. But
that's right. That's right. But the conditions today, absolutely wonderful down here at West Lakes. We're very, very lucky. It's a beautiful 22 degrees. And the wind is not too bad. It's about 22 kilometres an hour from the west southwest.
Very slight tailwind.
That's right, and with a cross breeze as well coming in from the west. So that'll unsettle the boats a little bit, of course, with that cross breeze. But
a tailwind's always fun to race in. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Well,
gives you a bit of a push sometimes when it's not too windy. Yeah.
That's right. Well, in fact, it's interesting you're talking about tail and headwinds. The heavier weight crews tend to do better in the headwinds, and the lighter weight crews tend to do better in the tailwinds.
Yeah, and these are smaller boats, so they'll probably favour or prefer
a slight tailwind.
Yeah.
That's right. So once again, lane 3 Pembroke, lane 4 St Peter's Girls, lane 5 Walford, and lane 6 Loretto Marriotteville composite. And that's a composite between Loretto, Marriotteville, and Torrance.
Yes. So they should be starting. Oh, I think they've started just then.
Okay, yes. We have a start in the under-19 women's quad scull event over 2,000 metres. Now the crews have got away.
I think there might be a scratching.
Yes, it looks as though we've only got 3. So it looks as though we've definitely got Pembroke in lane 3, St Peter's Girls in lane 4. It looks as though Walford doesn't appear to be there. Maybe there is scratching in
lane 5.
Lane 5.
Yeah.
And then we've got the Loretto Marriotteville composite. And you can see the difference. The Loretto Marriotteville composite crew, the Torrens has got the red and white stripes.
That's what I noticed.
So that's the far left of the field. And it's hard to tell at the moment, but they seem to have had a very good start.
Yes. Looks pretty even, probably coming into the 1,500-ish. Yeah.
That's right. So there's tactics. Each crew tends to have a slightly different start. It might be half a stroke, 3/4 and full, or 3/4, half,
and
3/4.
2,000 metres in a quad is quite long.
Yes.
Because quads usually race, or schoolgirl quads usually race, only a K or a 1,500 metre. So
that's right.
Tactics probably change a little bit over longer distances as well.
Yes, that's right. And they're quite fast boats.
Yeah, they are. And maybe some crews would be more experienced in 2,000 metre races, or some might be a little bit less experienced. It just
depends.
Right.
So it's up different crews, different tactics.
Yeah.
Some of them might go hard for that first 200 metres, establish a lead if you can,
and settle down a bit. And then as you come into the K, usually you go for a bit of a push there. But because there's less crew boats in the race, it might be a bit different when they push and everything, because there's less people to sort of stay with, I guess.
Now, this is a coxless event. So what that means is there's no coxswain. So we've got the 4 rowers, but you don't have somebody in the boat to look out where the other crews are and to call the race and call the tactics for you.
So steering is something that's a bit different in these boats, because as there's no cox to do the steering, it's up to all the rowers. And also there's no cox to make the calls either.
That's right.
So generally I think the girls that sit in the middle will sort of do the talking. But yeah, that would be challenging to keep yourself motivated internally, as opposed to having a cox to tell you sort of
That's
when
right.
to
So,
go for pushes and everything.
Yeah, 2,000 metres,
Yeah.
you would have to have talked about it beforehand.
Yeah, definitely.
And have a race plan which might say, as you say,
Yeah.
about the 1,000 metre, maybe you do a push.
Yeah.
And then some crews, depending on they get to certain milestones, they might push ahead
Yeah.
again.
And I think technically as well, it's also every girl has to be really focused and following the girl in front of them to make sure that, because they don't have a cox to sort of give them technical tips, they've got to be really switched on and looking and watching what the girls in front of them, or sort of feeling what the girls behind them are doing. But it looks
right.
like we're zooming in on the Loretto Marriotteville composite crew.
Yes, they look to be out in the lead. So that's Loretto Marriotteville in lane 6. So that's Ella Deramore, Denver, from Torrens. Diane Macalino from Loretto Marriotteville. Imogen Graham from Torrens. And Victoria Binns from Loretto Marriotteville. Now, it's interesting. Torrens have really been rejuvenating itself in recent years. And I know they are very keen to get new rowers into the club. Whether for those people in school who are interested in rowing, this is one of the clubs that they can come to. They offer very good coaching. And they're also providing opportunities for girls to train over the winter.
Yeah.
So you might be a member of a school and a member of the club.
Yeah, about club rowing. I know a lot of girls I rowed with did both, because it's a good way to stay training over the winter when school rowing doesn't really tend to occur as much.
That's right.
But they're looking very good coming in.
Nice and strong, actually. They've got good length.
Getting near the 1K, so they'll probably go for a bit of a push, I'm guessing, as they go past the 1K. But looking really good, nice and long and strong. Yeah. And we're zooming back out, and we can see the St. Peter's girls crew looks to be quite close. Maybe even slightly
They might
in
have
front.
come up, yes.
Yeah.
The crews are rating in the high 30s at the moment,
Yeah.
so I was just noticed that Torrens is about 38. Now, that's not unusual. This is
Yeah.
a fast boat, so the 8s and the quads can rate quite high. You've got to have that lightness in this particular boat. But I tell you what, it's tiring, over 2,000 metres.
No, they would probably be feeling it quite a bit now, nearing the halfway mark. And there we can see Pembroke I think in 3rd place, but looking really good.
So they're all rating around that 36 to 38 mark.
Yeah.
So they're definitely racing. No one's just holding their position now. They're all really putting it out in there on the line. And I think, as you're saying, it looks as though at the moment it's between St. Peter's Girls and Loretto Marriotteville Composite.
Yes. And they've just gone past the halfway mark.
Yes, past the 1,000 metre mark.
Yes. But no, all crews looking really nice and calm. Even though they're rating high, it's very controlled, because you can tend to sometimes, when you rate high, it gets a bit out of control. But they look really good.
That's true.
Nice and calm, yeah.
They look relaxed.
Yeah.
Relaxed in the upper shoulder, and that's the secret to the quad. Yes, it's a high rating, but it's relaxing and just getting that boat moving.
Yeah, making it look
looks
really
effortless when
easy.
it's done
Yeah,
wrong. That's right, it looks easy.
Yeah, like it's hard, but for those of us on the bank, it just looks nice, and just like it'd be really nice to jump in that boat, almost.
Yes, but you'd be feeling it at this stage.
Yeah.
Rowing is very much a mental sport, but I tell you what, there's nowhere to hide when you're in the boats.
Yeah.
It is tough work.
Yeah.
I remember in my younger years when I was rowing in an 8, and I probably hadn't properly prepared for it at that stage, and I got back, and it was a 3-mile race, and I remember getting halfway through it, and thinking, I wish they had invented teleportation, because get me out of here. I was in pain.
Yeah.
Oh, it was tough.
No, I was never a fan of long races such as around the island, because you've got to be focused for so long.
No, that's true.
And push for so long.
That's true. As a master, I love them now. But look, it's St. Peter's Girls. Chloe Porter, Miller Barare, Claire Romaniak, Sophie Barr, and their coach Brindley Millwood look as though they have taken the lead over the Loretto Marriotteville Composite crew.
Yeah, a couple boat lengths ahead. The Pembroke crew looks to be challenging the Loretto Composite crew as well for that second position. But no, they've got St. Peter's Girls have quite a commanding lead.
Yes, it's a strong finish.
Yeah,
they're in control.
Yeah.
That strong finish, taking it through for the win.
So congratulations
well done.
to St. Peter's Girls.
And Pembroke have come through very strongly.
Really good push.
Yeah, and look, they've lifted the rating.
Yeah. But all crews looking really calm as they come into the finish as well.
Well done. So that's the race 44, under 19s women's quad scull over 2,000 metres.
And I think as we pan back, we may be moving to the under 19 men's coxless pair.
That's right.
Yes.
In lane 3, we've got Prince Alfred College 1. Lane 4, St Peter's College 1. Lane 5, Prince Alfred College 2. And Pulteney Grammar is in lane 6.
And they look to have begun the race in the early stages.
So that there's a traditional rivalry amongst the boys' schools between Prince Alfred College and St Peter's. So 2 Prince Alfred College crews here and the St Peter's College first crew. I remember seeing the heats earlier today.
Yes.
Fascinating. In each of the 2 heats, it was Prince Alfred College, one in the St Peter's College, but they were in different heats.
Yeah.
So really this is going to be a very interesting race
Very
to see
tight,
how they race it, what the tactics are, and particularly as we come down to the last 500 and 250 to see just how these crews are going. St Peter's looked to be an extremely competent crew, but the Prince Alfred College quad as well. I think we've got to watch this race and see it because
definitely.
I'm an old Prince's man, so I'll declare my bias if it starts to come through.
Yeah, well, from this view, it looks like St Peter's might have the lead, but
yes, it could be. That's
closer,
that's the St Peter's 1 crew in lane 4.
Yes, as we zoom in now, we'll get a better look at that. Yeah, that looks like St Peter's 1 is in the lead. I think followed by Prince Alfred College 2. But still reasonably close from what we can see. And still, the race is still... They're probably coming into the 1,500 now.
That's right. Now, this is a very technical
event.
And
there's no cox as well, again.
No,
so
that's right.
Same sort of mental challenge in motivating yourself.
So you've just got the 2 rowers, 1 oar on each side, and, we've talked before about the challenge of the single scull, which is one row and two blades. But this really is very technical because both rowers have to be very well balanced.
Yeah, and they have to be very in tune with each other and sort of making those really fine adjustments when you feel the boat is unbalanced.
Yes, that's right. You see, if you've got the imbalance between, if you've got one stronger rower than the other, then you won't be able to go straight because one person will be pulling the boat around. So you've got to be so in tune with how the other rower is rowing. And it's about that effectiveness of getting the blades in at the same time and the same amount of pressure through the water. Yeah,
because any sort of slight difference between the rowers will probably mean the boat will turn
it just stops the boat.
Yeah.
That's right. So it's not just about brute force. This is really about how well matched they are. And, look, as though we had a bit of a steering.
Yeah, steering.
See, there we go. We're just talking about it just there. That's what happens. That's what happens in the pair event. And as soon as you start having those steering errors, it creates the drag and it just slows the boat down.
And you've got to come back and steer back in the right direction
I
again.
know.
And it's those extra metres.
Oh, it's soul-destroying too. I know what it's like. Haven't done that myself. The boat virtually slows down, stops, and you can lose meters. I mean, you can lose boat lengths just for those simple technical errors. And but that's what it's about. That's what this whole race is about.
Yeah, and everyone's got the same challenge, which is good.
Exactly. And so this is a real race. We've got three crews. You can see them. There's not much in it. Battling out between St Peter's College 1, Prince Alfred College 2, and Pulteney Grammar on the far left of your screen. But St Peter's look as though they've got back into it again.
Yes, they've recovered really well, which is really good to see as well. That means they're very, in time and very connected with each other, and they could fix themselves from that mistake.
They're rating pretty high. It's sort of close to 36. That's we'll see how their fitness is going as we get down to the last 500. But at the moment, they are taking it out there. Yeah,
and it looks like, from what we can see here, Prince Alfred College 2 is in second and Pulteney Grammar in third. But as we pan out, we'll be able to get...
Pulteney's looks as though Pulteney's had the same issue.
Yeah.
They've just, once again, as we say, this is a very technical event. And of course, it looks very calm out from here. It looks very simple. But when you're out there, actually, there's the waves. A blade can clip the top of the water. There are only these small things.
Yeah, just really. They make such a big difference.
And makes an enormous difference, and particularly in the pair. It's very twitchy. So by that, I mean, you just have to be clipping the top of the water, and that will turn the boat quite significantly. So here we go, St. Peter's. Once again, they are just powering through. They look like very strong rowers.
Yes.
You can see that strength through the water. And the rating, they have not slowed down.
Yeah, all crews appear to be rating sort of similarly, very
I mean, they're rating
high.
They're rating close to 40.
Yeah.
And at this stage of the race, they've got at least 500 metres to go.
Yeah.
That's you've got to have confidence.
Yeah, you've got to be very
high.
fit to have that, anaerobic fitness.
No,
so as we head into the final stretch, it looks like St. Peter's are ahead by a couple of boat lengths. With Prince Alfred 2 in second, and I think the race for third is on between Prince Alfred 1 and Pulteney, but it looks like
St. Peter's have got it. They're in that position where they can see the field. They know that they've got it, so they can relax.
You don't need to sort of let your technique go out the window if you've got that commanding first position now. They can see everyone behind them and sort of control how they're going.
But they're not slowing down. They're still rating in the high 30s, and they're going to take it through for a decisive win.
Yes.
The St. Peter's crew, and that's Jeremy Beale and Jake Nesbitt, coached by Alex Hill and Bryn Cordray. Oh, and James McRae, of course, the senior coach there at St. Peter's College.
So well done.
Well done to those. Well rowed.
And in second place, it looks like we have Prince Alfred 2.
That's right. That's Joshua Felderhoff.
Oh, I think that one's Thomas.
Oh, so it's Tom Saunders and Angus Shute, yes.
But I think
of course.
PAC 1 is in third.
Yes, so PAC 1 is Joshua Felderhoff and Oliver Smart.
With Pulteney in fourth. That's Cooper Hillen and Bill Darker, coached by Matthew Nielsen.
Well done. That's a tough event.
Yes.
But we saw some great rowing out there in the under-19 men's coxless pair.
Yeah.
Interestingly, because this is not an event that the schoolboys would normally row in, you would have found that a lot of them might have come out there and they might not have had a lot of time to get that combination together.
Yeah, because like we were saying, that the pair, rowing in a pair, it's such a tentative boat. If they wouldn't usually be training like that. So it's very good to see people go out there and excel in the pair when they haven't had like a lot of time to train together.
That's right. So, race 46. This is the Schoolboy coxed quad scull. So they have a coxswain in this to call the race for them. This is over 2,000 metres as well.
So in lane 2 we have St. Ignatius. In lane 3 we have Unley High. Lane 4 is Pembroke. Lane 5 is Prince Alfred College 1. St. Peter's College is in lane 6. There's another Prince Alfred College boat in lane 7. And in lane 8 is Nord Morialta High.
Now, I've noticed here that there might have been some of the changes of the personnel, because I noticed that Joshua Felderhoff is down for rowing in the quad scull.
I don't think he is,
in the coxless pair. I mean, yes, a very accomplished individual,
but
that's
that'd be a very
quick
quick recovery. So there must be some changes in there as well. But this is a final, and we can just see they're lining up, I think, rowing onto the course now.
Okay, and they seem to be, just coming out onto the field now. So, look, rowing's a great sport. It's a sport for everybody. It's been a bit difficult this year with training and the disruption to the competition. And I was out talking to a number of rowers, both masters and the school teams. Particularly for the clubs, it's been very disruptive because we haven't really had the normal regatta program that we would normally have, and of course with the lockdowns that
Yeah,
really
the disruption.
disrupts
end of
training.
last year,
And earlier in the season, even being able to get to your club and
Yeah.
do the ergos, or that's the rowing machine training, because of all the social distancing, people have either
Yeah.
had to do training at home, and so it has been difficult, to
Yeah.
maintain that preparation.
Yeah, no, when we did go into lockdown, I know that at least at Seymour, and I'm sure at many other schools, there was a lot of like online Zoom training and at home,
Yes.
ergos being sent home, doing that at home as well, which takes a lot of self-motivation as well, because like the unknown of lockdown, it was really good to see everyone going into staying at home, but motivating themselves to do the ergos and put
Yes.
in the work so that we could, everyone could come back and perform really well when we did get the opportunity to.
And I've seen a rise in the popularity of
Yeah.
indoor rowing. This is not just within
Yeah.
the rowing community, but this is just in the general public and at gyms. You've got all
Yeah.
these online events, etc. And so now Rowing Australia has also adjusted to that. So whereas the focus was on the water training, they've recognised the importance, particularly with social distancing, etc., of indoor rowing.
Yeah.
And so now they're really putting a lot more emphasis into those, and they've got competitions. There's for those people who are interested, if you're not even on the water
Yeah,
rower.
because anyone can really, you don't have to be able to like get in a boat on the water to do an ergo and
No.
to do well, which is
You
really
do it at
good.
the
It's
gym, or you can get
yeah,
your
it's
own,
accessible for everyone.
That's right. And there's for those people who are interested, there's an Anzac Day Indoor Rowing Challenge on Sunday the 25th of April, which really anyone's
anyone,
that's open
yeah.
to can go into. We've got the indoor interstate regatta, which is a sort of like a virtual regatta.
Yeah.
So you could do it at home, or you could do it at your
Yeah.
club. These sort of events, and that's I think from they work out the it's like an interstate competition, and the average of the distance that you've rowed over the period from 23rd of June to the 4th of July. It's sort of like you can get online each day, row at
Yeah,
your
I think
club
I
or
remember
whatever.
seeing that on the Rowing SA Instagram like last year.
That's
Yeah.
right. So if you're interested in indoor rowing, get onto the Rowing South Australia website.
Anyone can join in.
Anyone can join in. This is a great entry place. It's
Yeah.
great for fitness. It's a great all-round fitness, and particularly for us older people,
Yeah.
us masters. It's all body. It's low impact. It's great for strength and fitness, and I find it very, very popular amongst the women as well, because it's a very egalitarian sport. As shown by some of the mixed events that we've got. It's one of the few events where men and women can compete, together. So I think we've started off the next events.
Yeah, Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull. This is, again, a 2,000 metre race. And a final, I believe.
That's right. So once again, Lane 2, St Ignatius. Lane 3, Unley High. Lane 4, Pembroke School. Lane 5, Prince Alfred College. Lane 6, St Peter's College. Lane 7, Prince Alfred College. And Lane 8, Norwood Morialta High. So we were saying before about the difference between coxes and non-coxed events. This one does have a cox.
This one is coxed, yeah. So that's good for all the people involved. They've got that person to motivate them and help with the sort of technical corrections
That's
if
right.
anything goes wrong in the race. And we saw before with the coxless pair that steering was quite difficult just because there isn't a cox to do so.
Yes.
But in this race, there is a cox, so we should hopefully not see sort of similar steering problems. There's a cox to do.
And it's slightly heavier because
Yeah.
as opposed to the...
Because you've got an extra person in the boat, so...
And I think internationally, it's more common now that certainly at the national, sort of international levels, there tends to be coxless quad events. But at the regional levels and local levels, of course, there are a lot of coxed boats around because the junior crews are coxed, and therefore the schools and have the boats for this, and so therefore it continues to be an important event.
You get a lot more exposure to coxed boats at school. I think at a school level, because like a lot of people love to row, and just be part of the programs. So
And
it's a good way to get involved.
Coxes are very, very important.
Very important. It's a very difficult job to keep a crew motivated and concentrating. over 2,000 metres, and also just to sort of steer at the same time and make sure you keep a straight line.
I think a good cox can make a difference of a boat length.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely. They control the boat. They call the race strategy.
Yeah.
They're speaking to the crew, controlling everything, and there's also this role off the water.
Yeah.
Where they've got this sort of leadership role.
Sort of like a coach in the boat, I guess.
Yes.
In charge of keeping the girls or the boys, concentrating and listening and focused, and really so that they can perform at an optimal level.
So it looks like the St Peter's College crew in lane 6 seems to be leading the field at the moment, with the Prince Alfred College crew in lane 5 close behind them, and it looks as though it could be the Pembroke School in lane 4. As we zoom in on it now, yes, it looks like it's the St Peter's College crew in lane 6 to the Prince Alfred College crew in lane 7. They're fighting it out between the two of them for the first and second. As I said, it's the Prince Alfred College 1 and the St Peter's College 1 crews, that traditional rivalry. Neither crew would want to hit the other crew.
No one wants to lose to the other one.
And the cox would be looking at all the way through. So there's this real competition.
Yeah.
I think this is their top crews as well. That PAC crew is very, very stacked. Oscar Chappell, Josh Felderhoff, Angus Shute, Oliver Deere, Mitch Parker coxing, and Mav, the coach there. So I think that will be a hot crew. The St Peter's College is also a stacked crew. Nick Burr, Kyle Miller, Tom Oldfield, William Howard, Jamie Graves coxing.
That's right. Yes, thanks, Joe. So it looks as though that the St Peter's crew at the moment may just have the lead, but this is going to go right down to the wire, I think.
And can I just make a comment about that last race, that St Peter's College crew? Alex Hill definitely did not coach.
All right. All right.
I think that's just a bit of a laugh from Jimmy. He has been known to put Hilly in as coaches of the top ARC boats, just to give Hilly a bit of a racing, supposed coaching experience here in SA. But no, Hilly is definitely based in Canberra in the National Training Centre.
Right.
Does not have time to coach a schoolboy crew. But I'm assuming that it is Jimmy, coaching that crew, and also would be coaching these St Peter's boys crews as well. Rowing very nicely there. Look at that.
Very strong.
Real good timing from these boys. And as we said, this is the open schoolboy cox quad scull. So we would have their seniors in this boat.
Yes, this would be members you'd expect for their best 4 from the first 8.
Yeah.
And they're sculling really well. You don't do much sculling when you hit seniors in the school programs, so it's really nice to see they haven't lost it.
Yeah,
they probably would have done a fair bit over their winter program.
I mean, they're getting good length too. You can see that they're really getting the full length and driving that through, propelling the boat forward. This is the St Peter's crew.
I'm really liking the catches in the bow seat. They're really crisp. You can see that bow seat needs to be really on top of it, setting the platform for the rest of the crew, allowing them to pick up the boat. And that boat sitting really level in the water. We're not seeing the stern dip in really sharply at all through the finish. So you can see that they're taking the time, catching on the run there, and just driving through, hips back, swinging together, fairly upright, as Jimmy would call in the scull. Oh, and we've got a race for second between the two PAC crews, pushing up about a length or two behind the St Peter's crew crossing now. But it will be that PAC
I think
1.
It's the PAC 1 crew coming in second.
Mm-hmm.
And that looks to be Pembroke just about to cross the line. Oh, we've got a bit of a challenge from Unley, but it might just be a bit late.
I think that Pembroke crew just had enough by the end there.
Fair enough.
Rode well.
It's been a long 2,000 metres.
But let me tell you, those conditions are pretty quick out there now. It's a light tail blowing straight down the course. There is a little bit of a crosswind up there. We did have to touch around on the start to hold our bows into the wind through the roll call. But yeah, lovely conditions out there. We should see some quick times this afternoon. After that race, I'm more and more excited for this afternoon.
And we have the Nord Morialta crew here in the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull.
Yeah, good crew of Eric Young, Dylan Jones, Ethan Hedges, Liam Whitehouse, and Rayhan Whitford coxing. Good to see Nord Morialta boating this Schoolboy Cox Quad, and I think they'll be boating a stronger crew later. Ben's been doing well with that program over there. I'm not biased at all. I'm not in that program at all.
And that's St. Ignatius just there, about to cross the line as
You
well,
can
which
see
is
them.
really good that they're in the final as well.
Yeah, with those Riverside
Yeah.
blades, great to have that relationship between St. Ignatius and Riverside, and the all clear from the umpire there. We love to see that white flag go up.
So I think the next race is the under 17 men's double scull final.
Yep, so we've got a full field here. So that final should be going off in 2 minutes. They are running a little bit early up at the start line there, so we went off a fraction early. The time in between races does allow crews to get on and connected within the 5 minutes that it should take to do that, and so we were up and connected maybe 6 or 7 minutes before our start time, so we went off with no issues at all, about 4 minutes ahead of time.
Yeah, I always like to be early to the start line. You don't have to worry about, like being stressed and lining up, so that was always something good, just being nice and early.
Yeah. I hate being late.
Yeah, I get so worried just getting on the water. I have to be exactly on time, otherwise you just don't want to have to worry about those things while you're rowing up to the start line.
You're absolutely right
Yeah.
there.
So in the next event, race 47, we have a full field. All 8 lanes are full. We've got Pulteney Grammar 2 in lane 1, Port Adelaide in lane 2, Prince Alfred College 2 crew in lane 3, Prince Alfred College 1 in lane 4, St Peter's College 1 in lane 5, Pulteney Grammar 3 in lane 6, Pulteney Grammar 1 in lane 7, and Christian Brothers in lane 8.
Yeah, we should see a fairly competitive final here. This was the competitive race that we saw. It would be about 2 hours ago now. It was just before the break, I think. And I did have a chat to Will Fosserhole. This was the Pulteney crew that we saw with a bit of steering difficulties.
Yes.
And I had a chat to him, and he said it was a brand new boat, so I don't think the boys have actually figured out the steering yet.
Yes.
So I hope they got on top of it, because that Pulteney crew looked like it could be up with the field, but just came a little bit off course. And yeah, we love to see the smaller programs doing well.
Yeah, there's a lot of Pulteney in this race, actually, 3 Pulteney crews.
So calling it out again, you can see all the field on the water at the moment. Pulteney Grammar 2 in lane 1, Port Adelaide 1 in lane 2, Prince Alfred College 2 in lane 3, Prince Alfred College 1 in lane 4, St Peter's College 1 in lane 5, Pulteney Grammar 3 in lane 6, Pulteney Grammar 1 in lane 7, and Christian Brothers in lane 8.
Looking at it there, I'd say lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5 up together in front of the crew. Looking really quite in touch with one another. I would hazard a guess to say that PAC crew in lane 4 is pushing out. You can tell which lane 4 is, with the yellow boys either side. Marked out, of course, for safety. When we're training out here on West Lakes, nobody rows in that lane. But yeah, we should see, it looks like that Pulteney crew, I think it's the Pulteney crew in lane, I can't remember which one it was.
I think it was the one in lane 1.
It will be on the outside, because you can see them actually keeping up with those race leaders there.
Yes, so that's Jacob McGinley and Nicholas Livesey.
Yep. And I think they will be, you can see them having good contact with those race leaders there. This should be a good race. We love tight races.
They've just passed the halfway point now, so
I would be calling very confidently that Prince Alfred College 1 crew of Sebastian Jordan and Hamish Bell, coached by Ashley Fitch, coming out really strongly. Pushed perhaps by their cohort
Yes,
in lane 3.
So it's Jack Hodby in Hunter Lane.
Yeah. Looking really dominant. Keeping it ticking along. We like to rate a little bit higher in the doubles than we do in the single. My race was a bit of a cracker, wasn't it? Were you guys calling that one? The Open Women's Double?
No, I got to be
Yeah.
part of the cheer squad in the background.
Oh yeah, I was in the background. Yeah.
So yeah, those the two crews up the top were I listened to them go over within a beep of each other. So
Yeah.
it's always good when you have tight races. And
So we've got the Prince Alfred College one crew of Sebastian Jordan and Hamish Bell look to be in the lead, and you can see immediately to the left-hand side of them it's the St Peter's College one crew of Max Henry and Fraser Balnaves from St Peter's sticking with them, but it does look as though the Prince's crew has got the lead at the moment.
I reckon they are being challenged by that outside lane though. Who's that? Is that
Christian Brothers?
Christian Brothers?
Yes. Cooper Hoskin and Sam Jackson.
I beg your pardon. I thought that was Pulteney, but I think it's Christian Brothers College on the
far
outside
outside,
lane.
the outside lane, that's right. Pulteney is in
Oh, is
lane
that-
7.
Yeah, on the screen right now we have Pulteney.
Yeah, and they're still having issues with that steering. So they should be in lane 7, but they're
I see.
currently rowing
They've
down in lane
changed.
8.
They must have changed lanes.
Yeah, but yeah, over on that far side, Christian Brothers look like they're in second place. So if we can pan back and see them just coming through on the left of screen now. Left. Your other left. Camera left.
And there we
There
go.
we
That's
go.
right. There
Very
we see them.
close.
That's
Yeah. So, but I don't think that late charge will catch the Prince Alfred crew of Seb Jordan and Hamish Bell.
we will see. It's
Yeah, the perspective's quite difficult.
Quite difficult
'Cause
here, no.
In
there you
real
go. In
life
fact,
it
I think they're in the
looks-
lead at the moment. So yes, they're the.
I think
No, it's
Prince
PAC
Alfred just-
all the
yeah.
way. I think they've got a length of clear water. I think it's
Okay.
the camera making tricks
Yeah,
of
the
it.
camera in the real life view was a bit.
But there is a race for third coming through with a late push from the PAC boys. I'm not sure if they're going to take it over the St. Peter's boys, but they're just going to come into view now. Yep, that late push from the PAC boys will take them over the line in front
And
of
even that
Saints.
late
And
push-
Look
what
at
a
that
race!
finish.
Oh my gosh, I think that will be down for the camera
Yeah, photo finish.
photo finish.
And look at that. The Port Adelaide of Charles Watkinson and Martine King. They're just rating so high, and they're
Yeah.
just blistering coming in.
Smashed it. And over on the far side, that Pulteney Grammar 2 crew coming through and Pulteney Grammar 1 as well. So good racing. We love it. Love a tight race. But well done to Seb Jordan and Hamish Bell. Gina will be very happy. That's her son. It's just started at PAC this year. So rowing really well. And we must have had an issue with that Pulteney Grammar 2 boat because that's just rowing through now. They're just cruising. Yeah, so just on the left of the screen there. Don't know what happened. Ross Kutsonis and Mackenzie Barr in that nice grey boat coming through. Rowing very tidy, but might have just caught a crab or
Yeah.
something out there. We
It
missed
happens.
that.
Happens to everyone.
Certainly does. Fun fact, the last time I raced the Open Women's Double at Berry, we were sitting on the start line. It was the first time I'd raced a double in a long time. And I looked across the field and I was like, I think we've got a chance here.
Yeah.
And so I was just having a chat to my doubles partner, just be like, yeah, just be nice and relaxed. All we got to do is row long and we'll be okay. Second stroke in, I dropped my oar.
Oh no.
And I literally dropped it and couldn't grab it again. Just went out to the catch and just see you later. And so we sat there for about 10 seconds and...
Oh, just quick interruption. We just would like to thank the sponsors of the Under-17 Women's Skull and the Schoolgirl Year 10 for Quad, which is Azura Dentals and Cosmetics. So thank you very much for that sponsorship.
Yeah.
Because we have the Under-17 Women's Single Skull coming up now.
If you've got a sore tooth
Yeah.
or something, then go see Azura. They'll fix your teeth up.
Yes. Next race is the Under-17 Women's Single Skull, which is sponsored by Azura. So in lane 1, we have Seymour College 2. Lane 2 is Loretto Marriotteville 3. Lane 3 is Seymour College 1. Lane 4 is Loretto Marriotteville 1. Lane 5 is Seymour College 4. Lane 6 is Torrens. Lane 7 is Loretto Marriotteville 2. And Lane 8 is Wolford Anglican 1. So again, another full field, which is really good to see. So hopefully it should be a very competitive race.
My bet's on Vicky.
Yeah.
Potentially pushed by Sophie Butcher.
Yeah.
Who's been doing a lot of work in the single scull recently. But Vicky's just... People say I go on about her. I just don't think you realise how fast she's going.
Yeah.
My barometer of fast is if somebody can beat me. Yeah. And she beat me at Murray Bridge earlier this year by like less than a second, but still, I think it's her mindset.
Yes.
She's got this very strong mindset that she doesn't like people to pass her. And and even if she is behind, she can peg them back.
Well, it's going to be an interesting race then, because she's up against a quality field.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very good to watch to see how this pans out. And of course, being the under 17, they're not we're not talking about uni students here. These
yeah, they're all school. Probably like Inter's age, I would say.
Yeah, intermediate. So that means they might be year 11s.
Year 10. I think the Seymour field, they're all year 10s.
So if looking at that screen there, it is how we said. We've got Vicky Binns and Sophie Butcher leading the field, perhaps a fraction, half a boat length back to the other Loretto crew of Deanna Macalino. I think Victoria is perhaps pushing out on Sophie.
So that's lane 4, Loretto Marriotteville, Victoria Binns, to lane 6, Torrens, Sophie Butcher, and you mentioned lane 7, Loretto Marriotteville, Deanna Macalino.
These girls all sculling really well and would have had a fair few races already. Considering that this is a final, they would have raced the heat. We saw Vicky and Sophie race earlier in other boat categories. So big agenda for these girls. And it's a big 2 days.
Yeah.
They've got to come back and race again tomorrow.
Yes, it's backing up the second day. Having been to the Nationals, the first day's one thing. It's the second and the third day because that lactic acid build up.
Yeah.
And when they get up tomorrow morning, they would have felt this.
Yeah.
This is not just a casual race. This is the state championships.
Yep.
They'd be putting everything into it out there in the water, and they're going to have to back up for some really big races tomorrow.
Yeah, and the thing is, this will be their barometer of how they're going to fare at Nationals, because thinking about it, they should be peaking this week if they're going to peak again in 4 weeks' time at National Championships. So looking at their training schedules, they probably would have had a really heavy week last week, so that going into that school premiership series, they might not have been feeling as fresh. Yeah. I would assume that these girls would have tapered a fraction to get into good form for today, so that they could really give it a crack and give it a push. I would expect Vicky to race quite hard in this race. I think Deanna might be pushing up on her.
I'm just looking out here on the field, and I think it's the 2 Loretto Marriotteville. They're actually fighting it out at the moment.
Yeah. That would be really interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if Vicky does fall off here, considering she has raced so much. But then again, I spoke to Sophie, who raced her in the open lightweight single earlier this morning, and she said she just finishes really fast. She has, and this is what happens when you train the single confidently quite often, is you get really comfortable jacking up the rate.
Yes.
If you get into a race situation and you haven't done that before, or you start to panic, that's when you start to take the dodgy strokes that slow you down. But if you can just take a few more strokes through that final stretch, you should, in theory, just go a little bit faster and push up on those crews.
Well, the race, as you'll be able to see, it's really coming down to a 2-horse race at the moment between the 2 Loretto crews.
Go Deanna. I reckon she's put in a push just now, and I think she might have edged out in front of Vicky. Should be making a statement here.
Yes, they're in the open water section, so the conditions are great today, but they get a little bit more lumpy.
There's no cover for the wind as much as when you're, I suppose, like next to the houses.
Yes. but it does look as though
I think
Victoria
Vicky's
Ben has responded.
just responded on, and I can't call it between them. It will come down to the line between these two.
So we're now down to the last 250, and psychologically that's, particularly at Westlake,
Yes.
different milestones
and
at different courses.
you know when you're in the
You know
last
when you've got to
250,
that, finish the open water, you go right, you start counting your strokes.
And this is where we start to really see the wind up between the two girls, and it will be who can keep their composure. Look at them there. They are stroke for stroke down through this final bit. I see Vicky looking around there.
Yes.
Go, Deanna. I'm all for the underdog.
Deanna's she's lifted.
Yeah,
she's
and
lifted
Deanna's,
here.
I honestly think Deanna's got a little, just a bit of a dodgy stroke there from Deanna, and I can see.
Oh, the boat's just slowed.
God.
So what's going to happen now? There's the last few strokes.
And-
Vicky's coming back. Oh, she's just coming back.
Deanna,
She was
just and you can see the break
That's right.
there.
It just changed, didn't it?
You can
right
see
at the end.
Right at the end.
What a great
What
race.
a race! Well done to both girls.
In third place looks like Charlotte Newman from Wolford and Sophie Butcher from Torrens just coming in at fourth.
Yeah, so Sophie also looking like she might have just done a little bit too much too soon.
Yes.
Looking a little bit tired
But
through
still
that.
finishing strong.
Finishing strong, we like to see it.
In
And
fifth, I think that's Abby Arnold, Seymour College 4.
yeah, great.
As we pan out, we can see that looks like Charlotte Illman, Loretto Maryville 3, closely followed by Zali Grudnoff, Seymour College 2. And Missy Shearer, Seymour College 1, coming in there.
Well raced from all girls in
Yeah,
that
a
race.
close skull race
I
because
love
sometimes
that.
they can tend
That's
to
phenomenal.
get
That's
quite
right.
spaced apart, but that was really nice and close.
And real mature racing from these young girls. You love to see it.
So the next race is race 49, the under 16 men's single sculls final. So, some of these rowers would be in year 9.
Yes.
So it might be their first, for some of them, this would be their first single scull race because they've not trained in that. But they actually don't get many opportunities to race in the single scull because they're all in their quads. So
Remind me, is this a final? That's
this is the
gone
final.
through
This is the
heats?
final, yes.
Did they go through heat progression? Yes, yes. So this is a final that has gone through a heat progression.
Yeah.
So for some of them, it might be their second race of the
The second race,
ever.
that's right. Their first competition, their first
sure.
event,
But yeah, that will come through from the 1,000 metre mark at quarter past. So we just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors. Big thanks to Bendigo Bank, who are our key sponsors for this weekend. If you need a home loan, they've got a big deal, complete home loan going on at the moment. So please consider giving Matt a call down at West Beach Community Bendigo Bank. Gentle Touch Orthodontics are supporting us. They've just come on board. They've got a deal going that if you need a new set of braces, go in, get a consultation. They're offering Rowing SA members an exclusive deal of $400 off a complete set of orthodontic treatments.
It's a great deal.
It is a great deal. I had braces myself, and I think my parents would have done with that generous discount. Olga's Fine Foods, proudly supporting South Australian rowing. Go pick yourself up some cevapcici cheese and
those pictures look really nice.
Big thanks to George Uvari, who has been a solid, staunch supporter of SA rowing and been involved himself last year. Obviously, this year he's not around as much. His daughters decided to pick up a tennis racket instead, which I think is quite rude.
I did the opposite. I dropped my tennis racket for rowing.
But he's still supporting us, so we thank him. And also Tap Electrical have come on board this year. If you need any emergency electrical work, please consider giving them a call. They support us, so we would love for you to support them. Fulham Funerals, obviously not an easy time if you need to be calling a funeral parlour, but the Grant family, who are part of the rowing family as well, do a great job down at Fulham Funerals, so keep them in mind. and Largs Bay and Seaton swim centres have also come on board this year. If you need to go for a swim, consider them.
I noticed the wind's just picking up slightly. You can see the flags out on the field itself. So it's shifted around a little bit from earlier this morning. It's picked up. It's now at 23 kilometres an hour. Now, that's certainly rowable.
Absolutely.
But you do notice it because it's coming in from the southwest. So you've got that tail side breeze.
I honestly prefer rowing in a southwesterly as opposed to a straight southerly, because when the wind does come straight down the course, you get that rolling effect, which can be quite disruptive.
It's not fun,
But yeah, those protected lanes will be the lanes 1, 2 and 3. You would see them have a little bit better weather with that westerly coming through, and if you draw lane 8, it's perhaps a little bit less lucky, but it's not as strong at the moment that it will make so much of a difference.
No, absolutely rowable, but with a single scull, that's when the weather does tend to have a bit more of an effect than in something like an 8, where you just power through.
Well,
whatever the conditions are.
We hope to see that this afternoon.
Well, that's right, you're rowing.
Yeah.
Open women, so look forward to that a bit.
4:20, guys. Tune back in.
Right, so race 49, the under-16 men's single scull. In lane 1, Norwood Morialta High 2. Lane 2, Prince Alfred College 3. Lane 3, Christian Brothers 2. Lane 4, Prince Alfred College 1. Lane 5, Christian Brothers 1. Lane 6, Prince Alfred College 2. Lane 7, Norwood Morialta High 1. And Lane 8, Christian Brothers 3.
Can I just make a mention? I'm really excited that there are 2 Norwood Morialta crews and 2 Christian... Three Christian Brothers crews here in this final. That deserves a shout-out, I think. Doing really well to put up these under-16 scullers. Like you said, it's not an easy boat to row.
Right.
We should see a bit more strength come through from their program, I think. But I think we've got to start now. So if we can have a look back at the racing.
Well, calling out those schools in particular, Norwood Morialta High 2 in lane 1 is Ray and Whitford. And the other Norwood Morialta High crews in lane 7, that's Oliver Evans-Wood. And their coach is Callan Barrell. So congratulations to all of them being here, of course. And Christian Brothers, lane 3. Christian Brothers 2 is Bailyn Baines. And lane 8, Christian Brothers 3, Jordan Wilson. And in lane 5, Christian Brothers 1, Cooper Hoskin.
Yeah, so it looks like we have a start here. You just see the whole field.
So interestingly, we can see from, I think these Norwood Morialta boys would be racing up, but they've actually come out with the latest school premiership update. Norwood Morialta are sitting in 4th for the boys, which
That's
is
really good.
huge.
Yeah,
Which is hard because it's a smaller program.
It's a
I
smaller
understand
program.
why some of the best rowers, you might not have enough for that consistent 8, maybe.
Yes.
It's hard. It's harder.
It's hard.
But your individual rowers can be
really good. Yeah,
really good.
But their 8 are pushing up as well. I think they came 4th last weekend.
Well, that says a
oh,
lot for the
5th.
says a lot for the program.
Yeah. And so going from strength to strength, but these rowers now could throw a blanket over the field. Again, 1,000-metre race for the under-16 event. It's anyone's race, guys. Can you call that?
It looks really even.
No.
Maybe
centre lanes?
Maybe
yeah,
centre
centre
lane.
lanes.
So maybe Christian
4 and
Brothers in lane
5.
5, Cooper Hoskin.
Yep. And
But Louis Dawson from Prince Alfred College 1 in lane 4. I think it's between those two at the moment, but it can change so easily.
Yeah. We saw earlier, it just takes one moment of lack of concentration, misstroke.
And this is technically hard. It's very easy to catch a crab,
or missing
a stroke, and the boat just dies, and suddenly it changes by
it's really
legs.
hard to pick it up again once the boat has slowed down.
It's also a big racing thing if you miss a push. So a lot of what we do in single sculls is we try and push up on another crew, and if you are in front, you need to respond to that push as they come through.
So here we go. This is Christian Brothers Cooper Hoskin in lane 5.
Just looking out of the boat there.
Yes, it looks as though he's leading the field. But he's keeping the rating up fully high too. That's confident. He's not taking it too easy there.
But yeah, most of the boats that we can see on the screen right now are really close.
Yeah,
but we can see
that's
there's
a race
definitely
there.
a
That's right. As I
competition
said, so it
between
looks as though it's
Prince Albert College, Louis Dawson, and Christian Brothers.
Again, I'm going to be barracking for the underdog. I
Yeah.
reckon that CBC sculler is a length in front. Maybe
Yeah.
a little bit of overlap, but he's just gone for a push now.
Yes, you
Let's
can see
see if he can stay composed.
he's definitely in front, and it's going to be
Going
between
very
the
fast.
Christian Brothers and PAC. But I think
He's
he's
just
got
got to keep his
Yeah.
composure. It's a long way for a new sculler, but I think he's picked his boat speed up now. Just keep it clean.
That's right.
Keep
It's-
it moving.
You're exhausted, and it's just keeping that technique going.
Yep, and he's looking for the
Final
finish
push, you
line
can do
there.
it.
Right.
He's so
Keep-
close.
But look at PAC. That form in from PAC is good, nice and
Yes,
strong.
Absolutely. Well done to CBC's
Cooper Hoskin.
Cooper Hoskin with PAC's Louis Dawson coming through in second.
Ooh.
And look what's
Oh,
happened now.
very
Oh,
close.
it's PAC. So it looks as though it's Sam Stunnell in lane 2 and Edward Chappell in lane 6.
Oh, Yeah,
and
very,
fast
very
finishing.
close.
Fast finishing
And
cruise.
look, that's a pretty tight field.
Yeah, that's a great race. Absolutely. And I would not be ashamed to come anywhere in that
No,
race.
that's
That
a-
was a
that's
fast
good. That's
race. A good final. And yeah, so well done to all crews who competed in that race.
So now we move to the Masters Men Coxed 4.
All right, this is one of my favourite
Yeah.
events.
Another 1,000-metre race with Riverside in lane 2, Adelaide Uni in lane 3, Phoenix Composite in lane 4. In lane 5, we have Port Adelaide, lane 6, Adelaide Uni, and lane 7, Riverside.
So
Yeah, and
thi-
it's worth noting, just with the Riverside crew, they're all I've got on different handicaps. So the Riverside crew is I grade, so that's an average age of 75 years or over, and so they're on go, so they start. And then the Adelaide Uni crew in lane 3 is H grade, which is an average age of over 70, so they start 13 seconds after go. The Phoenix Composite is G grade, so they're all their average age is over 65, so they have to wait 23 seconds. Port Adelaide's a younger crew. They're E grade, so their average age is over 55, so they wait 40 seconds. Adelaide Uni's F, sometimes called F trip, colloquially, but very, great crew, and they're on 30 seconds. The F grade is 60 years or over, and then the Riverside crew, the youngest crew in the field, D grade, they are on 40 seconds. So what that means is
40 seconds.
40 seconds. That's quite a bit.
That's
I've
a
never
lot.
I don't think I've ever seen a race like this before with a handicap. That's really interesting.
Oh, that's the Masters. That's how.
Yeah,
it's
I
done
didn't
with the
know
Masters.
that. That's really
so,
interesting.
So what it means is the way it pans out at the beginning of the race. Those on the handicap, you'll see them break out, but it's not until you get the last 250 that you'll really see them. And
Sticking to the roster. It's 220.
Yep. Did you want to call this one, mate?
Oh, you can call this one.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm ready.
so we've got these crews and the handicaps. And the handicaps will make quite a bit of difference when they start. So when you're watching the start, if you're wondering why one crew will start and the other crews won't, that's the reason for it.
Yes, I've been up there. Held at the start for a very long time. Just coming into Masters at an A grade, which is between 27 and I think 33, perhaps 35. Thank you, Mangs. You wait for a long time, and into a tailwind, the handicap makes more of a difference.
Yes, it does. That's right.
So welcoming back to the mic, thank you, Phil Mangelsdorf, otherwise known as Mangs. Thanks for joining us again.
Pleasure to be back, Joe. And Greg, thanks for your work. It's been great.
And we've got to start with this race here. And so we can see, yep, all crews are off and racing now. So we'll expect to see that Riverside crew off go, hold their lead. However, they have been rode through already, I would say, by that Adelaide Uni crew.
The Adelaide Uni have been performing well in this Masters 4 this season, so they're certainly one of the ones to watch.
Interesting. I'm not sure you can travel that far in 30 seconds, but I I'm obviously barracking for the Blacks, considering that they're the colours I'm wearing today. Oh, I'm not allowed to say that anymore. I think we've been rebranded.
I think that's the case. I think that was announced this week.
It's really weird because it's all over my kit.
It's been all over the sport, all my sporting life, Joe. I've played footy against the Blacks and rode against the Blacks, for 50 years. So it's
just changing with the times, I think.
It's the way the world goes.
Yes, exactly right. But it does look like this crew of Adelaide Uni, of Warwick Bowen, Henry Newland, Dick Hall and Rick Armstrong, with Bonnie White at the helm as Cox, do look to be leading, but you will expect to see that those younger crews will push up.
Those guys are all lightweights, by the way. 3 of them represented the state in the Penrith Cup, so pretty confident.
Is Dick
crew.
Hall a lightweight at the moment?
Oh, we're lightweights. I mean,
we're lightweights. Thank you very much.
Sorry, when I talk about the Masters, I talk about their previous life.
Very good. But rowing, great oarsmen. I've actually rowed in this boat before. I've trained with them, and definitely very proficient oarsmen. They loved getting coached by a 29-year-old girl.
They're certainly very efficient out there, aren't they? That boat is just moving along nicely.
Yeah, all crews rowing really well here. We're seeing a little bit more, I would say, a little bit more grit from that Port Adelaide crew over the far side. You can see the younger crews really hauling on it there. But I think we've got maybe a bit of a challenge from the other Adelaide Uni crew in lane 6. Of Ben Tidswell, David Rowe, John Bentley and Bill Nutt, with Zoe Scobie at the helm. So,
yeah, great rivalry between the two uni crews here. The heavyweight guys, Billy Nutt, although he did row lightweight, he did also row Kings Cup for South Australia.
Yeah, so can we just get lane 6 or 7 in the shot here as well?
They're storming home.
Yeah, so got that crew coming through in the outside, that Phoenix Composite Pembroke Masters crew rowing really nice and long as well. In a coxless boat, interestingly, so they would have had an extra handicap for not having a cox in the boat. And we worked that out in the office here, but big finish from the uni boys over the far side. And I reckon the older crew will just hold on here in lane 3. So that's Warwick Bowen, Henry Newland, Dick Hall, Rick Armstrong with Bonnie White as Cox. Second will be Ben Tidswell, David Rowe, John Bentley, Bill Nutt. Third, I missed that.
Yeah, the Pembroke Masters composite with Phoenix.
Yep, very good. And who came in 4th? It would have been the Riverside? Port Adelaide? Port Adelaide crew. And Riverside rowing nice and composed, coming through in lane 7 of Anthony Perry, Jude Scarborough, Martin Snell, Wayne Chadwick, coached by Thomas Fraser. And the other Riverside crew of Richard Clark, Max Hoseason Smith, Peter Smith, Paul Gunson, coached by Thomas Fraser. Waiting for the white flag. Thank you very much, boat race officials. We love to see a good, clean race. And we should have a start of the next race, which will be the Masters Women's Double Division 1. Seeded, these are seeded a fraction, these divisions of the Masters. If there is more than one race, we'll try and group the younger groups together and the older groups together, so there is less of a handicapping. So this one will be the younger group, I would say, with Galwa, Steph Wilden and Kate Tebneff in lane 3, Phoenix, Tony Milne and Zanny Edgar in lane 4, Torrens, Jeanette Cordwell and Angie Franco in lane 5, Phoenix, Lil Maida and Henny Shepherd in lane 6, and Port Adelaide, Simone Ellis and Susie Ross in lane 7. I think it's going to be hard to catch that Port Adelaide double.
And Galwa have a club now, do they? So when did the Galwa club start up?
Galwa club's been there for a while, mate.
Has it?
Probably not that long. A bit over 10 years. They started off. It's basically a masters club. You've got a
Fantastic.
lot of retirees down that way, and they row in the aqua blue with the red cap. That's tattooed on as soon as they join the club, I think. And,
So great rowing here from Simone and Susie in the Port Adelaide stripes, but a bit of a challenge coming through from the Torrens girls. We've just lost our screen, thank you. From the Torrens girls, Jeanette Cordwell and Angie Franco. This will be interesting because the Jeanette has actually moved from Port Adelaide to Torrens this year, so racing against her old club mates. But Simone really picking it up here in that stroke seat. I actually raced this double in the Open Women's Double a couple of weeks ago, and they are very well drilled, super fit, and looking like they won't be caught here.
pretty scary for Masters to see talent like that. There's plenty of length there, excellent rowing, and plenty of power too.
Yeah, looking really aggressive through that front end over the pin. So no backing off here. Masters doesn't mean we row slow. They're pushing to the line, and that Torrens crew will come through. All being challenged by the Galway crew. Torrens over Galway, and Phoenix coming through in fourth. And we should see the other Phoenix crew of Henny Shepherd and Lil Maida coming through now. Rowing nice and long. Final few strokes over the line.
Yeah, the Galway Club have been working on getting their own club shed. They've relied on, like when you start off a club where there isn't a rowing club, they've relied on local buildings, sheds, hay sheds and whatever to give them some boat space. They've been inundated with boats. Lots of clubs gave them their old boats, so they had plenty of boats to row in. And like I said, mainly a Masters club, but they've got quite a few men and women, and they're a very good club socially and a very good group of Masters, and they get stuck into everything that's going on. If it's their turn to be volunteers, they all turn up. They're a good gang.
It's excellent to have rowing down on that south coast, that Fleurieu Peninsula area. That's fantastic. I think it's certainly something that wasn't around 20 years ago when I left South Australia, so it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, Galway, they're doing a lot of fundraising at the moment, and I think they're actually doing another fundraising drive. They've got a long row coming up in I think it was from Renmark. Let me just get up my my little note here. So there's an events on the Facebook page where the guys and gals are putting on a fundraiser in a long row based at Berry, row from Renmark to Moorook. So hopefully we'll get that up and about, and it should be a great social event. Keep you fit, something to look forward to. And they've got approval, I think, to build on the new. They're looking for club rooms. They don't actually have club rooms at the moment, so I'm pretty sure they're boating out of something like a shipping container or an old shed.
That's right. They're trying to raise funds to build their own boat shed and be self-sufficient.
Yeah, and that would be just great.
Yeah,
you could think about the resources that we would have if Galway did have a facility to boat out of. We could go down there for training camps. We could bit of steering going on down there. What's going on?
Some very
So
bad
this is
steering,
race 52.
unfortunately.
Yes.
The Masters Women's Double, Division 2.
And they've swapped lanes almost.
I think they're supposed to be in lane 5.
Yeah, I think it's the Torrens crew that are trying to work out which lane they wish to race in. They've certainly got the officials.
Sparkles will be furious at this. So that's Denise Abood and Amanda Sparks. They raced this double really well. So that will be a little bit of a dampener on them, but hopefully they'll use it and take it to the line. So from right of screen in lane 2, we've got Riverside, Margaret Gore and Helen McMullen. In lane 3, we've got Galway, Di Tebneff and Tina Wilson. In lane 4, we've got Phoenix, Chris Firth and Caroline Muzared. In lane 5, we've got Torrens, Denise Abood and Amanda Sparks back in lane 5 now. Thanks, ladies. In lane 6, we've got Riverside, Sue Booth and Diane Levesque Hocking. Excuse me. And in lane 7, we've got Phoenix, Katie Kavanagh and Renata Zilm. So I think we'd have that Riverside H crew off go, and the next crew would be the Phoenix crew with Caroline Muzared in it. I think they're leading at the moment. Caroline, a beautiful oarswoman. I've raced a double with her. I think she's one of... I aspire to be like this woman when I get to 73. I want to be still racing. I want to be still fit. And look, I want to still be winning my race.
It is so impressive, isn't it? It is just wonderful. And it teaches us so many things. The example they're setting here. And the skill of the oar. They might be slower on the slide, but the skill of the oar is outstanding.
And Caroline's a world champion in her own age group in the Masters as recently as a couple of years ago when we haven't had a COVID cancelled out a competition. So she's almost still a current world champion in her age group in Masters rowing. Absolutely
phenomenal. She made the Masters team as the reserve last year before it got cancelled. So still very competitive, really great oarswoman, but I think we will see this Torrens crew row through them of Amanda Sparks and Denise Abood. Young, fit women rowing really well together.
Much higher rating in the Torrens crew, but that leading crew from Phoenix have very long in the water, which is one of Caroline's traits, and teamed up with
Chris Fair.
Chris, who's also very long-limbed, so plenty of length in that boat.
So the challenges come from Torrens, and there was a bit of a response from Phoenix, but I think the boat speed is with Torrens coming through that final 200 metres now. But Phoenix responding again, holding them off. This will be an interesting finish.
Torrens, considering the Torrens crew have rowed a fair bit further with their steering, they're just starting to row through now.
They've got their rating up to 30, which is much higher than the Phoenix crew.
I think they're sitting on the buoy line over there and took a dodgy stroke. But yeah, I reckon they've just pushed their bows up over that Phoenix crew. But it is a tight race. Oh gosh. My goodness. Wow.
Less than a metre.
Yeah, that is by half a canvas, I'd say.
Considering the poor start they had in their steering, that Torrens crew did very well, and I think they deserve to win that after giving away not just the handicap time, but a bit of steering time.
Yeah, they definitely raced, I think, an extra 50, 60 metres, 100 metres perhaps.
They went right out of their lane, I'm sure, and then back again. So that's...
So good recovery from the girls, and this is Riverside coming back through the crew of Margaret Gore and Helen McMullen and Sue Booth and Diane Levesque Hocking. Welcome to the mic. How you doing?
I'm alright. Bit warm.
Bit warm. Have you done much coaching today?
I coached the juniors this morning.
Yeah.
That's about it.
We've got Ruby Hetherington here on the mic. Loving it.
Yep.
Have you been on the mic yet today?
No, I haven't.
Oh, this is exciting. Have you met Mangs before?
Yeah,
Yes.
I've met today, and Ruby, I hear you're heading off overseas to do some study and maybe some rowing?
Yes, I'm off to Dallas, Texas in August on a rowing scholarship for 4 years.
Wonderful.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's so exciting.
Yeah.
That's great. I hope our listeners and viewers can appreciate that's a bit
That's
of
a
talent from South
huge-
Australia being seen around the world.
Being stolen by
I'll
the
be
Yanks.
I'll be back.
Yeah, no, really, really exciting.
Those college programs are fantastic for rowing, but obviously for all their sports. But I've known a lot of rowers that have gone over there in my time, and they all seem to appreciate it, and the Yanks appreciate our Australian rowers.
So you're not the first one who's head over this year.
No, so Noni and Gabby Noni left at the start of the year, and then Gabby left last August.
And did both get scholarships as well?
Yep. So Noni is at San Diego at the moment, and she Yeah, so she's in San Diego, and then Gabby's in Jacksonville.
Amazing. So
San Diego, go on.
No, you go.
San Diego is a great place. I managed to have a row there in my youth, and wonderful club competition and rowing world in that California side of the USA.
It's on my bucket list to row in America. It was initially my first bid for my year abroad, but I ended up going to Birmingham instead in the UK, and that was great. I would not trade that experience for the world. Made some fast friends, did some good rowing, won some medals, and learned a bit about myself as well. So I'm excited. I'm excited for you. So you 4 years over there?
4 years. So I'll head over there, study, row.
When do you head out?
August. Sometime in August.
Okay. So hopefully everything's calmed down over there.
Fingers crossed.
Let's not get started about the American climate at the moment. But we have a start. This is the under 21 men's Cox 4. So we're back up to the 2,000 metre start. So in lane 4, we've got Pulteney Grammar. In lane 5, we've got St. Peter's College. In lane 6, we've got Torrens. This is a straight final for the championship points. I would think, yes, this Torrens crew look very sharp. Bradley Robran, Charlie Conabere, William Smart, Sam Button and Madison Newland coxing with coach Ashley Fitch. I would expect that they would get out and hold their lead. Will Smart, is this his first appearance, this regatta?
Not sure.
I think he's obviously the captain of the club at the moment, so great to see an under 21 doing so well in a blooming young club. Torrens doing really well and looking really sharp, really tidy there. The boys reaching up to that catch, getting it in nice and crisp, making the boat nice and stable around that front end and allowing them to drive through together.
Torrens are in the lead, but the Saints boys are doing everything they can to catch them. They've got their rating right up. I'll try and get it for you, but they certainly are giving it a crack.
Yeah. And you can see there just a little bit of wobble from those boys, perhaps not as confident out around their rigger as the Torrens boys, but still rowing really well. That's a bit better, a little bit more together. But I think this wind is starting to pick up out there and perhaps playing a little bit of tricks with the boat. So the boys would have to be adjusting their technique to what's being thrown at them from the weather.
Yeah, Torrens have certainly established a lead here from the Saints crew, and they've both pulled away from the Pulteney crew. You're going to...
Yeah, so Sam Button is going really well here, stroking that crew, really pushing the boys along. You can see them starting to show their fatigue a little bit. I think Sam just throwing those shoulders back a little bit. He's typically been doing a lot in the scull, I think, but has just made the Noel Wilkinson Trophy crew, which is the men's youth 8. So doing really well here, stroking this boat.
He's had a few races too, this young fella. So
yeah, I know.
He must be getting a bit tired.
Yeah, and they're rowing that boat named the Jed Altschwager. So this is their coxed for new last year, I think. So crossing the line, looking really quite tidy, quite together, swinging together. Well done to Torrens Rowing Club for taking out the under 21 men's Cox 4.
And St. Peter's College 1 coming here in second, looking nice and clean as they come into the finish line.
Pulteney Grammar. So this would be their first 4, I think, racing this race. So rowing up, I would say, out of their normal comfortable category. So rowing really well there. big thanks to Pulteney Grammar. Good showing, boys. That was a tough race. I don't think I remember the last time I rode a Cox 4. No, I do. It was a mixed Cox 4. We had a couple of mates, and it was in a Masters category. I can't remember who the girl I was rowing with, but it was Brad Jackson and Simon Lane in the boat. I was just an added extra in a mixed Masters Cox 4. And I tell you what, those boats, they're very, very touchy to row. But I'm hoping to make a reappearance in the Masters State Championships in the mixed Cox 4.
That'll be good to see.
And I'm hoping, and you heard it here first, folks, that she's gonna hate me for saying this, but I'm hoping to get Christine McLaren in the boat with me.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. So if she's around, if she's fit and ready to go, I think we'll try and get a couple of hit-outs at the Masters State Championships.
That sounds very impressive. Way past my pay grade, I think.
It's 1,000-metre racing.
Oh,
it's so much.
1,000-metre racing.
It's a lot easier to say I've got 4,000-metre races than I've got 4 2Ks.
Correct. Correct.
It's a lot more palatable, I would say.
It's a lot easier sitting up here, though. It is a lot easier.
Where's my coffee?
Yeah. No blisters up here.
No, I did wear one out in that double earlier. I've got a blister forming now, and it's just over gripping in these conditions. It looks gorgeous on the film, but it's a little bit testing. You get a little bit of umpire wash, and you've got to be paying attention.
So, Ruby, are you rowing anywhere at the moment, or just coaching?
I'm doing a little bit of rowing at ARC every now and then. I was rowing quite a bit during the winter, and then I've sort of taken the last couple months off, but I'm getting back into it.
And I apologise for this question. This is the teacher in me coming out. What are you studying over there?
I have got no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, no clue. I've got 2 years to do electives, so I can sort of test some things out.
You know
and then
what?
Finishing I've got 2 years to complete my major.
Yeah.
I actually really, really like that.
Yeah.
I like that style of the American system. Finishing my teaching degree at the moment, I think it's really important to allow young people to branch out and figure out who they are and what they want to do. And I think the way that we're doing it, it's not bad, it's not wrong, but it's just difficult because you choose a degree and then you lock yourself in. And you can get 1 or 2 years into it and go, actually, I don't really like this. But if you're exposed and you do electives for 2 years and you get to try out a whole range of different things and really narrow down to what you want to do.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea?
Probably something alongside of sports science, nutrition. Yeah, I have no idea.
It's okay.
You'll
work it out.
It's a very interesting field. I know I went into human movement at UniSA and then did exactly that. And I went, actually, I really like the science of it all.
Yeah.
And so I swapped into a biomedical science.
Is this
degree.
race 54 coming down, the under 21 women's quad scull?
I do believe you're right. Yep. So I think they did start early. But yes, that's the under
There's
21.
certainly crews coming down. I can't see
3
where.
crews.
Yeah.
This will be a tight race, I'd say.
So in lane 4 we have Torrens, lane 5 Adelaide University, and lane 6 the Adelaide Rowing Club. And we're starting to get vision coming through now of that race.
I would, looking at those crews, I would be picking the Adelaide Uni Boat Club for this race. Sophie Tickner stroking that boat. I've sat behind her in a boat like this before, and she does not ease up on the rate. She's a very apt, competent, fast sculler. and the girls behind her are all very fit, all quite strong. So Cleo and Jemima and Isabel Watson doing really well to sit behind Sophie, who did win the under-21 women's single scull earlier today. But this Adelaide crew of Madison Cook-Palm, Catherine Price, Lucy Kittle and Sophie Waters also doing really well. We would expect them to be up and alongside this Adelaide Uni crew.
They look like they've just got out the Adelaide University crew to a little bit of a lead here. I tell you what, the quad sculls are a great boat to watch. Just the skill and the speed on the quad scull, I think, is fantastic.
They go quite fast.
Yeah.
I think they're one of the most painful boats to row, because you don't yes, there's a lot of skill required, but there's not much that you need to do to set the boat up to actually really pull on the handles. And I think some of my most painful races have been in quad sculls, but some of my best races in a quad scull.
Ruby, have you done much sculling?
Obviously in Learn to Row's juniors and inters, but then as I sort of jumped into seniors, I stopped sculling. Not that confident in a single, so we've steered away from that and stayed in the sweet boats a lot.
I saw you do a couple of cheeky single scull sessions before, she's shaking her head, before the trials earlier this year. That was
tried to squeeze some last minute training in.
Yeah,
didn't
unfortunately you need about 5 years of competent sculling before you actually start to move the boat well, or that amount of equivalent. It's hard to jump in and race against people who are really competent in the single scull. I think this AUBC crew is just cruising here. So I'll go back on my earlier statement of Sophie Tickner doesn't let up on rate, and I'll say...
The Adelaide crew have had...
no!
I can see an oar out of the rigger, so they've stopped.
They will be devastated, but that's Torrens' chance. Torrens moving up, going for the points. Yep, and they're back together. Well done, ARC. But Torrens have taken that and run with it. And they're going to use that adrenaline to try and push up on that AUBC crew. But I think these girls are just cruising.
I think they're in front, looking back, controlling the race. That's what it looks like from here.
Because these girls will be moving into that open women's 8, and they will not want to be burning themselves out for a race.
And on a day like today, management of your races is so important.
It's huge. You got to manage your nutrition. You got to manage your hydration. Speaking of which, excuse me.
No, that Adelaide Uni crew, the blade work at the front, all together, and nice and steady coming forward. That's the thing that's very impressive for that vision.
Yeah. Isabel Watson having a little look around now, just saying, okay, where are we? Yeah, just keep cruising. We'll be right. Oh, they're not rating much over 24, I'd say. Looking good, girls.
And they seem to have stretched out about a 4 or 5 length lead over the Torrens crew that are still working well together.
Yeah, looking really good in that Torrens crew of Grace Dodson, Kiana Baines, Ella Derrimore Denver, and Imogen Graham. Interesting that Ella has come in and racing in the Torrens Zudi today. She was from the Manham Rowing Club earlier, but yeah, she can. I think it's okay to race. I'm not sure about the country club rule, but looking really good, really tidy. But this crew of Isabel Watson, Cleo Wilson, let me say that again, Jemima Richter and Sophie Tickner looking really nice. They're going to race this at Nationals, and this looks good for them. They train this every week, and just looks great.
That looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Nothing I can say, girls.
Well done. Congratulations. That is superb rowing.
Outstanding. And not too far back for the fast-finishing Torrens crew, also sculling really well together, perhaps just not as strong as those older girls are. I say older. They are a fraction older than those the Torrens girls, but still in the same age category. And yes, after an unfortunate incident,
They've done well, the Adelaide, to get it all back together.
yeah, it is a bit heartbreaking when you have an issue like that in the boat. But well done to the girls. Coming through in the final few strokes now.
And that breeze might be picking up again still.
It's forecast to continue to pick up through the afternoon. So I'm hoping for some fast racing.
And what time are you up?
I'm just checking my watch now. I think I've got about 5 minutes before I need to go, and then we're going to start. I think we're going to go for an early row. Our race is at 4:15. Oh, I told everyone 4:20. Whoops. 4:15. My bad. Well, you'll catch the last little bit of the race anyway, unless we go early. Woo. But yeah, some big races coming up in the next hour or two. Don't go away. We can see.
I'm looking forward to this under 18 8
under
coming up.
Under
19 women's 8 coming up.
Yep.
What's your feel on how things are going at the Schoolgirl 8 level, Ruby?
I haven't been keeping a close eye on it, but from what I've heard and what I've seen glimpses of, the competition looks pretty fierce.
Yeah.
There's quite a few schools up in those top ranks, so it'll be interesting to see what happens this afternoon.
I'm not sure you can take much out of the heats in these over the last few weeks. I think the finals have been looking very different to the heats.
Yeah, the heats are sort of a tactical game when it comes up to seniors.
Yeah.
It's worth noting that, Wilderness aren't here for that, for any of these races, actually, because of their unfortunate incident this week with gastro going through the school. It's just, it's not what you want to have happen this week. So we've been putting out warnings to all of our athletes just to be really, really vigilant with like washing their hands and keeping their hygiene. And one thing that I found really interesting was people are using the hand sanitizer a lot more these days. Obviously, because of COVID, it's more prevalent in our lifestyle. However, when looking at the bugs that transfer through gastro, you need soap and water to get rid of them. So wash your hands with soap and water and sanitize yourself these days, especially with this gastro bug going around. I heard it went through Norma Marialta as well later this week.
Our thoughts are with those Wildy girls. I know they would be wanting to compete. But they'll be back next week, and the Heather River is 3 weeks away.
Yes. My goodness. It's so close. It's so exciting. I don't know who's going to win.
No, I think, and I haven't really been taking much notice of the boys, but the girls seems to have been super competitive, and you could throw a blanket over the first 3 or 4 crews. So
I think we've had 5 different race winners out of the 5 different races with the Schoolgirl 8. So it's been. I like to see the women racing get a little bit more attention than the boys. It's good to see. It feels like it's evening out something in the world. But the girls rowing really well here. You can see them just putting their boats in. That would be one of the crews rowing up to the start line there. That's the St. Peter's girls, who will be pushing the Walford crew and the Seymour crew, I think, up to the line.
And I think the standard of schoolgirl racing that I've seen has just gone through the roof over the last few years. I've been interstate at in Melbourne at a school and seeing the standard over there, and coming back in the last 12 months, it has been fantastic to see the girls really stepping up with their technique, and the standard here is very strong as well.
It's really interesting because they talk about rowing going in waves and in cycles, and I feel like when I was coming through school programs, a lot of the school programs were really quite strong. And then there was this wave that, like, a lot of the girls' schools dropped off. And it now looks like, like you said, building momentum and coming back in again. Let me tell you what's going on the screen at the moment.
Well, we've got
the open lightweight women's double scull. We've got Loretto Marriotteville 1 in lane 4 and Adelaide Uni in lane 2. So we've got, oh my goodness, we've got Madison Johannesson and Victoria Binns in that Loretto double, and Sophie Radford and Siobhan Rowe in the Adelaide Uni boat. I don't think Vicky would be very fresh in this race, and I think the Uni girls have edged out to a boat or 2 length lead.
Yeah, they seem to be out in front at the moment. It's fantastic. The Loretto Marriotteville girls out there. Hard, it's this is an open event, so it's tough competition, but they're out there.
Yeah, great to see this event being fielded and raced this year. Like I said before, a lot of lightweights not around at the moment. I don't think we have many in the state, so it's interesting to see that the Schoolgirls have picked up on this. Obviously, Schoolgirls younger, bit smaller frame. So yeah, great to see them competing.
And what is the weight limit at the moment for open lightweight?
So at this event, we're not going to average crew weight. So this is the same rule for the men's and the women's. So it's max for women, that's 59, and for men, that's 72.5. So that if this was a national event, the crew average would have to be 57 with no athlete over 59. So that's if you've got someone who's a little bit underweight and somebody who's struggling to get down to weight, they can meet in the middle and get that crew average of 57. For men, it's 70.
You got to admire the lightweight rowers. They have to. They do it tough and they do the same amount of work. This Loretto Marriotteville crew are hanging on very nicely here.
They're pushing our girls, which I don't like to see because, like I said, these girls have to race the 8 this afternoon. I want them fresh for it. This
is certainly a race.
This is a good race. Look at them go. Yes, these 2 stroke seats. So Siobhan and Sophie and Vicky raced in the single scull this morning. And it was a tight race, and it looks like they're doing a tight race again. And I'm really wanting this uni crew to go ahead. Siobhan taking a quick look around there. We've got Loretto pushing up on them. Those fast finishing scullers from Loretto doing the most to get in front. But yeah, you can see these strokes really pushing the rate up.
The boats are starting to wobble, so you can tell that they're
under pressure
maxed
now.
Out here now.
But I think Sophie Radford has got it in her head that she doesn't want to let Vicky pass her this time. But I just can't call it. They're going stroke for stroke.
Oh, it is a super race here.
Outstanding, girls. And I think...
they're not backing off at all, the Loretto crew.
Oh, my gosh. I can't call it. Oh, no.
I think the Loretto crew has rode through. Outstanding work there by both crews. The 2 crews in that final were super competitive and neck and neck down the whole last 1,000 metres. So fantastic. But
good race from both crews.
Loretto, we believe, got it.
Half a length back to Adelaide Uni. Well done. Wow, she's got a huge race schedule today. She literally only raced 45 minutes ago.
Vic.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just doesn't stop, that kid. Keeps going
She's
and
a
going.
little
She does a
Energizer
good
bunny.
job at it as well.
Somebody's just going to keep feeding it, I reckon. I'm going to leave you guys. I have to go get myself sorted.
Good luck for this
I'm
afternoon.
going to have to leave as well. We're racing each other.
So Mangs, you're
the great Mangs needs to help steer the ship here. Well, thank you for you two for joining in and helping out, and good luck this afternoon.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Are you racing this afternoon?
Yes.
You're in the 8?
Yes.
Yes, girl. I'll see you on the start line, mate.
Good
All
luck.
right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
And we are waiting for race 56, the under-19 men's double scull. And we are just waiting for that to start. And I must admit, I'll say again that the live streaming Australia are doing a great job here with these pictures that are coming through. And also, thank you to Seymour for running the regatta today. It seems to be all going very smoothly. Still just waiting for the under-19 men's double scull. And that is programmed to start in 2 minutes. So the regatta seems to be right on time. And well done to all the officials and the volunteers that are running this. And what time does the regatta start tomorrow?
8 a.m. start.
8 a.m. And I think the weather's meant to be superb for that as well. So
Forecast is almost identical to today. Perhaps a slightly stronger wind later in the afternoon for tomorrow.
good luck for all those competing tomorrow as well. And while I've got an opportunity, Phil, what is the South Australian cruise looking like for the national titles? Is there one event that you think we could do very well in?
Good question. We don't really know the standard, and with the we don't know who's in and available from the national training Olympic squad sort of thing. So until I see all the entries, I wouldn't think that we've got the depth in any of our crews to aim for other than mid placings, as in sort of. If we get a bronze medal third for any interstate race, we've done pretty well. We in the eights, we've probably got 5 or 6 good men and 5 or 6 good women. The New South Wales and Victoria, they've got 8 probably internationals in both their boats. So that's the difference. Tasmania, us, West Australia, we don't really compete with the big states, I'm afraid, and Queensland are probably getting closer and closer. It's a tough competition.
And we have a start in the under-19 men's double scull, race 56, and we've got in lane 3 St Peter's College 1, lane 4 Prince Alfred College 2, lane 5 Phoenix, lane 6 Prince Alfred College 1, and lane 7 Pembroke. And they've come through about 500 metres. And there's the distinctive colours of Prince Alfred. I'm picking up well, and on the inside is the St Peter's crew.
Yeah, all 5 boats are there, so we don't have that problem we had earlier in the day in a couple of races. So good to see. And with these slight tail conditions, I'm sure that all the crews are taking advantage of the favourable racing conditions and able to keep their rating up, really aggressive, positive, high rating stuff, which they do with these cleaver oars nowadays. Are shorter. They use the blades. The blade shafts are shorter than the old wooden blades that you and I would have raced with, and they just rate higher all the way.
And once again, I admire these schools putting schoolboys in double sculls, and the standard of racing I've seen of the sculling at Schoolboy and Schoolgirl today has been very high, and it's an absolute credit to the school rowing programs that they're producing such fine oars, men and women.
So the leading 3 boats, and there is 3 of them, are on the right of screen in the blue, St Peter's, then you've got Prince's in the red in the lane next to them, then go across 2 lanes, it's the other Prince Alfred College crew. So they look a bit different because the guys have got white T-shirts under their red outfits. They're coming into screen now, and that could easily be the leading crew. There is very little separating the first three boats. I'm afraid they've pulled away from Pembroke and Phoenix by the time they're in the third 500 now. They've travelled over 1,000 metres.
And certainly the PAC crew is sitting up very nicely, hitting the water together. They've got good run on that boat. And physically they look very strong as we scan out.
I see that crew we were just looking at is coached by Andrew Stunnell, so he's a world champion silver medalist in representing Australia. So and a very successful coach. Andrew Stunnell has actually coached the winning boys head of the river and the winning girls head of the river eights. For I think he's the only person I know that's done that in South Australia.
Very impressive. Well, they're doing very well. As you scan out, we see the other Prince Alfred crew and the Saints crew, but I think that crew, the PAC crew on lane 6, seems to have the lead here.
Yeah, I think it's Princes 1, 2 and Saints in 3, probably Pembroke in 4 and then back to the Phoenix crew. But they are sculling well, and like I said, they're fearless with their rating. These young guys in these good, fast conditions, the boats are running. It doesn't feel easy because it's hard work out there. These guys are racing. It's hard work, but they're doing it fast. They've got fast rating. They've got fast hands. The blade work. They're well drilled, these crews. All of them. The Pembroke crew you can see there on the gold. Their blade work's superb. So they're racing really well, these youngsters.
Very good. And they will be checking out. They'll know exactly where they are on the river, and they know that leading PAC crew has about 350 metres to the end. They're sitting up nice and strong. Stroke just actually had a look out and just checking out where all the other crews are, and they are leading this nicely.
Yeah, they've established the sort of lead that should be unbeatable from there. They're heading into the closing stages, and they've got daylight between them and the rest of the field.
That Pembroke crew have certainly come up and now are fighting for that second position. But this Prince Alfred crew in front, well rowed. They'll go over the line to get a large victory. And now the battle, the second PAC crew are doing very well. Certainly lifted their rating.
So 1-2 to Princes by the look of it, John.
Yes.
And Pembroke are going to be third. Saints fourth.
Only a length behind the Pembroke crew. And the Phoenix crew working together. Here they come.
So a Quinella win there to the Prince Alfred College crew. Congratulations. They're the under-19 men's double scull state champions of South Australia for this year. Joshua Felderhoff and Angus Shute, coached by Andrew Stunnell. Well done, Princes. And second place also to Princes, Jack Miller and Bailey Locke.
That's some good sculling depth there. As we watch the Phoenix crew come down, still working together. And they are approaching the line. Well done, boys. And they've held it together well. And now we head up, and I'm keen to watch this race, the under-19 women's 8.
Is that it? This is it here, isn't it?
That's it there. And I'll go through. In lane 1 is Seymour College 2. Lane 2, Pembroke School 2. Lane 3, Walford Anglican 2. Lane 4, Walford Anglican 1. Lane 5, St. Peter's Girls. Lane 6, Seymour College 1. Lane 7, Pembroke School 1. And Lane 8, Unley High.
So I got it.
So we've got a combination of some second 8s and first 8s here. And so there could actually be obviously an overall winner, but there could be races in this race.
That's right. A bit of rivalry and bragging rights between the Seymour, Pembroke and Walford number 2 crews, because they're all racing against their number 1 crews.
And it's the second 8s are in the inside 3 lanes, and then we've got the first 8s on the outside. And then this afternoon, I'm sure there are some big races. The Open Men's 8, is that this afternoon?
No, the Women's 8 today. The Men's 8's tomorrow. You've got a mirror image program there. The men's and women's Open events are all opposite each other. So the men's 8 is tomorrow, the women's 8's today, and so too with all the Open big boats and small boats. Like we had Oscar McGuinness win the single scull this morning. The women's single scull is tomorrow.
Well, we've been blessed with wonderful conditions.
Do you want to join in? There's another speaker. Oh, where is it? There's another one somewhere.
Wonderful conditions, and we are just waiting. 3:15. 2 minutes to start time, so we're spot on time.
Well, who's not supposed to be here? Me?
No, I'm out of here. And just prior to this, once again, thank you to the people who are volunteering, all the judges and the starters for their work here today. It is so valuable what they do. And we will be getting close to a start.
You mentioned our officials and volunteers. We must thank them all. We're right up with the anywhere in Australia as far as our boat race officials. We've got Olympic and World Championship representative officials competing here at this regatta, officiating at this regatta. Our Adelaide officials, South Australian officials are as good as anywhere in the world, obviously.
And just prior to this race, we'll mention that Northline are sponsoring the Under-19 Women's 8, and thank them for their contribution to the regatta today. So for logistic issues, contact Northline. Well, I might pass over to 2 expert commentators. I might step out. Phil, thank you for helping me through this afternoon.
Oh, thanks for helping us, John. That's good, mate. Good to catch up. I haven't seen you for ages.
Might be a glass of red to be had. So for the next event, the Under-19 Women's 8, just your thoughts on this. I mean, I noticed that Wilderness obviously are not here today. They've scratched because of...
Apparently got illness, yeah. Very sad.
The right thing there by not turning up. But it means, of course, they're not going to be here to compete in this event. And I noticed that Loretto's not represented there. Loretto's had a really strong showing over this.
Well, they've had quite a presence in the regatta. They've been in several races and done well in them.
They have. But it would appear that this is not one of the ones they're focused on. Perhaps the Schoolgirls 8s tomorrow, which will be a big event for them. I expect to see them here, but not in the Under-19 and Women 8s.
But we do have 5 of the South Australian women's Schoolgirl 8s in this final, and I assume that's their first 8s. And I think we've had something like 5 different winners during this season, in the Schoolgirl 8s. The heats or preliminary races haven't carried through to the final events, and the different schools have won. So I believe this race is wide open, as will the state championship be tomorrow, and in three or 4 weeks' time, when the head of the river is, we're looking at a pretty even and good competition in the Schoolgirl 8s this year.
Yeah, well, isn't that fantastic? This is a lot for rowing in South Australia, particularly women's rowing, that it's not just dominated by a few individual schools. In fact, the standards has lifted and the competition's lifted. So, there's competition right across the field now. Fantastic to see. In fact, in recent years, the women's rowing has come on leaps and bounds. Masters cruise, you see a lot more women coming into rowing because it's a great sport. It's it's challenging, it's physical, it's engaging, and we've had a start in the under-19 women's 8s race. So, just a reminder again, in lane 1 is Seymour College 2, lane 2, Pembroke School 2, lane 3, Walford Anglican 2, lane 4, Walford Anglican 1, lane 5, St Peter's Girls, lane 6, Seymour College 1, lane 7, Pembroke School 1, and lane 8, Unley High.
They're all there and racing, Greg. We've got a full field, which is good. We haven't had too many scratchings today, other than the poor old Wilderness. I think we've talked about them enough. They've had to scratch a lot of races.
And it looks as though Seymour's had a very good start in lane 6, with Pembroke just to their left of the screen, coming up behind, but it's hard to call at the moment. But certainly Seymour seems to have had a good start at the moment.
Yeah, well, Seymour did win the Head of the River last year when they did have the small regatta, just the senior boats raced, and a clandestine start down here on a Monday morning. But so some of those girls would perhaps be back in the crew, and it's a strong-looking crew. I think the Walford crew might be right up with them, battling for the lead, and so too St Peter's Girls, not far behind. They seem to have got working well through the middle stages there.
That's right, but the crew to keep an eye on at the moment appears to be Seymour. In lane 6, that's Alice Montgomery, Grace Foster, Lila McRoe, Farrah McConnell Soltis, Jemima Witten, Eliza Wink, Molly Duggan, Charlotte Heason, and Cissy Walker as the cox.
Rating about 36.5 according to me at the moment, and that's exactly what they should be doing with this favourable conditions. In the back of the screen there, behind them in the yellow, that's Pembroke, and a bit further back on the left is the double blue of Unley High. And the famous double blue colours of Oxford and Cambridge, the dark blue and the light blue. Very rowing orientated, the Unley colours. So we're looking in the middle of the screen there. A great picture from our wonderful cameraman and technicians here, showing the action of that Seymour College girls crew. Well drilled, racing well. That's not easy to row 8 people perfectly in time like that at the speed they're doing. Something like.
It's crisp, and they've kept the rating up.
Yeah.
Of course, the 8s are a very fast boat.
36 strokes to the minute, and they do that for the 6-7 minutes or so of racing. It's non-stop concentration, and you can see why I have to do all that training and planning that they do.
So you have to have a very good VO2 max. You have to have very good cardiovascular abilities, particularly over the 2,000 metre race. You can start out. It's one thing to do 1,000 metres, but you've got to hold this for almost 7 minutes.
Yeah, well, I just clocked them again at 35.5 strokes to the minute, so they're not easing up. I saw the coxswain have a big look around then, she's talking through a microphone. They were mic'd up in that boat. Each of the boats, they have a electrical radio system through the boat. They can talk to the crew and tell them exactly where they are, and that coxswain had a good look.
They've just come through the 500, so they've got a good lead at the moment.
So this is the Under-19 State Championship of South Australia for Women's 8. They're all school crews that are in the event, and no club crews, and it's Seymour that are dominating.
Absolutely. I think it might be back to Walford in lane 4 in second place, but Seymour well and truly out in front. You'd be able to see there the coxswain looking back. They've got the field. I don't think they're going to be challenged. They're coming down to the 250, and often this is a mark that 250 to go. You often see crews just lift that rating a little bit more and taking it home.
Yeah, great exhibition by the Seymour girls in this under-19 race. Oh, sorry.
Just steady. Seymour in lane 6 and Walford Walford in lane 4. But this is good technical rowing too.
Yeah, still around 36 strokes.
They just look relaxed. It looks easy. When you're rowing well, it looks easy.
And they're well drilled, well trained, well coached, beautiful work. Well done, Schoolgirls. They've won the Under-19 South Australian Women's State Championship for the 2021 season. Seymour College. Walford just holding off, who is it?
Followed by, I think it was Walford again in lane 3.
So that's Pembroke in the gold. Just
You can see Pembroke there and St Peter's Girls just 2 lanes this side of them. And I think on the outside you can see Only High.
and on this side it's the other Pembroke crew.
Number 2 crew.
So it's great to see 8 boats in that Under-19 Women's 8s race. So that flagpole's right on the finish line. Camera picks that up beautifully. Wonderful scene here at West Lakes.
Good, really good rowing there from the girls. Seymour will be buoyed by that, as you say, head of the river, coming up in a few weeks' time. And there's a great display from Seymour.
Yeah, I'm surprised that if that's their first 8s, I haven't seen a margin like that in the regattas I've watched and followed all the results this season. That they have been close, but they have been different winners too. So we'll keep an open mind.
Yeah, but they could have mixed the crews up. You never know. It'll be interesting to see tomorrow. I think the Schoolgirl 8s, so that'll definitely be the first 8s rowing. So it will be interesting to see if Seymour repeats that same result.
Now we've got a pair of Masters races now, so they'll do a free running start from the 1,000 metre mark. They just row the 1 kilometre, 1,000 metres, and the first one is a men's quad scull with 8 lanes, so all 8 lanes full there, and then the women's Masters 8 with 3 boats in that. So we've got all ages racing here. We've got school boys and girls through to the Masters. I saw Johnny Banks here rowing from Annam earlier in the day. He's 89 years old. He's the oldest competitor today, yeah. John Banks, who we had the state championship sculls here today, and John Banks won that back in the 1950s. He was the state sculling champion, and then he went on and represented the state in the lightweight 4s. He rowed for South Australia in the Penrith Cup, the very first time it was held for the lightweight 4s. He was in the South Australian crew.
And he won heat 3 of the men's single sculls, master single sculls today, and I thought he did it very, very well. His technique's excellent. Now, the Masters men's quad scull, you might have noticed, if you're watching the screen, lane 5, the Riverside crew started, and the other crews, because of the age differences, started somewhere between 28 and 37 seconds after them. So it will be a question about the field catching up to Riverside in lane 8. But there's a very, very strong field here, and I think it's all going to come down to that last 250 metres. It's pretty close at the moment. You can see an evenly split here.
I think they might have had a recall or something, because they're moving around.
Right. Well, when you see them start, you will see lane 5 going first. That's Richard Clark, Peter Smith, Peter Hendy, and Paul Gunson. So the average age of that crew in their late 70s. So that crew, as I said, in lane 5 is I grade, so that's an average of 75 years or more. Does appear as though they're taking a bit of time to line up there at the start.
Yeah, with 8 boats and a free drifting start, it probably takes a bit of organising. And one wonders sometimes with the Masters that it's quite so necessary when they go off at different times. Get them all pointing in the right direction and let them go, I reckon. It's probably not what the officials like to do, but...
No, not when the finishing line is less than a second in the final times. Of course,
that's
really keen to make sure that crews leave at their allotted time and that the handicaps are...
Oh yeah, I'm not saying change the times, but lining them up is problematical, that's for sure.
So I was talking to some of the Masters rowers out there, and we've got a couple of crews from Riverside, a couple from Port Adelaide. Adelaide Uni, the crew in lane 4, which is Henry Newlands, David Rowe, John Bentley and Bill Knapp. They had a different combination in the sweep 4, the sweep 4 being where they have single oars. Of course this is quad scull, so each rower has 2 oars. But Adelaide Uni did very well, and they came first and second in the sweep event, so it'll be interesting to see with a slightly different combination how they go in this particular event.
Okay, Greg, the first ones have set off now. That Riverside crew in the centre are underway. The Uni crew has started. 2 more crews have started. There's one going sideways up there.
So as I said, we'll see them starting at different times, so it's hard to tell how they're going relative to one another until we get into the second half of the race at least. But I'll be watching lane 7 as well, Phoenix. That's Chris Cowan, Derek Lowe, Peter Zilm and David Ellison, great rowers there. They tend to finish fairly strong.
Yeah, we've certainly got a wide age group difference here, so the handicaps are significant, but they are meant that ideally all these crews should finish at the same time on the finish line if they row to their handicap, where the older rowers get the head start and the younger rowers are the back markers as the fastest one. So,
well, it looks as though the Adelaide Uni crew in lane 4 is really advancing quickly on the Riverside crew that started 28 seconds in front of them. So as I said, that the Adelaide Uni crew, some pretty handy rowers in there. John Bentley and Bill Knapp, of course, Henry Newland and David Rowe, some very accomplished rowers.
and they look perfectly in time there in that quad scull. That's the crew that you just mentioned right in the middle of the screen in the white with the black V. They racing very well. They've caught and overtaken the Riverside there on their left, on the left of the screen. In the red, green and gold.
Of course, the Port Adelaide crew in lane 1's quite well credentialed too. Rob Ellis, Anthony Lee, Andrew Titterman and Kevin Tenkart, all very good individual scullers and doubles. So
Very experienced crew, that one, and they look very well drilled too. The old black and white hoops there, they're moving along very well.
so it's a question about how they finish. And there you go, Kevin Tenkart in the straight seat.
They had to give away over half a minute, so 33 seconds start. That's a lot of work
It's a lot of time, but
to make up. But
Kevin,
they,
in the stroke seat won his beat convincingly. Great single sculler. And Rob Ellis there in the back. And once again, another very highly credentialed sculler.
they're coming right up onto the stern of the Adelaide Uni crew. Adelaide Uni have seen the danger and tried to put their rating up. So as this picture swings around, you'll see that the Port Adelaide crew are pretty close to Adelaide. That's Adelaide Uni in front, but Port Adelaide are going to appear. Port Adelaide, there they are. They're just underneath them, about a canvas, I reckon, or maybe less.
What a race. another race, and that's the difference, with that age. And as I said, if the crews are rowing to their absolute potential, they should be crossing the line pretty close. And we saw that with that outstanding crew from Port Adelaide in lane 1 just being pipped.
Yeah, they had 5 seconds start on them and probably won by 1 second. So they made up. That doesn't sound like much, but it's a lot of handicap to make up. This is the Adelaide crew crossing the line. Then the other Port Adelaide crew. And then behind them we've got Torrens. Torrens there in the red and white. The 3-man's lost his seat, I think. He doesn't appear to be. Oh, yeah. Yes, he is moving. Sorry, I thought he didn't look like he was. He's sitting pretty low. I reckon he's lost his seat. It's a bit unfortunate. I've noticed several masters, though, today rowing in state championship events over 2,000 metres. Greg, I know you've probably done a lot more recent masters rowing than me. When I have rowed a longer race as a master, I find it more comfortable than rowing the 1,000 metres.
I prefer it. I like the long distance events that we have. I'd like to see more 2,000 metre events for masters. But anyway,
we've got a race here, and this is the final of the women's Masters 8. With Torrens, Phoenix and Riverside starting from the right-hand side. Torrens in the red and white. Phoenix in the red and white with just the one hoop. And then Riverside in mainly red with the green and gold on the far side. So it's pretty close between Torrens and Riverside at the moment. Torrens and Phoenix at the moment.
So Phoenix and the Riverside in lane 6 were off go. And Torrens had to give them 10 seconds head start. So Torrens should finish very strong. A slightly younger crew. But the Phoenix crew, once again, very, very well credentialed. Some great rowers in that crew. So I think it's going to come down now. We're coming in towards the 250. Surely about 300 at the moment, but coming to the 250. And I think Torrens are going to be able to take this. The younger crew, stronger, and they're just rating slightly higher. And I think they're going to be able to lift it and take it home.
They've made up the handicap they had to give away, and I think they're overtaking the Phoenix crew. Both crews looking pretty good.
Pretty good. So the Torrens crew, Amanda Sparks, Donatella Mussolino, Bree Downey-Woolley, Anne Crowley, Jeanette Caudle, Gina Bell, Denise Aboud, Angie Franku, and Kate Crowley as the Cox.
They've clearly got the lead now, the Torrens crew and the red and white hoops. In front of the Phoenix with the one big red hoop.
It's great to see a real resurgence from Torrens as well. The last couple of seasons.
They've been recruiting and getting some juniors in, which is fantastic. They've had masters rowing. It's kept the club going over the last few years, but they've done a good job of recruiting some juniors in the last 2 seasons.
Had some success today.
Yeah, indeed. And this is Riverside coming in third in the Masters Women's 8. Have we got a sheet? Race 60 we want. Got 62. Any more sheets? Race 60. We're looking for race 60
so race
details.
60, the under-16s women's double. We have in lane 2, Nord Morialta High. Lane 3, Loretto Marriotville. Lane 4, Nord Morialta. Lane 5, Walford Anglican. Lane 6, Loretto Marriotville 3. Lane 7, Walford crew number 2. And lane 8, Loretto Marriotville.
Sorry, I missed the first 4. Do you mind telling me again?
Oh, yes. Sorry, we have in lane 2, Nord Morialta High 2. Lane 3, Loretto Marriotville 1. Lane 4, Nord Morialta 1. Lane 5, Wolford Anglican 1.
Got the rest. Yep.
Excellent.
Thanks, Greg.
So this is double sculls.
So this will be a state championship for the under-16 women double.
That's right, it's a 1,000 metre event. And you can see they're coming down through the 500 metre at the moment.
That's Loretto, I reckon. So I'm pretty sure the crew on the screen is the Loretto crew from lane 6.
And Loretto, Marrickville and lane 2 are also doing extremely well. So
sorry, it could be lane 2.
So I think that Loretto, Marrickville in lane 3 of Lucy Hoskins and Emily Lane appear to be leading the field to the other Loretto, Marrickville crew in lane 6. Oh, sorry, in lane 8 of Isabella Deans and Eliza Hock. There we go, we can see those two crews. Loretto's done so well today, haven't they?
They're doing very well, especially in these small boats. So not only have they got big entries, they've got good performances. So
Lucy Hoskins and Emily Lane
good to see.
in lane 3. Very nicely. And so this is the under 16. So these could be year 9 students.
And they're going to get first and second for their school. Loretto first, their number 1 crew, and their number 2 crew second. Close for third between Walford and Seymour, is it? Or the other Loretto 3 crew.
So that's Walford there in lane 7. And Nord Morialta High in lane 4.
But
So
what you just hinted at, Greg, was the under-16s. They are probably quite young, maybe year 9s even,
yes.
and great to see that they're out and racing and competing in this one of the challenging boats to race in, the double scull, and these under-16 girls have done it very well.
Particularly since all the regattas would be in quads, so they wouldn't have had a lot of chance to row in doubles.
Yeah.
It's a training session, but today might have been the first regatta event that they've actually rowed in the double scull, so they've done very well.
Yeah, probably not had many races in recent times. Now, here's a 61. You got a 61?
So race 61 is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. It's a final. It's over 1,500 metres. In lane 1 we have Walford Anglican 3. Lane 2, Walford Anglican 2. Lane 3, Seymour College 1. Lane 4, Nord Morialta High. Lane 5, Loretto Marrickville 2. Lane 6, St Peter's Girls 1. Lane 7, Loretto Marrickville 1. And lane 8, Seymour College 2.
So they're at the 1,500 metre mark, the start of the 1,500 metres, and we're not quite ready for a start. Again, it's a free held, not held start, free floating start. I think the water's still pretty good for racing on it. So that little bit of breeze, it should make life a little bit easier for the competitors.
Yeah, that's right. We've got a southwest breeze about 25 kilometres an hour, so that's that tailwind and a slight cross breeze coming from the right to the left as you look at the screen. But I think they should be able to handle those conditions, certainly in the quad scull. It's actually been a beautiful day for rowing.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, wonderful conditions really, and the forecast for tomorrow is pretty similar. So we've got 72 races today, 78 races tomorrow. We're finishing off today with the Schoolboy 8 State Championship, and then the Women's 8 State Championship, where the Adelaide Club are going for their 7th title in a row in that boat. But they did get beaten at the last regatta here at West Lakes 2 weeks ago. So they were beaten by Adelaide Uni. So it could have a very good race coming up.
That's right, and of course Joe Malcolm, commentators in that race.
Yes.
It's with Adelaide Uni, so it's going to be a very hard-fought race.
And I anticipate the Schoolboy 8 race will be a pretty good one too. That for a state championship, they race for the Advertiser Shield. That's been around. I raced for that, Greg, when I was a schoolboy, so it's been around for over 50 years, that particular trophy, donated by the Advertiser newspaper.
Racing for it not quite as many years ago as you, Phil, but yes, as a boy, it was that Advertiser Shield was a big deal. Right, so we've had a start in this race in the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Skull. As we said, this is a 1,500 metre race. It's hard to tell, but possibly Loretto Marriotteville won in lane 7. May have had a very good start and pulled out to front. But at this stage, anybody's race.
I think we've got a late scratching because I can't see lane 6.
No, I think you're right. St Peter's girls appear to have scratched.
It does seem, yeah, I'm sure they're not there, Greg. So I think lane 6 isn't there. But there are 7 other boats, and it's lane 6 that's empty. As you said, that there's not a lot separating these already.
No, that's great.
Yeah, good competition.
That's right, as we were saying before in the 8s, the women's competition, it's a pretty even field. It's a great thing. So the rating pretty high. This is quad scull, so it's a fairly fast boat. But the Loretto Marriotteville crew's doing about 36 at the moment. So they're certainly taking it to the field. It looks as though they're trying to establish a lead early on. Of course, that's an advantage. If you can get in front and hold that lead, it's much easier than coming in from behind.
I've been impressed with a lot of the racing today, Greg, that the crews that make an effort, get out in front and keep the pressure on. They keep the standard up. They show their mettle, and
that's right.
It's been good.
That's right. No, people haven't been just sitting there. They've actually been racing. This is a state championship after all. And so in those last 500, 250 metres, even the crews that have had a commanding lead have lifted the rating and taken it home. And that's what you'd expect, of the top crews. But it looks as though Loretto Marriotteville in lane 7, that's Charlotte Illman, Deanna Macalino, Felicity Taylor, Victoria Binns, and Amelia Mansell as the Cox are leading. And of course, Victoria has done so well today as an individual sculler as well.
Yeah, she's rode in several races, and I think she's finished up. She may well have won them all. She won this lightweight scull very early in the day, and now she's, and I've seen her win another title since then, so she's could be winning at least her 3rd title for the day here.
And you can see that head. Now, this is a coxed boat. Now, often the coxes are in front of the stroke. The stroke is, as you look at the screen on the far right-hand side, the one who leads the rowers. Often the coxswain is sitting in front of them at the back of the boat. But here we've got what's called a bow coxed boat. So the coxswain is down low. Their feet are sort of on the inside of the boat, and the theory for that is it keeps the centre of gravity low. But that's what you're seeing, this sort of disembodied head at the back of the boat. That is, in fact, the coxswain.
And it's the coxswain of the Loretto crew, which are winning. They're being stroked by Victoria Binns again. And they look very much to me like they've got a good lead that will hold them in good stead through to the finish, I would think.
And Seymour College in lane 3 appear to be taking the the position they're fighting it out there. They are fighting out at the moment with the other Loretto Marryatville crew.
Loretto number 2. They've
That's
just
right.
passed Loretto number 2.
That's right. So Seymour's lifting and taking it home.
Into second place, clearly. But no doubt about the leaders. Very well drilled, well coached, well trained, good timing, good body work, good swing, good run on the boat, across the line.
Yeah, their coach, Tom Doornbos, has done very well this year with the whole program. In fact, the whole school.
Yeah, former Netherlands great international oarsman, Tom Doornbos, and passing on his skill as a coach.
And we can see on the screen there.
That's the Seymour number 2.
Seymour number 2, I think. Yes,
yeah.
They were in lane 8. So lane 8, Seymour College 2. And the Wolford crew.
So that's another win for the state championships for Seymour College. They've won the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quadruple Scull Race.
I think that was the Loretto Marryatville. I think Seymour came second in that one. It was
yeah. Loretto first, Seymour second.
Seymour second.
Loretto third.
Yeah, we're seeing this this tussle at a number of the different levels in the women's events between Loretto and Seymour. You know, Seymour, a very strong, traditional school, strong program, and Loretto really stepping up this year and challenging. So I think that's going to be some of the big races at Head of the River are going to be between those two schools. So the next race on the program is race 62, the under 17 men's coxed quad.
Yeah.
And
I've got one.
In lane 1, we've got Christian Brothers. Lane 2, St Peter's College 2. Lane 3, St Peter's College 1. Lane 4, Prince Alfred College 2. Lane 5, Prince Alfred College 1. Lane 6, Pulteney Grammar 1. Lane 7, St Peter's College 4. And Lane 8, St Peter's College 3. So 4 crews from St Peter's College, 2 crews from Prince Alfred College, and in lane 1, Christian Brothers, and in lane 6, Pulteney Grammar. So there's a long-standing rivalry, of course, between Prince Alfred College and St Peter's College, not least of which out on the water. Of course, that's a very friendly competition, but neither school likes to lose to the other, and we've seen some great performances on the water today from both schools.
Those schools are traditional rivals. They're two of the older schools, not just in South Australia, but in Australia, of the long-established private schools that still exist, and they've had a sporting rivalry going back over 150 years. And here it is again on the water in this race with a couple of Princess crews and 4 Saints crews making the final, along with 1 Christian Brothers and 1 from Pulteney. So they're underway from the 2,000 metre weight. They've gone through 500 and approaching the 1,000 metre halfway mark at the moment.
So is it lane 5, Prince Alfred College 1?
I would say that they could be in the lead. They're getting strongly challenged by their other Princess
that's
crew.
right, Prince Alfred College. That's right, Prince Alfred College 2 in lane 4.
Yeah. And then the 2 Saints crews next to them, I reckon, in lanes 1 and 2. 2 and 3, rather.
Yes. Yes, so it looks as though it's Prince's leading the field at the moment. Prince Alfred College 1 of Jack Hodby, Sebastian Jordan, Hamish Bell, Hunter Lane, and Shay Olsen-Jones as Cox. I remember talking to Shay when he was in year 3, and I said to him, "You should become a rower when you go to up in the senior school," because he had the personality and the drive, and just ideally suited to the Cox in terms of his build. And of course now we see him here coxing the under 17 men's Cox quad, and I dare say soon next year, at least coxing the first 8.
Well, they're setting the pace in this race, Greg. I think they're well out in front, and their biggest danger is their own schoolmates. I reckon Princes have got 1 and 2 positions pretty well locked in.
Well, that says a lot for the calibre of the school at this stage. But I wouldn't be writing off St Peter's at this stage. Of course, we're coming down towards the 500 metre mark, and I agree that it's Princes and Princes.
Well, that second crew I see on the program, it's coached by Amanda Tidswell, who's a former international representative, medalist at the Commonwealth Games. Last time we had rowing in the Commonwealth Games, she was a lightweight rower. And she's been a surfboat rowing champion as well as a lightweight rower, and she's done a great job for several years coaching schoolboys, schoolgirls, and I'm not surprised these Prince Alfred College crews are racing and looking as good as they are with their timing and balance and blade work, general sculling skills, because Amanda Tidswell's a very good coach. Good on you, Amanda.
And look, we can see those 2 crews have come to the 250 mark, and that's often a mark when crews will lift it for the last 250 metres. The coxswain's looking around, and the crews have lifted their rating.
That's the leading crew at the moment.
So these are probably Year 10 students, I'm guessing.
Yes, they would be, to be under 16, they'd probably be 15 years old and probably in Year 10. And they've got away from the field. Those 2 crews having their own race, and then it's the rest of the field. It's quite a close race between the Saints crews and the rest of the field.
That's right. I think it's St Peter's in 3rd and 4th. We'll soon see as they come through. But clear water. So St Peter's College 1, I think, there, and St Peter's College 4 in the screen.
But no doubt about the winners of the under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull State Championship win, and in fact the Quinella, first and second place to Prince Alfred College, the number 1 crew first and number 2 crew second.
Well, it's a great sign for Prince Alfred College in future years for their first 8 as well. Got a lot of depth there.
That's the Christian Brothers College and their famous purple colours, purple and white.
And great to see Christian Brothers competing in this final.
Indeed, it's a good effort just to get into the final in these sorts of state championship regattas. When in the schools, any of the schools can enter. That's why you often see a school might have 2 or 3 boats in the same event.
Now for the next event, race 63, the Open Men's Quad Scull. This is going to be very interesting. We're going to see some of the elite rowers in South Australia competing in this event.
Adelaide Uni won this race last year, and when I was looking at the program, I was a bit surprised to see that the Adelaide Club hadn't entered, but apparently they didn't issue their entries on time or correctly, and so that's why they're not there. So it's part of rowing, is your organisation has got to work and get things done. So I'd say that Adelaide Uni, not only are they now there, they're defending their title, but they'd be my favourites to win this race, Greg.
Yes, it's interesting. I'm looking at Phoenix, and Phoenix have got a Masters rower in there, Nick McDonald. A great...
he's a very good Masters rower.
He's a very good Masters rower. I've rowed with Nick. I've great respect for him too. And we would have seen Derek Lowe. I think he's been replaced by Matt Karpowitz. But yes, the Phoenix crew. So an interesting thing about Phoenix, of course, they're not associated with any school. They're sort of open. They do encourage new people to come and join the club. So even if you haven't rowed before, then Phoenix is one of those clubs where you can come along, do some learn to row. They've got a good program where they actually reach out to schools as well. So even if people don't go to schools that have a rowing program, then you can come along and actually learn to row in clubs like Phoenix and also Torrens. So having said that, the race is underway. Race 63, Lane 3, Torrens crew number 1, Lane 4, Adelaide University, Lane 5, Phoenix, and lane 6, Adelaide University.
Okay, they haven't numbered the Adelaide Uni crew, but I can tell you the crew in lane 6 with Nick Blackman, Ross Hamilton, Harrison Francis and Charlie Moore, coached by Sam Morton. That would be their number 1 crew by my reckoning, because Ross Hamilton's in the King's Cup crew for South Australia. Nick Blackman's represented the state and was, as a schoolboy, he came 3rd in Australia in the single scull as a schoolboy in the Australian National School Championship. So he's and raced to a place in the open scull this morning. So he's a very good sculler. So
and that's the crew we're seeing on the screen here. They've broken away from the field. That talent that you were talking about is showing on the water as well. So Adelaide Uni 1 of Nick Blackman, Ross Hamilton, Harrison Francis and Charlie Moore has broken away from the field and has established a clear lead at this stage. Of course, there's just under 1,000 metres to go, but they've already been able to get out there and just sit out in front of the field.
Well,
so that's a great place. They can look back at the field now and respond to any challenges. But look at the race for second place. That is anyone's game at this stage, and that's going to be a fascinating race to follow.
Again, a couple of the young guns from Torrens in this youthful revival they're having. Sam Button I see in there again with Bradley Robran. These are names that I've seen around. William Smart and Callum Deckers. These are young guys that have certainly starting to help Torrens get back into the forefront of South Australian rowing, and they're doing it in this case. They've done it in the junior ranks, and now they're doing it in the open men's quad scull. They're putting up a good effort against an Adelaide Uni crew that is really top class.
Yeah, it's been great to see the revival of Torrens and the results out in the water. Doing very well. Look at that. So the Torrens crew of Bradley Robran, Sam Button, William Smart and Callum Deckers has pulled away. But of course it's the Adelaide Uni crew number 1 in lane 6 that looks as though at this stage they've got a dominant position. Having said that, of course, Torrens has made their move. They've broken away from the other rowers, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can challenge the Adelaide Uni crew as they come down. I don't think Uni's got it all to themselves. So we've got to that open water section now. I mean, Uni has still got the lead.
Uni are cruising along at about 33. The Torrens crew are up in 35, 36 strokes a minute. So they are trying to catch the Uni crew.
Now, I don't think they'll get there, but they are trying. So they're trying to close that gap with the Uni crew.
They certainly have a go. That's the Torrens crew in the picture now with the red and white hoops. They're racing really well. Good play work, good timing. Plenty of effort there, and in these fast conditions they are getting the strokes in as many as they can, and they've improved their position. But I think it's a bit of a...
No, I think they've got just 150 coming down to the 100-metre mark, and I think now Adelaide Uni can't be caught, and I think it's going to be a win to Nick Blackman, Ross Hamilton, Harrison Francis and Charlie Moore as they come down towards the finish line.
Yeah, you'd call that a masterclass, I think.
That's outstanding rowing.
They said that some of those guys were in that crew last year when they won this title, and the club has won it again.
And some great rowing there from Torrens too.
Yeah, good rowing, Torrens. I mean, the Uni number 2 crew doesn't look too bad either, but they're just not as fast as the opposition.
And that's the Uni 2 crew coming in now of Mitchell Moore, Julian Madden, Henry Southcott and Mitch Pearson.
So Andrew Southcott was helping with the commentary earlier today, and that's his son out there.
And this is the Phoenix crew.
Yep.
That's James Paphorth, Nick McDonald, we were talking about earlier on, Matt Karpowitz and Austin Arnold. So the next race on the program is race 64. That's the Schoolgirl Coxed Fours. This is the final, over 2,000 metres. It's a full complement. We have 8 lanes. In lane 1, Seymour College 2. In lane 2, Unley High. Lane 3, St Ignatius. Lane 4, St Peter's Girls 1. Lane 5, Pulteney Grammar. Lane 6, Pembroke. School 1. Lane 7, Walford Anglican 1. And Lane 8, Loretto Marriotteville.
So we've had heats in this today by the look of this draw. So
Yes.
they've already rode once for this to get the right to compete in this final. And this is, again, a state championship, the Schoolgirl Coxed 4.
So they're currently just lining up there at the 2,000 metre mark. You can see some of the boats coming in. Might have mentioned before in the commentary that you notice the difference in the lining up with the 2,000 metre. You can see it looks like there's a grey bar going across. That's actually a pontoon, and each of the boats are held. There's a little sort of little jetty, if I can call it that, and a person lies on that and leans out and actually holds the bow of the boat, and that way they're all held in place. And then on the command to go, they let go and off they go. So they're sort of anchored at the start. Whereas, of course, for the 1,500 metre and for the 1,000 metre events, you've got to back the boat around and move it around. And sometimes, particularly with a very strong cross breeze, that can be quite challenging. But today's conditions are absolutely beautiful here. As we've said before, the breeze is quite low. We've got about 22 kilometres now from the southwest, so a slight tail breeze, and the wind coming from, as you look at the screen, from the right to the left.
We've got just 3 races left, Greg, and they're all going to be crackers, I reckon.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was when I saw that I got to compare these races off, fantastic, because the Schoolboy 8 is going to be absolutely fantastic, and the Open Women's 8, it's all on. Of course, we do have some Schoolgirl crews competing in that as well. So some great calibre races. So now we've got the Schoolgirl Coxed 4 final over 2,000 metres, and the crews are still lining up. We might have mentioned before that the Nationals are coming up in a few weeks as well, so crews would be seeking to peak now, establish themselves and get that benchmark before they head off to the Nationals.
The National Regatta's the week after the head of the river for South Australia. So it's scheduled for Tasmania. COVID forbid. Hopefully we can all do that.
So if you've been looking at the events today and are interested in rowing, there are plenty of opportunities for you to take up the sport as well. Just ring up one of your local clubs and come and do a Learn to Row program. Everyone is welcome. Now, we've had a start in the Schoolgirl Coxed 4 final. Crews are away.
So this under-19 age group is a competition we have in a national regatta. That's why we have it in our local regattas here. And it's good that the school crews are all in it. I've got the wrong one, have I? Schoolgirl Cox 4. Sorry. What did I do with mine?
So they've all come out nice and cleanly in this event. I think Loretto Marriotteville in lane 8 seems to have had a good start. Walford in lane 7.
Got it.
Sort of out there with them. But it's very early, so tactically, crews might start off with a fairly high rating, seek to get out in front. And it looks as though, as I said, Loretto Marriotteville in lane 8 appears to have started out very well, so they might do a burst for 200 metres. Try and establish, just get in front. If you can get in front and hold, that would be to your advantage. But it looks pretty evenly matched at this stage of the race.
I'm trying to do a count. I don't think there's 8 boats there, Greg. I think maybe lane 1's not there.
Lane 1 and 2. I'm just looking for lanes 1 and 2. I can certainly see St Ignatius is on the screen. I can't see the crews in lanes 1 and 2. Lane 1 would be Seymour College 2, and lane 2 is supposed to be only high. But you're right. I wouldn't expect them to be back off the field, so maybe there's scratches. So that would leave us with a 6-boat race.
And it's pretty good competition. There's not a lot separating those 6 boats. They've all come out of the start all right, and they're all cruising along. I reckon the crew in lane 4, it's the St. Peter's girls, might be setting the pace. Perhaps Pembroke not far behind them. Pulteney too doing quite well. So too is the Walford crew on the other side of Pembroke. And Loretto on the far side aren't out of it yet. So really a pretty even race at this stage, but I think it's the Saints girls crew that's in front of the rest of the field.
So steering is obviously very important in this. It is a coxed race, and so that certainly helps. The coxswain helps you steer the boat. Of course, with the events that doesn't have a cox, then the crew has to not only focus on their rowing, but also steering of the boat themselves.
It looks like on the screen that is that St. Peter's girls crew that's leading. That's the crew in lane 4, yeah, that one. So the one on the right hand of your screen, if you're looking at our live stream here, because on the right of them is that's St. Ignatius in the red, gold and blue. Mainly blue, but you can see the clear red colours on that St. Ignatius.
Yeah, the St. Peter's girls crews, Charlotte Parker, Miller Barai, Claire Romaniuk, Sophie Barr, Stella Rashid as the cox.
Coached by Brindley Millwald. He's done some good coaching of junior crews around the place, and I've got an idea he's coaching one of our state crews this year.
And they've all come down through the 1,000 metre mark. So over the half the race to go.
So in that picture you can clearly see that St. Peter's are in front of Pulteney in the Schoolgirl Coxed 4 race, state championship.
It does look pretty even at the moment. I think with just over 750 metres to go, the race is open. The race is open for anyone.
Yeah, on the big screen, I think we can see these 3 boats. We see now they're quite close together in relative terms of the race. That's Pembroke in the gold, Walford next to them in the middle of that screen, and the Loretto crew on the far side, on the left-hand side of your screen. Those 3 crews almost synchronised. They were almost stroke for stroke there with timing for a couple of strokes. But I wouldn't mind saying that I think the St. Peter's crew in lane 4 are out in front. As we swing back across to them, I'm pretty sure they're in front of the rest.
Yes, that's right. I think they are at the moment. But there's not a lot in it. There is not a lot in it. They're all within striking distance.
Oh, yeah, there's a bit to go yet. Well over 500 metres.
And they're about to come into the open water area. Now, the conditions are pretty good today. But it does become slightly more choppy as they come into there. But we've got the St. Peter Girl crew with a lead. They're in lane 4. And I think then it is the Pembroke School in lane 6 coming in second.
And you mentioned the water. It's just that little bit with the wind blowing. It's open water where the island outlet goes, and for some reason it does seem to get a bit choppier there, and you notice the blades splashing around from just about all the crews at the moment. So go through that patch of slightly rougher water. The blades just touch the water and splash.
St. Peter's look as though they've just lifted it slightly. They're coming to the business end of the race. They've got the lead, but they don't want to give that up. So they're coming through that open water section, and they're coming up to the 250 mark.
So that's St. Peter's. They've got a white top with a sort of a stripe down it and a blue bottom on their outfit. And you can see quite a distinctive pattern, and easy to recognise when they're up close like this.
So now with just under 250 to go, St Peter's with a clear lead, followed by
Pembroke, I
School,
reckon,
that's
second.
right. And then Walford in lane 7 and Loretto Marrickville in lane 8. But I don't think St Peter's are going to be headed in this race. So Charlotte Parker, Mia Barai, Claire Romaniuk, Sophie Barr and Stella Rashid as the cocks. Just holding on to their lead, taking it through to the finish.
So that's their victory pass. They're about to cross the finish line. It's where that flagpole is in the background.
And that's a win to St Peter's.
So a clear win to St Peter's girls in the State Championship Schoolgirl Cox 4 for 2021 for Rowing SA. I think it's Loretto coming over the line. And then we'll pan back to the rest of the field.
And that's the Pulteney Grammar crew coming through.
So
And,
two of the,
and the St Ignatius crew.
So two of the feature races of the day coming up. We've got the Schoolboy 8 State Championship. They race for the Advertiser Shield Trophy. And you got Prince Alfred number 2, St Peter's number 1, Prince Alfred number 1, St Peter's number 2, St Ignatius and Nord Moriarta. Now, Greg, last year, I don't know if you noticed or saw this race, but Saints had 3 crews got in the final last year and got first, second and third. That's the power of their crew and their squad. They haven't done this year, but I think that's because they've spread some of their boys out into some of the other different boats, and they've done well in them too.
It's going to be very interesting because some of the Prince Alfred College, when they split them up into the 4s, have done very, very well, and particularly some of the younger crews coming through. So I don't think it's all going to be St Peter's way today. I think there's going to be a bit of competition out there. But yes, St Peter's very strong. So we have Prince Alfred College 2 in lane 2, St Peter's College 1 in lane 3, Prince Alfred College 1 in lane 4, St Peter's College 2 in lane 5, St Ignatius in lane 6 and Nord Moriarta in lane 7. So at the moment, it appears to be St Peter's College 1 in the lead, followed by lane 4, Prince Alfred College 1.
Well, Jake Nesbitt and Jeremy Beale, I saw them win the under-19 men's pair, and they won it by daylight. They were outstanding, and they were in this 8. They were in the stern 2 seats of the 8. And I think they've got the same modus operandi here. The rating's up, the blade work's good, timing's good, and this time they've got 6 more guys behind them, and they're absolutely flying in the big yellow Empaca boat.
And so they're rating quite high. What do you think they're rating at the moment?
Only got about 35, which surprised me. It looks higher than that.
Higher than that.
I might have another go. $37 I got that time. So they last week at the schools race they rode 5 minutes 57 in their in these conditions a week ago. So they're a pretty fast school crew. It's a lot of men's senior crews can't row under 6 minutes on this course, so they're a pretty impressive school crew. And here they are in the State Championship for Schoolboy 8s for 2021, racing for the Advertiser Shield, one of the blue ribbon events for schoolboy rowing in this state. It's been, like I said, an event that's been contested for many, many years, well over 50 years. And they won it last year, and they could well do it again.
Yeah, I think at the moment, as they come in through that open water about the 500 metre mark, it is definitely St Peter's 1 to Prince Alfred College 1. They've got a strong lead at the moment. It's going to be difficult to pull them back, particularly when they're rowing that well.
Got them at 38 strokes to the minute now.
Yeah.
So
that's about right for
that's what they
for an
should
eight.
do.
That's
Yeah.
what they should be doing as they're coming through at this point.
I can see the coxswain, his head's going up and down. I'm pretty sure he's keeping him working.
That's right.
So they
Now the question is, what are they going to do now? They've come into the 250. Are they going to lift? Just to make a statement.
I think they did. I think they did. They must have heard you, I reckon, Greg, because I'm sure they lifted just then.
Yeah, they've lifted their rating and they're just going to take it home now.
Yep.
They want to make a statement. But that's clean rowing. That is clean rowing.
Still around
Moving the boat
38,
well.
37,
yep.
38 strokes a minute. Very good schoolboy rowing. And they take out the South Australian title at clear water on the screen there. Back to Princes, who've done well. I reckon Princes are closer than they were last week in the club competition they had.
So it's the St Peter's College crew of Max Henry, Edward Chipperfield, Fabus Harb, Tom Oldfield, Felix Packer, Fraser Balnaves, Jeremy Beale, Jake Nesbitt, and Aidan Hughes as the cocks over Prince Alfred College 1 of Hamish Bell, Oliver Deere, Tom Saunders, Mason Sargent, Joshua Felderhoff, Oscar Chappell, Angus Shute, Edward Henbest, and Mitch Parker as the cocks.
So congratulations, St Peter's, winners of the Schoolboy 8 State Championship of South Australia for 2021 and the Advertiser Shield Perpetual Trophy. So that was the penultimate race, so one to go, Greg, and that's the Women's Open 8.
Right.
And for the first time ever, the Adelaide Club have got 3 crews entered in this. It's a pretty impressive effort by a club in these days of not very strong club rowing to put 3 8s out. 2 from Walford School, of course. They're
It's great to see Walford stepping up into the Open Women's 8. So the crews, we've got Lane 2, Adelaide crew. Lane 2 is another Adelaide. So Lane 2 is Adelaide. Lane 3 is, we'll call them Adelaide 1, is Lane 2. We'll call Lane 3 Adelaide 2, just to make it clear.
Yeah,
and Lane 5 Adelaide 3. That'll be our nomenclature, just to differentiate them.
I reckon you ought to make N5 Adelaide 1. It's got half the state crew in it. Probably more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of our women's state crew.
Okay, we'll call them 1.
N5, the Adelaide crew.
We'll call them 1. N2, we'll call Adelaide 2. Lane 3, Adelaide 3. Lane 4, Walford Anglican 1. Lane 5, Adelaide 1. Lane 6, Adelaide Uni 1. Lane 7, Walford Anglican 2. And Lane 8, Adelaide Uni 2. Sorry for that confusion. It's just they weren't numbered on the program, so we just need to differentiate between the 3 Adelaide crews.
So terrific, really, to have 7 boats entered in the State Championship Women's 8 and 5 of them club crews. So that's really good.
And they've started. It's a 2,000 metre race. So it looks as though it's the Adelaide crew and the Adelaide Uni crew have started very strongly, as have the Adelaide Uni crew number 2 in lane 8. But perhaps it's between lane 5, Adelaide 1, and lane 6, Adelaide Uni 1 at this early stage.
So there's talking about the fact that several of these Adelaide women in this number 1 boat, which is in the lane 5 boat in the middle of the picture there that's leading, to go into that interstate crew that represents South Australia, you've got 2 world champions, Molly Goodman and Olympia Aldersey, who are both training with a national training camp for the Olympics in hopefully in Japan. So they strengthen our state crew considerably.
And they're not rowing today?
No, they're not here. They're at training camp. So the ones that, like I said, there's 4 or 5 of this crew are in the state crew with those 2 world champions. So Adelaide Rowing Club represented well in women's rowing.
So it's a battle at the moment between the Adelaide Uni crew in lane 6 and the Adelaide 1 crew in lane 5.
Yeah, and Adelaide Uni beat Adelaide 2 weeks ago. This on this very course in the club regatta. The Adelaide Uni crew did beat the Adelaide crew, so I know they've been talking about nothing but revenge. I trained down at the Adelaide Rowing Club, and I've heard the girls talking. I saw some of them during the week, and they were doing a bit of extra training. They were still smarting from being beaten a week ago. They are, Greg, going for this title race for the 7th year in a row, Adelaide, if they win this. They've won this race for the last 6 years.
Well, so the Adelaide one crew is Anna Collins, Sophie Neri, Lucy Kittle, Erica Webb, Christy Shanahan, Micah Webb, Caitlin Nicholson, Ella Bramwell, and Bonnie Hall as the cocks. And the Adelaide Uni crew in lane 6 is Sophie Tickner, Isabel Watson, Talayla McCarthy, Carice Jones, Jemima Richter, our own Joanne Malcolm, who's been commentating today, helping us out, Sophie Radford, Cleo Wilson, and Amy Carradis as the cocks.
They're rating 37, and they're having a decent go at the Adelaide crew. They've got them in their sights, I reckon. Their bow ball would not be far off their rudder at the moment.
Yes, they've come through the 1,000-metre mark, so in the second half of the race.
Adelaide are at 38 plus strokes a minute, 38.3 I got just then. So they know they've got a race on their hands. They know they've got to keep working. They've only just gone through halfway, so they've got quite a few metres to go, and they've already got up to 38 strokes a minute, so they've got nowhere else to go, I don't think. Adelaide Uni look pretty composed and nice and long. They're both of these crews in the screen now. You've got Adelaide in the red, gold and black on the right, Adelaide Uni in the white with the black V on the left, and arch rivals, great competitors.
Oh, they're not going to let anything go. I know, I just say they're fierce competitors. These rowers, they are not going to let this go. And the coxswains, you can just see them just calling it out to them. And the stroke of the Adelaide Uni crew just looking across to see where Adelaide is. Are they going to go for a push? Try and take a position back on them? Take a seat back?
Adelaide's still at 37.
And you can see Adelaide Uni, the two crew, not that far off the pace.
Adelaide Uni at 36, so as I said, they're still having a go. This is a great race, ladies and gentlemen. This is as good a women's racing as you get anywhere in Australia. We've got quite a few interstate reps in the Adelaide Uni crew as well.
But I think Adelaide's still got it. It's hard to tell from the screen at the moment, but just looking out on the field, I think Adelaide has still got the lead. They're coming through towards the 300-metre mark.
Adelaide swinging along quite well, coached by Ron Mobbs, the men of the Murray. He's been out. He's had 2 weeks to work on them to sharpen them up.
Right, now you've got to put it all on the line now. It's under 250 to go. And Adelaide look as though they've just lifted slightly. They're not going to let them go.
They're just holding him off. The boats are just about overlapping. It's a bit deceptive on the picture there. The Adelaide Uni boats overlapping the Adelaide one, but the shadows of the finishing post are close enough that I think Adelaide will hang on and take 7 years in a row they've won this race. And they're going to win it again there. You see the flagpole come up, and that's on the finish line. The Uni boat just starting to fade again now, and they've got the way to win by over a length. So win to Adelaide, the state champion Open Women's 8 for 2021. Congratulations, Adelaide.
And a great row by Adelaide Uni as well to come in second. And here we go, the Adelaide Uni 2 crew. There we go, Adelaide Uni 2 crossing the finishing line. And we have the Walford Anglican crew, lane 4. And the other two Adelaide crews in lane 2 and lane 3. And the Walford Anglican crew number 2 in lane 7. Have done very well to compete in this event against such top-class competition. Much older rowers, done very well. And that concludes the South Australian State Championship. I'd like to thank some of our key corporate partners, Gentle Touch Orthodontics, Community Bank, West Beach Bendigo Bank, Olga's Fine Foods, proudly South Australian, Tap Electrical, Fulham Funerals by the Grant family, and Larks Bay and Seaton Swim Centres. The major regatta sponsor is the Community Bank, West Beach, Bendigo Bank. So thank you very much to our major regatta sponsor and to our other sponsors. Without you, of course, the sport would just not be possible. And also a special thanks to all the boat racing officials today who volunteered their time, and Seymour College. Seymour College have hosted the event today and have provided the vast number of the other officials just supporting activities on the course. So thank you very much to Seymour College. That ends day one. We look forward to coming back tomorrow for another big day of racing at West Lakes.